The Opie and Anthony Show on XM 202, featuring Opie, Anthony, and James Norton.
Before you get pissed off at us, man, we have nothing to do with this.
What? What is this?
Garbage! You know what? I can't take this anymore. It's an awful, awful radio show.
We're really, really mean-spirited, evil people who can't see the good in anything.
Off the air, let's say racist things to each other.
Hold on.
And really turn them off.
Excellence in broadcasting.
Our anus.
What? Again? Oh.
Our anus.
What?
Stop. Enough about the anus.
This is hurtful.
This is hurtful. No one wants to hear this on their radio show.
Come collapse on our floor.
It's just potty mouth day.
You may feel shame, but all the same, you are never to pain.
Opie. Anthony.
Shush.
Jim Norton.
You guys ready to laugh?
It's gotta be the greatest thing ever.
I'd sooner have a water drinking contest.
But enough of this palaver. Let's get the show on the road.
You know, I'm sitting here listening to the intro,
God. Yeah.
thinking, how many things in that intro could get us fired today?
Get us fired.
It's a new day for broadcasters.
We've entered a new realm. It's the realm of Imus.
I'm sitting here going, well, that would get us fired.
That's a good one.
That certainly would get us fired. Just thinking about saying something racist would get us fired.
That clip in the wrong hands
would get us fired. Good morning. Welcome to the Opie and Anthony Show. It's May 7th, 2007. That's right. You're listening to live voices for the first time in like 2 weeks. Everyone can finally calm down. A lot of affiliates very, 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 very pissed off that we took 2 weeks off.
Relax.
We were in a different cycle than everybody else. What can I tell you?
Sorry. What the hell could we tell you? We needed time off from this crap.
This crapola.
This garbage.
Yeah, we didn't take a vacation for a very long time, and we had to take one, and the spring book started, and that put everyone into a complete panic.
The spring book!
Radio stations were actually taking us off the air for 2 weeks, just panicking all over the place.
Like it matters with how those stupid ratings work anyway.
They're not going to complain when we don't take a day off this summer.
Yeah.
Oh, then it'll be fine. We can't take a day off this summer. We got the O&A Traveling Virus Comedy Tour coming to a city near you soon. Yeah.
Nice.
But,
post-vacation plug-in for the show within 2 minutes.
Well, you know what? No, we should start plugging every day.
Yeah.
The fact that we're heard on XM Satellite Radio as well.
Oh.
When our little voices go away for good, we'll still be on XM Satellite Radio.
Right now, we have the most dangerous occupations in the country. Forget about the deadliest catch for the crab people that catch the crabs.
Yeah.
Radio jocks are amongst the most dangerous jobs.
Worse than stuntman?
You don't know when you go in if you're even going to have a job or a livelihood or the ability to have a livelihood when you get out. You could be homeless.
I was walking in the building with Kenny today, and I'm like, well, let's see if these key cards still work.
Yeah. Oh, look, it beeps.
And then all the doors, all the locks worked. I'm like, okay, they didn't change the locks. I guess we're still allowed to broadcast because no one from the company is really talking to us.
No.
We have a new boss in charge. He hasn't even acknowledged that we exist yet. That's never a good sign. Another show here in New York pretty much got fired while we were on vacation for something so ridiculous I can't sit here and not say anything.
It is so silly.
You know, what the company did here is they fired Imus over something so ridiculous. I can't even comprehend it. The more time that goes by, I can't comprehend that Imus got fired for saying what he did after 35, 40 years of doing exactly that on the radio.
The same thing.
And then, the big boss is way upstairs. They fired Imus. And I'm like, oh, that's great. You just empowered everybody with letterhead.
Yep,
That's what you really did.
Gave every little interest group that wants to just jump on the bandwagon and get themselves a little publicity the power to do so, just by running to the newspaper or running to any of the media outlets and saying, hey, this jock said this, we want him fired. And now they're completely empowered because you see all the press that the Imus situation got.
Yeah.
And now every single person on the air right now that is just firing up the microphones, it's for the morning radio, has no idea if it's their last day or not.
We have no idea.
We don't know. We could say something today that gets us taken off the air tomorrow and fired and done.
Yeah, I was talking to Super Agent Bob Eatman last night. I'm like, I'm fine. I'm fine with our fate. I'm
whatever.
Fine. I already know what's going to happen. We're not going to be here. One day we're just not going to be here, and we'll go back to XM Satellite Radio because I don't have any confidence. We're not going to sit here and filter ourselves and go, boy, are we allowed to talk about lesbians? Are we allowed to talk about Asians? Are we allowed to talk about waterheads? I don't know.
I have no idea anymore what's allowed or not allowed. See, that seems to be the biggest problem with this entire situation. It was spelt out by the company and the FCC. Remember, the company actually gave us this whole FCC booklet that we had to sit down and read and make sure we signed it, and then the online test and everything.
Yeah.
We've entered this new realm where the rules are made up after you screw up. When you say something and they go, oh, what? Oh, did you hear what you just said? No, what'd I say? I didn't break the rules. I know the rules.
Yeah.
No, new rule today.
New
you
rule.
You can't say this about them.
New rules, because, the special interest groups got to the advertisers.
Right.
And the advertisers are scared S-less, so now we don't know what the rules are anymore. So enjoy your time in the air until we yank you off. JV and Elvis, they do the show after us here in New York. They're gone. I mean, they've been on suspension for 2 weeks. And it's now an indefinite suspension. We all know what that is. And the bit they did, I don't even know. I'm amazed. I'm absolutely amazed. Who decided that radio has to be nice?
Yeah, where did this come from? That radio has to be nice, but TV shows or movies or any other form of entertainment can take on whatever issues they want, be mean, have a character that's a murderer or a rapist or a racist or homophobic or misogynistic. As long as it's in the context of a movie or television, you're fine. But radio is held to this standard where we have to be nice now. Why do we have to be nice?
Yeah. Who says that we're supposed to be nice on the radio?
I really want to make some kind of an announcement that really gets some legs and hits the press. I want to put out a press release.
Ooh.
I want to do what Vince McMahon did for WWF.
Okay.
Remember in the old days of wrestling where people watched and actually got into arguments and said, that's real. No, dude, it's so fake what they're doing. Look, the guy isn't really kicking him. And people, believed that it was real, and the violence and everything was real, and the rivalries and everything else. And then Vince finally decided, you know something, screw it. I'm gonna hit the television and say, this is sports entertainment, is what we call it. No, they're not actually connecting to the face, or sometimes they do accidentally. But they're friends, backstage. It's show business. And yes, wrestling itself is not real. I want to go on the record and say, what you hear on this program, there are portions of our personality, just like I would assume in wrestling. Stone Cold Steve Austin doesn't go around opening up cans of whoop ass when he's out to dinner with his kids or something. Do you honestly think Stone Cold just goes around going, I'm going to open up a can of whoop-ass on you when he's getting Starbucks?
Are you trying to say most of these wrestlers, when their order's not right at a restaurant, they're not pile driving the waitress?
Yeah, they're pile driving the waitress. Would that be hysterical? That's exactly what I mean, Ope. No one's getting clotheslined because their soup is cold. That's what I'm trying to say. I want to say that although certain parts of our personality are indeed injected into who we are on this program, we do not go around all day long acting like idiots like we do on the air when we're on the radio. Can I please get someone to say in the news that although what we do is authentic, we are doing that, our persona on the air, though it might sometimes come across as racist through humor, homophobic, misogynistic, is indeed a portion of a character that we are all playing on the air, just as an actor does.
I'll start.
Or a wrestler.
When I'm not being Opie on the Opie and Anthony show, and being a complete a-hole to everybody, including my fellow broadcasters, I'm actually Greg Hughes, and I'm a very nice guy when I'm not here.
Oh.
Thank you.
Bravo.
Thank you. I actually care about animals. I actually give money to the homeless, believe it or not. I make sure they're okay. I take care of my family and my friends. I'm actually a nice guy. All right, I'm going to sit back.
Thank you.
All right.
Let me stand up as Anthony Cumia, not the Anthony in the Opie and Anthony part, and say, I, too, have done my fair share of good deeds that I do. I've actually felt bad watching certain people with afflictions walking down the street. Where it makes me... Oh, yes, Opie, yes.
Can I stand up again?
Stand up.
Actually, that really makes me laugh inside when I see that on the streets.
Doesn't it?
It makes me laugh.
When I authentically feel bad for an elderly person or a person who's a little down on their luck or a handicapped person, and I feel bad because you know why? I'm not at work. I'm not portraying a person, a part of my personality which does have that, like, horrible side. It's called being a human being. I don't think there's one person that has sat in a church during maybe a funeral or a somber event or even a wedding during the vows that hasn't thought an awful thought but hasn't acted upon it. It's part of your persona. Here on our program, we carry through with that. We become that magnified portion of our personality that has that racism, the homophobia, the misogynistic parts of us. But, like Opie has stood up, I stand up and say, too, I guess a secret no one knows about, I've given money to things I read about in the newspaper. And not just the poor little puddin-head girl that got her wheelchair stolen.
You gave money to that cause.
I sent money to get her a new goddamn wheelchair because I felt so bad for this girl.
I have to confess.
Yes, Jimmy. This is Jim Norton.
I stole her wheelchair.
You ass. I paid for that stupid thing. There are events hooked up with a girl had kidney problems.
And you read about this in the paper?
And no, it was a friend of a friend. And I got involved and helped out the best way I could financially.
I thought you only had one kidney.
No.
That's why we were away for 2 weeks.
I have a scar right in my back now. I woke up in a tub of ice, though, in a hotel with a note saying, get to a hospital. We've taken your kidney. It's on the black market.
Did we actually take 2 weeks off so you could see the stupid Panama Canal, by the way?
Yeah.
All right.
Yes, we did. We took 2 weeks so I could see a ship go up and down.
Get back to your kidney story.
No, that's about it. I'm just saying I want to do for talk radio what Vince McMahon did for wrestling, which is take that stupid controversy away that we're all actually 100% the people you hear on the air. It is not true in any one personality. Again, not saying that there aren't certain parts of our personality that come through, but
Well, with that said,
Yes.
Steven from Bayshore, man, he kept sharp over break. Hey, Ope, welcome back. It's good to hear you explaining that you're really a nice guy as you scrape a homeless guy's cake from the treads of your shoes. Nice.
Yeah. See? We were on the air.
We were on the air. I've walked by that same homeless guy many times without a mic in front of my hand, and what have I done, Anthony? I've handed over cold, hard cash.
You know, that this isn't some way to try to justify what we're doing. I'm not, the last thing I want to do is sound like, look how good of a guys we are. My point here is that we should not be held to this standard that for some reason radio broadcasters have been held to. And now are being held to even more stringently, to be nice.
No.
We are being now held to a standard where we have to be nice and make people feel good. Go screw!
Who the hell decided that radio has to be nice?
Why? Why does radio, out of any other medium, have to be nice? Why can't we say things that might hurt other people's feelings and be insensitive without having a gun put to our heads? Yes, a gun put to our heads in the way where you then have your little group go to the sponsors of the program, and once the sponsors get pulled, the show gets pulled. Instead of what should happen, which is if you suck and don't have ratings and no one wants to hear you, which happens all the time, you lose your sponsors and you lose your show. That's how this business works. Not having some economic terrorists with letterhead going around to your sponsors and ratting you out. They go to your job and just rat you out to your boss for something you said. It's ridiculous.
Yeah, we will get let go eventually.
This little ploy ain't gonna work. Who's kidding who?
We know that. But we're going to have fun while it lasts, I'll tell you that much.
Let's have a blast.
And I'll tell you a little something for the listeners to have fun with. You guys try to guess which special interest group will get Opie and Anthony fired. Because they all have power now.
Who's it going to be?
Who are you kidding right now? Because a lot of people knew we were coming back finally after 2 weeks. A lot of special interest groups with their stupid letterhead, they got their tape recorders rolling right now, just waiting for Anthony and I and little Jimmy Norton to screw up.
Ladies and gentlemen, will it be the black people? Will it be Asians, homosexuals?
Lesbians?
Will it be women, lesbians? Who will it be that gets the Opie and Anthony show kicked off the air? You try to decide.
I hope it's over something so ridiculous that
I want a group that comes out of left field.
And I just read it in print, and it just makes me laugh and laugh.
Parents of Down syndrome children.
Wow.
That might be the ringer. Boy, have we made fun of those haircuts for years.
See, I want it to be something so awful that even our girlfriends go, you deserved to be fired.
Good. I'm glad you're fired.
So awful that we don't have girlfriends anymore.
Yeah, we just have to have sex with each other.
Attaboy. Finally, those crackers will come into use.
Here's the deal, man. You're listening to, three comedians. Some of us are funnier than others. I'll be the one to say that, sure, no problem. But every one of us in this room is a comedian, just trying to make people laugh. There's a reason that Anthony and I and Jimmy, he's been with us for a long time as well.
Yeah, he's just as guilty.
That this show has been successful because we do say and do awful things that you think of doing in your own life.
We do them to each other, too, by the way.
How many times do you hear a fan or a listener come up and go, man, the reason I listen to you guys is because you guys say exactly what I'm feeling.
Mm-hmm.
No, I refuse to sit here and think that radio has to be nice.
Mm-hmm.
That's what I'm reading in the New York Times yesterday. We'll get into that. Jacques Steinberg's at it again. And Jacques Steinberg, because he's listening to us all the time.
Jacques?
He listened to 250 hours of Male Talk Radio since the Imus thing. And he knows that we've been asking for him to come on our show.
Yep.
We don't hide, Jacques.
We want to face you on our program on these very airwaves and have a nice, civil discussion with you about this situation. But what do? You don't do that. You write these half-assed misinformation, out-of-context lines from all these programs. and make talk radio sound like just an awful, awful bunch of jackasses. We are.
Yeah.
But at least let's talk about it.
It's not geared towards a guy like that's mentality. You know
No.
what he is. He's the little guy with a little bow tie. He was a hall monitor. He's just one of those nerds that needs to feel empowerment, and this is like his cause.
It's like having a man's man reviewing Lifetime movies.
Yeah.
You know, they wouldn't like it. It's not meant for them. Just like this show and other shows like it that deal with the same type of subject matter, this is not for you, Jacques. Of course you're going to be upset and offended by it. It's not meant for you. And for the interest groups that don't like what's being said on it, you're being controlled by an appliance that has the off switch. And I'm not talking about things like we got crap for the Sex for Sam thing because it was out on the street and this, and you get crap for FCC things because it's violating federal laws and regulations. That's fine. But with situations where you're hurting people's feelings, you're being ruled by an appliance. You're being ruled by a toaster that talks. This is a blender that makes noise that comes out as voices. And it has an off switch. Use it.
And there you go. All right, we're back from vacation. I want to make it perfectly clear: we completely support JV and Elvis.
Absolutely.
We had our problems with those guys for a little bit. It was
a dopey radio war thing that went on for a short period of time.
It was a couple flare-ups, but it's amazing that these guys are going to lose their gig here in New York because of the stupidest, dumbest, who gives a crap bit.
And about the little battle we had, who's kidding who? We're all a bunch of pussies. We had to pass each other in the hallway every day. What are we going to do? Duke it out? We're leaving to go over to XM. They're coming in here, and we're scrapping in the hallway? Come on.
I should have paid better attention because Elvis is a mess, but JV is actually quite strapping. I'm like, wow, I probably wouldn't want to have him punching me in the face. Pick my targets a little better.
No, we absolutely support those guys, and it's ridiculous that they're even off the air. It really is.
It's really amazing. Okay, we're fired up. We're back from vacation. I want to apologize to West Palm Beach. Sorry you didn't get your Nirvana song in the first 20 minutes of the show.
By the way, when we come back,
I'm sure
you asked, we listened.
Because, music is so much more important than what we're saying today. So I apologize to West Palm Beach. You didn't get your Red Hot Chili Peppers and Nirvana and Chemical Romance this morning. Sorry that we had to actually talk for 15, 20 minutes.
By the way, there's something called an iPod, if you want that. Look into it.
Well, whatever. We'll get it. Maybe we'll get into that.
Wait, when we come back, I'm going to make a point.
Hey!
Whoa, hey now! You're listening to comedians. You're listening to guys that are going to say awful things. We don't feel like doing nice radio.
No.
We're nice from time to time, but guess what? Radio doesn't have to be nice.
No. Hear what everyone else is talking about. O&A Uncut and Live continuing the show on XM Satellite Radio starting at 9 a.m. Eastern. Visit xmradio.com to subscribe.
It's the Opie and Anthony Show. The virus is spreading. Get infected. Opie and Anthony!
Good morning. It's good to be back. It's the Opie and Anthony Show. We're live today. It's May 7th. 2007, the O&A virus spreading across America. Our phone number, 1-866-313-FREE. 1-866-313-FREE. Let's say hi to Sal in New Jersey. Sal, what's going on?
What's going on, guys?
Hey.
Good to have you back on the air.
Right on, man.
I just want to know, why does CBS, set dangerous tone where everyone's going to end up getting fired? How come they can't just tell these groups to, go, themselves? It's just, they're giving them so much power. I don't understand.
Wouldn't that be the best thing?
They should just tell them, go screw. An apology should be accepted as that, an apology. We said it during the first break. When CBS fired Imus for doing exactly what he's been doing for 35, 40 years, I said to myself, we're all screwed now because you just empowered all the special interest groups.
Yeah.
Everyone with letterhead.
A prank call, a prank call. CBS, come on.
Everyone with letterhead now knows they have power and they could get radio shows kicked off the air. Not only could they get radio shows kicked off the air, they could advance their agenda. and get their names in the press.
Yeah, they all they want to do is pump up their organization more. So this is one of the easiest causes. Oh my God, is this an easy cause?
You guys, at this protest we had with the pests and the doghouse fans, these guys were handing out paper that were comparing this prank call to like the World War II and what was going on in Nazi Germany. And that just blew my mind that they can't differentiate, like, from World War II, all those travesties, and a damn prank call.
Travesties, tragedies, all of them.
For the rest of the country, it was JV and Elvis. They do the show after us. They did a prank call using, like, a computer voice to a Chinese restaurant, a bit that's been done so many times on the radio, I can't even tell you, man. Yeah. There are so many Chinese restaurant prank call bits that have been done for decades on the radio. And I don't even know if we're allowed to say what the computer voice said, but it was honestly...
I wouldn't.
Honestly, in my world, it was like, whatever. It was a throwaway. Who cares? But they're beyond pissed. They met with JV and Elvis, and they're still not happy that, JV and Elvis apologized a couple times, and that's not good enough.
An apology doesn't matter anymore. Once you're past that point where you do something and a group wants you fired... Now they set a precedent with the whole Reverend Al thing and Imus where an apology isn't good enough. When they want you fired, you have to apologize and be fired.
Well, because a lot of times it's not even about the apology. Like, I think Sharpton and Jesse Jackson were very, like, dishonest because that wasn't about Imus and what he said. It was about he said something, so that's their foot in the door, and you can use that to get more black producers, more black people hired. It's a way to get what you want.
Yep.
That's all it is. It's just a way to get more of what you want.
The way that should have been handled in hindsight, Imus apologized on the air. I think that should have done it right there. And the last thing you want to do is give Reverend Al any kind of a stage for him to get up on and start giving him publicity, because that's all he's looked for over the years.
Yeah.
Tawana Brawley. Remember Tawana Brawley case? Remember that? Come on.
But more importantly, the thing we're saying today, because that happened, now every special interest group out there feels like they got power now. And they're gonna try to get things done because they want to see their organization in the paper. Trust me, they want to be the special interest groups that group that gets Opie and Anthony.
It's like, hey, we got one. Look who we got.
Right.
It's like they're fishing and who could get the biggest trout.
There you go. So
you guys think that these guys will end up being back on the air, or you think they're done? Because this is ridiculous.
This is just my opinion. I think they're so done.
Based on our own past experiences and how it goes, we've been through the mill a couple of times now where we get fired, and it's following the game plan to a T. So it doesn't look good as far as I see it. I don't know what the corporate's thinking on this. They don't come and tell us what's going to happen.
And if you need more info on what happened here in New York, just Google JV and Elvis, and all the articles will come up. Because I don't even know if we're allowed to say what pretty much got them fired.
No, we can't.
So I don't know. We don't know. We don't know what we're allowed to say anymore. So I think we're going to have to, throw the filter away and just continue doing our radio show until they finally change the locks.
Yeah.
Like I said this morning, I was like, all right, cool. I'm not even joking. I'm like, oh, great, we get to broadcast today.
Yeah, the cards still work. Here's the new way we have to do our job. Anytime someone gets suspended or fired for something, that then goes on a list of things that can't be said anymore. But the list isn't made until someone's fired for it.
Right.
So you never know. It's like this Russian roulette. Every time you walk in, you just hope your show is an empty chamber by the time you clock out at the end of the day.
Yeah.
But sometimes, blam, you blow your own head off, and then, the next show knows maybe not to use that one.
But you know what? The fan sites could have a lot of fun with this. Have a little poll amongst yourselves and guess which special interest group will get the Opie and Anthony show fired.
Try not to be so obvious.
We're hoping it's a doozy. We're hoping it's an organization.
I want a left field one.
Yeah, we're hoping it's an organization we had no clue about.
No clue.
What?
First of all, that's an organization.
Right.
Secondly, they listened to the show, and thirdly, they cared.
Jews with wigs has power?
Jews with wigs.
Changing the station. That's what I want to know.
Amish whores. Just like what?
Amish girls that love to go to strip clubs and dance. That's wonderful.
Amish sloppy. Jeez. Amish. You could crash me, man. Amish.
All right.
Whatever. All right. Hey. First
No,
one of the day.
don't do that. There's a lot of car crash victims.
Oh my God!
Hey, well,
Now
not
the
with that, please.
The
No.
the governor of New Jersey is going to be all mad at that one. Buckle up, you idiot! How about that? Now, am I going to get in trouble from people that don't wear seatbelts? The guy, did you see that, by the way?
Huh.
His little when they wheeled him out of the hospital, and his he was thanking the doctors and everything, and getting a little emotional.
Governor
and,
Corzine out there in Jersey,
In
sure.
Jersey, he had his big accident doing like 95 miles an hour, not wearing a seatbelt, and he's like, I set a bad example.
Oh, he was crying?
Yeah, he was really trying his best to suck it up.
That
but man, he was crying. He was thanking the people that saved his life and everything. So it was a little tough to watch. But wear your seatbelt, you dummy.
And then I understand that they thought he was going to die, so they had McGreevy come in who was supposed to read his last rites. McGreevy wants to be a priest now, an Episcopalian priest or something like that.
Are you kidding?
Oh, no, it was on the
Really?
page of the Post. Yeah, he's like looking into being a priest. The whole country is just finished.
McGreevy's lost his mind. His wife's writing a tell-all book.
Yeah.
When she was standing there, when he announced that he was a gay American, she was looking like, I am being looked at right now as a married woman married to this guy, like I am probably the worst in bed ever. Ever.
She walks, you can hear a padlock clanking on her crotch.
Just awful. But now she's going to be telling stories about what he used to do, and you know how I guess this family life they were supposed to have was pretty much him cruising at night. Honey, I'm going out for cigarettes. Yeah, cigarettes. That's it. Where, the rest stop again? Yeah.
I'm going to the Price Club.
Yeah, Price Club. That's where I'm going. Psst, hello.
All right.
It's on the other side of the glory hole.
Hey, we lost Sal. Let's say hi to Troy in Brooklyn. Troy, what's up?
Hey, Franks, glad to have you back in town.
Thank you. Anything else, Troy?
Troy,
Yeah.
what do you got?
You're on the air. Speak.
Hey,
You're
Reverend Al is your pal. He's going to read you guys' last rites.
Reverend Al is a pal?
It's your pal.
Is your
And
pal?
He's
Okay.
going to read your last rites.
Do you like us or not?
Yeah, I like you.
Oh, okay.
All right, Troy.
Trying to figure that out.
Goodbye, Troy. Donna, New York, what's up?
Hi guys, how you doing? I just wanted to make two quick comments. First of all, I went to the same high school as Tawana Brawley. I graduated the year that whole thing happened. And
What happened?
not only did Reverend Al Sharpton make all those horrible accusations about that whole thing, but he destroyed an innocent man's life and it caused a suicide. There was a suicide involved in that whole case because, I mean, they didn't, not only did they not say they were sorry, but they didn't even pay the money that they lost in
Yep.
the civil lawsuit.
To who, Pagonis?
Yeah.
Yeah, we
he never paid him his money.
Yeah.
The guy's just a shyster. Just stop already. Why entertain this guy? Why let him hold court?
Well-
Why let him come into your establishment and talk about his agenda? Wait, you know, if you had a respectable leader that wants to come in and actually come in there without this agenda that's pretty much driven by self-promotion, then fine. Let's sit down and have some kind of dialogue about anything. That's fine, man. I love when people call and you can just talk back and forth like that, whether they disagree with you or not. But when you have a guy like that all of a sudden felt this power and then gets in there and makes demands like that, and you have a background like Al Sharpton, you should be ashamed of yourself for even entertaining that man.
Yeah.
Hey, Donna, you also want to say, why is it okay for TV to make fun but not radio?
Yeah, well, you know what? Last night on the SNL thing in the 90s, they had a clip of George Bush, the father, on there, and he was basically saying they do skits, they make fun of me all the time, they do all these things. And how come it's really pretty much okay with the president of the United States to say stupid, kind of almost on the borderline things, but something stupid as a Chinese prank phone call, that's just
It's complete, different standards. I mean, radio guys, unfortunately, we're pariah. We suck. We're the worst human beings, you know. But you do the exact same type of humor on TV, and it's completely fine. Because for some reason, people out there don't understand that comedians could actually be on the radio.
The radio, and we're held to this standard that Edward R. Murrow was held to. Edward R. Murrow would get on the air and speak and give the news and opinions and talk about things. And you fast forward now, I don't know how many years, 50 years, and all of a sudden we are held to the same standards. It's like holding a show like Rescue Me to the same standards as network news. It's not. First of all, Rescue Me, I give more credibility to than network news. But it's different. Why on the radio can't you have a comedy program that is based on off-color jokes, dark humor, things like that? Why is it being held to this standard where we have to be nice to everybody? Give me a goddamn answer. I want an answer as to why we have to be held to this standard.
It's when things are said in humor. It's not even just radio, because that SNL sketch you're pointing out with George Bush, he's still a safe target on radio. It's when you say things in humor, people have the problem with it. TV there's a lot of things they can't do on television, a lot of things they'd probably like to do that they can't do because it might offend somebody. It's only when you say things in humor. To play a rapist, to play a pedophile is acceptable. To make fun of one of those situations is not. It's
right.
Silly.
No matter what the context.
There's a thing in the paper here. I just wanted a real quick quote. This is the article in the Post. Killer made sick 9/11 joke. An insurance agent, he's accused of killing people for their life insurance policies, joked about how rich he'd be if Osama bin Laden had directed a plane towards the Richmond Hills section of Queens. The guy is a killer. He's murdering people. And they're quoting the fact that he made a tasteless joke.
A tasteless joke.
Who cares?
That draws more attention and more anger than the fact that he's a murderer.
He made a sick joke. And that's what they're talking about in the newspaper. That's how revolting we are about the spoken word.
What
Silly.
A twisted place this is becoming. I never thought I'd see something change so much in my lifetime, where in a very short period of time. As a matter of fact, I mean, we went through the phases of the when we got fired, and then the Janet Jackson episode. Now the Imus thing. We're going into this realm of you gotta watch what the hell you're even thinking.
We're going back into the 50s, man. We need a new summer of love.
Come on, let's get groovy again.
We need the acid test.
Yeah. It's really becoming this whole communist witch hunt atmosphere. Remember the McCarthy hearings and stuff like that? It's getting like that, but with with the way you talk, with just your freedom of speech.
Paul from Long Island's going to drill the point home. This is the perfect example. Go ahead, Paul.
Hey, I'm on the air, right?
Yes.
Yes, you're
Turn
on
down the
here,
radio,
sir.
buddy. If you're on hold, you got to turn down the radio. Let's go.
How the hell is South Park able to get away with everything that they say and that they do on this show? Like when they had the guy, the nigger guy episode. How are they able to get away with that?
Because it's a cartoon, sir. And in our
matter,
hold on, sir. I'm answering your question. I'm not saying I agree with them. I'm telling you why. Because it's a cartoon. In our idiotic society, it's safe to allow a cartoon to say certain things because it kind of alleviates us the guilt of thinking it. Do you understand? When you allow a person to say certain things, that's kind of a reflection of you and your mentality. But when you allow a cartoon to say it, for some reason, that's just doesn't seem like it's.
You know what else? I've seen a lot of the most controversial episodes of South Park, and what they try to also do is they make this poignant statement by using these awful words and stereotypes and everything. They wrap it up at the end with why they use those words. It really makes a point, and I think that's kind of saved them a little bit.
More importantly, why don't we turn ourselves into cartoons?
Hey, we're cartoons.
Hey, how you doing?
Why don't we
I'm just going to put on a weird cartoon voice.
Why don't we just run a promo that you're actually listening to cartoon characters?
That's fantastic. How could cartoons get in trouble? They're cartoons.
And then a special interest group will call Tom, and they're going to need to meet with Opie and Anthony and Jim Norton, and Tom's going to go, but you can't meet with them. They're cartoon characters.
I saw them leave the building, and they were three-dimensional. Don't try to tell me. We're cartoons. Oh, brother.
Something about that makes me laugh so hard.
Just doomed.
Prove that we're not cartoon characters. To the special interest groups rolling their stupid tape recorders this morning, you're listening to cartoon characters.
Unbelievable. I love some of the old bit requests that are coming up. No, sorry, you won't hear that anymore.
No. Mark and Mastic, what's up?
Hey, guys.
Hey.
If you're on vacation having fun, RCN dedicated a song to Mastic Beach. Guns N' Roses, Welcome to the Jungle.
Yeah.
Some of the people got bent out of shape, called up RCN and go, yo, we're going to boycott your radio station if you don't apologize.
Did they apologize?
Oh, yeah, they did it on Friday. There was an apology at 8 a.m. on Monday morning. We're so sorry. We meant nothing by it. Blah, 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 blah.
That happens.
Guys, it wasn't even the jock that said it. It was like the morning show guys.
Right.
Morning DJs.
Right.
Like, oh, we're so sorry. You know, it shouldn't have happened.
We're entering into an era where you got to be nice on the radio. Someone has decided that, you can't be mean on the radio.
Yeah, but come on. I don't know if you guys have ever been to Mastic, but it's a pretty rough town.
It's an ugly town. I'm from Long Island.
I used to go to Mastic Beach when I was a young lad. Had a bungalow there with the whole family. Now I hear it's just a crack house.
Yeah, it's insane at night. I bought my house there 2 years ago during the winter. And I was like, oh, wow, what a nice little waterfront town, middle of the winter. Once summer rolled around, I was like, oh, man, what did I get myself into?
Well, there you go.
Once the weather broke, I was like, oh, geez, honey, we're screwed.
You might need a new real estate agent.
Yeah.
All right, Mark, thank you.
Had to apologize.
All right.
By the way, CBS owns us. I was going to say owns the. No, they own us at this point. And here's something that gets me. We can't say what we want to say. A lot of things in humor, based in humor. Yet I just saw a promo for something that's going to be on CBS, Channel 2 here in New York. Other CBS affiliates, I believe, are going to carry it, where they're giving Son of Sam a huge interview. They're letting him sit there and talk. This is a guy who should be rotting in prison in anonymity because all this guy ever wanted was attention. And they are opening up their airwaves and letting him say whatever the hell he wants from behind bars. Son of Sam, murderer, and they're giving him any airtime is despicable.
More importantly, what else does he have to say?
I know.
I mean, God,
shave the mustache.
He should have just been executed. He shouldn't be speaking anymore.
Yeah, and that, again, if you want to go into a whole other different subject, the stupid death penalty thing, and life in prison, it becomes just your life. That's all. It's not as horrible as everyone makes it out to be because you're still breathing. It's part of your life. And now you got CBS News cameras coming in and letting you voice your opinion on everything, on what you want to talk about.
Yeah, what does he have to say?
Who cares? The guy shouldn't be given any opportunity to address the nation on his feelings on anything. The guy should be in some kind of ancient medieval prison rotting away, and they're opening up their CBS airwaves and giving him all the freedom he wants to say what he wants, yet we have to watch every goddamn word that comes out of our mouths because we might hurt or offend somebody. This guy shot people in the head.
I'm saying, why aren't the advertisers upset at that?
Right. Where are the advertisers pulling advertising because they're opening up their airwaves and letting this animal speak out? Give me a break. What a topsy-turvy world we live in.
Easy.
If I could put it in those terms.
Well, now that you're a cartoon character, that's perfect, though.
Topsy-turvy. Let me tell you something. I don't agree. He shouldn't be on the air. Hoo-hoo. I can say anything like this, and it's okay, because I'm a cartoon, don't you know?
We've already developed a couple things since being back. We're officially cartoon characters.
Officially.
And the listeners are betting like crazy right now, trying to figure out which special interest group will get us fired.
Good luck. Make it a good one.
If you thought you'd hear fear in our voices today, you were dead wrong.
You're mistaken, don't you know? I'm going to be that guy.
You know what we should do? We should just decide amongst ourselves what day we decide to piss off everyone and then let all the special interest groups fight it out.
Maybe that's the best way to go. You offend every single group, and then they have to duke it out to see who gets credit for getting us thrown off.
Who gets the headline in the paper?
Yeah, who gets to put our heads on a pike in front of their headquarters.
That's what we'll do. between ourselves, we're going to pick a day that it's just all hell breaks loose. And then just sit back and watch the fun.
Yeah. Oh, what a blast. Just let them all go at it.
Hey, it's Opie and Anthony. And little Jimmy Norton.
Of course.
Ooh.
It's the Opie and Anthony Show.
The Opie and Anthony virus.
It's the Opie and Anthony Show for now. Let's be honest with each other. It's just a matter of time.
The targets firmly affixed to the back of our heads.
And we accept it.
Yeah, what are you going to do?
What are you going to do?
Miss the money?
Yeah, well, take shorter vacations.
It's the ONA virus spreading across America.
Are we live in Florida, by the way, right now?
I guess, yeah. They don't seem to be too excited about it.
They hate us.
Whatever.
We've listened. You talk, we listen.
That's encouraging.
More music.
No kidding.
Less of the guys that do the morning show.
It's just...
Well, what happened was we got into a weird cycle with our careers. We didn't know we were going back to regular radio. We've been back on regular radio a year. So Anthony books this cruise a year in advance, and it falls during the spring book.
Yeah.
But we weren't on regular radio, so in our world, it didn't matter when we took vacation.
Well, we cruised with the whole family, too. This wasn't just like him.
Right.
Yeah.
The whole
I'd have
family.
canceled it. It was, there were 14 people in our group.
So there was nothing we could do about this thing. We go back to regular radio, and we have this cruise thing looming over our heads. And, of course, Anthony, was going to take his cruise with his family for 2 weeks, because if we were just on XM, it wouldn't matter in that world.
Right.
The affiliates lost their effing minds, and they ignored the fact that we haven't even had a vacation since last August.
Yeah.
Except for like a little Christmas thing that every radio guy takes off. But we didn't take a vacation since August. They ignore that. And they're just outraged that we would actually take 2 weeks during the spring book. And I understand their point to a point, I should say.
Mm-hmm.
But we had no choice. So then I'm getting phone calls throughout the whole vacation. So now I'm not even vacationing.
Yeah.
A big head of one of the companies we worked for, this person goes, "Do they even care?
Do we even care?"
Our agent calls and goes, blah, blah, wants to know if you guys even care.
Say yes.
Do they even? I just need to know that they care. Are you kidding me? We haven't taken a vacation since last August.
We're in here banging it out every day.
And our cycle is now different because we're doing the comedy tour all over the country to kind of maybe, juice up our ratings and juice up our audiences in a lot of cities.
Yeah.
So we're not taking the summer off for the most part. We're working almost every weekend this entire summer. Do we even care? What do you think?
Do they even care?
Bob goes, "I think you need to call this person and show that you care." I'm like, go screw. I got snorkeling to get to. And then E-Rock calls me in a panic. He's down in West Palm Beach, and he goes, "Oh, man, the West Palm Beach station, they not only did they take
I thought they were out of Mayo.
Huh?
Yes, you got on the scale and a pound was gone. How do I put it back on immediately?
Called in a panic.
Everybody was in a panic because we took 2 weeks off, which makes us feel like we're wanted, I guess. But E-Rock's like, "I'm down here in West Palm Beach. Not only did they take you off the air for 2 weeks," which was so disappointing. When I heard a few stations took us off the air, I'm like, what are you doing? These best ofs are really, really good. It brings a lot of people up to speed on a lot of the things we do with this show. By the way, the logical thing to do, I don't, there's one city that pisses me off, and the guy doesn't even understand why I'm pissed off. But what you should have done was have maybe local guys on, introing O&A bits, and maybe doing some local stuff. That's all. Yeah, a combination platter would have been the way to go, by the way.
BCN.
What? Yeah, whatever. He's still beyond pissed. I'm like, you're pissed because we're pissed that you took us off the air for 2 weeks?
Do we even care?
So then E-Rock calls. He goes, "Not only do they take you off the air in West Palm Beach, they're just playing music, and they're bragging that they're playing music."
Yeah.
I'm like, get out of here. He goes, "I'll have the promo for you Monday."
Opie and Anthony will return to the Buzz on Monday, May 7th. In the meantime, Jason Davis will take you to work every morning from 5 until 9 with your favorite Buzz cuts. One after another after another.
Can't hear this anywhere. Oh. Love this one. What? Here is this. Nice.
You ask, we answer, with less talk and more rock in the morning. This is Florida's new rock alternative.
How many people are asking?
The Bong.
That's the way they're talking about their morning show. We're off.
You asked, we answered. More rock, less talk, less of those idiots that you've had on the air.
Nothing makes you feel good about what you do than that. Thank you, West Palm Beach. Thank you.
Did they really ask for 15-year-old songs? Is that what it is? You asked for 15-year-old songs, and we answered yes.
They just played every song that is on everyone's iPod.
Jesus. I thought me and Opie were back at AAF.
We just got replaced by a jukebox. Man, that makes us feel real good today. But you asked. We answered.
We answered. We built a time machine so you could go back to 93.
Less talk in the morning. So what happened? You stopped listening today?
Yeah. What?
God, why don't you just be honest about it, man? Does anybody in this business just tell the truth about how they feel? Come on, man.
I don't know.
Thanks for the support.
Thank you. A lack of honesty in this business.
Thanks for the support. That makes us feel good.
Yeah.
Less talk, more rock. Basically, we think Opie and Anthony suck, but it wasn't our choice to put them on our station.
You should have seen their homepage. I looked at it, and there was a big thing advertising what was going to be on after Opie and Anthony, and that's how you guys are mentioned. After Opie and Anthony. It's like Opie and Anthony are tiny, but the thing coming on after is mentioned.
Opie and Anthony. And then, all day long. We're replacing Opie and Anthony this week. You don't want to hear them. But you asked, and we listened, so now the Gin Blossoms.
The Gin Blossoms?
They play Chemical Romance and other things, too, but...
Stop.
Boy, thanks, guys. That makes us feel confident in what we're doing.
Here it is. It's probably 8 inches high. It says, the 90s at 9, and then under it. I have to move towards the monitor to read this.
I can't see it.
Weekday mornings, 9 to 10, 9 to 11, immediately following Opie and Anthony. That's your play.
God, it's the smallest font possible.
It's a picture of Kurt Cobain and some other guys who I should know, but
Smashing Pumpkins and Eddie Vedder and
that's Lane. The 90s at 9.
Yeah.
They're just promoting what's on after the show.
After us.
Oh
boy.
That's good. Where's the one on the homepage? Where's the one? I just want to find it.
Hey, there we
are. You have to scroll all the way to the bottom left. Oh, that's the worst thing I've ever seen.
We're right by the little thing that tells you what server the page is actually on.
Take the Buzz Music survey, and then you guys are to the left. What's on 90s at 9?
And they ran the promo every day.
Oh, that's
Less
great.
talk, more rock. You asked. They said you asked for it.
You asked, we listened.
If they had the balls, this is the promo they would have put on while we're gone. Thank God they're off for 2 weeks. Let me explain what's going on here. The company forced us to take this awful show called Opie and Anthony.
We hate them.
We hate them. We have no choice. But now that they're gone for 2 weeks, we're going to replace them with music because that's what we really want in the mornings.
We really want to do.
And that's probably what's going to happen eventually.
Yeah, we know that.
Probably not eventually. Probably sooner than later.
Yeah.
Probably today.
Probably.
After this break.
Whatever, dude. Just whatever.
Who cares? Do they care?
That's the one that really pissed me off.
know.
I'm like, really? You don't think we care? Are you kidding me? We flew out to do Jay Leno 2 days before Christmas.
Yeah.
You don't think we care?
The promo was the only mention. Why wouldn't you just have, again, local guys doing wraparound? That'd be a great idea. But why would you? You asked, we answered.
Wow, you asked and we answered. Less talk, more rock. We got replaced by a jukebox.
But it's like, how do you just smash your morning show like that? It's like, then just replace the show if that's what you got to do. But don't be so passive aggressive about it. It's silly.
They were forced to take us.
I know they were,
and they'll probably get rid of us soon because the new guy in charge is giving the local stations a lot more power. So have fun, do what you want, whatever. What am I going to say about it?
Yeah,
XM.
Yeah, yeah. Don't forget when we do get kicked off. When we do get kicked off, we will get kicked off a bunch of stations in the coming months. It's obvious to me. We'll be on XM if you care. If you don't, whatever.
My apologies.
Whatever. Listen to the new guys. What can I tell you?
My apologies to those things I've said about ELO and the XM crew. We're riding high and mighty here. I didn't mean it. I was only joking.
I was only joking before the big change.
Yeah.
My God.
Anyway.
What a great atmosphere to have to work in with this looming thunder cloud over your head. Watch what you say.
I was depressed,
the
man.
Time of day.
The whole 2 weeks, like all these things are happening. I mean, I can't mention my stupid Caroline's Day coming up this week. It's silly.
When would that be?
I don't want to talk about Thursday through Sunday this week. Who cares? Caroline's just furious at me because I didn't run a promo on it.
Oh.
We're paying you, stupid. I'm like, no.
Whatever. You're going to sell out, man. It's New York.
Artistically, yes. I will. You watch how PC I make my act. I'm going to hyphenate everything.
Hey, by the way, congratulations to the Buffalo Sabres. I couldn't be happier for the Buffalo Sabres.
Buffalo.
Taking out Tom Chiusano's stupid Rangers.
Tom came in putting his tie on, and he was actually standing on a little stool, and he was trying to adjust the other end to a beam. I've never seen Tom so depressed before. Colorful tie, sad man.
You don't care.
Oh, that was a colorful tie, wasn't it?
Can I tell you something about Tom? And this is what I
could say 30 things about that tie that would have us fired by maybe 15 minutes from now.
That tie, let's just say this, that tie should be mounting another tie of the same gender.
You know what I love about Tom? He don't care.
Nah.
All hell's breaking loose around him. He's losing shows here and there, and he just keeps on selling whatever crap is on the station. He don't care. If this turns into a light FM, he'll still sell it.
He'll be here.
He won't be affected. Because he's good at what he does. He cares about his Rangers way more than he cares about Free FM here in New York City. And the Sabres kicked the Rangers' ass. And I say Sabres all the way, man. Absolutely.
Yeah.
And by the way, Buffalo was beyond kind to us, gave us unbelievable ratings.
My God, I looked at those. I thought it was a mistake.
Oh.
Did you really?
No.
Oh.
I knew we were big in Buffalo.
At least 1 out of 25 cities were good.
Right. We'd always go up to
A few
Buffalo.
good ones.
I know we had a few.
Pleasantly surprised.
If I have to live in Buffalo, I will shoot myself.
I was there. It's all right.
No, it's
all right.
It's not.
I don't mind
too
Buffalo.
Cold.
The people are nicer there, though. And then you got Roger Clemens. What do you guys think? $28 million. One year.
I hope he rips it. I like Clemens, but I love the fact these dirty Yankees are struggling. Good stupids. You should. That's what happens when you're mean to your fans. You struggle.
Oh, are you saying that because you didn't get an autograph from Derek Jeter?
I'll never forgive that.
Derek Jeter. That you think that's a curse?
I just hate them now, and the better the Red Sox do, the better the Mariners do. I'm rooting for everybody, but except this young Asian pitcher who I like because he's a rookie.
Yeah,
I think hurt himself, pulled a hamstring.
The Asian dude was he had a perfect game, right? The other day into the 7th, 8th inning.
8th inning, and they blew it. And there was a Yankee rookie that had a.
Are we allowed to say the Asian dude? Oh my God! Am I going to get fired?
Can't you just say the pitcher?
I didn't know his name.
Just say the pitcher.
I just went into a panic.
Well, we don't know his name, so we had to identify him in a way that.
Well, then find some other way that's more inclusive.
What is his name?
The
I really
pitcher
don't know.
with the uniform.
Something with a dash in it.
What?
Dice? Dice K? Are you
It is
kidding?
not Dice K.
Is that really his name?
Dice K. Is that really his name? Travis. No.
Travis. No.
Oh, Travis, go away. Wearing a Baltimore Orioles freaking pullover.
That, by the way, that Orioles symbol. Oh, can I look at that? It's a smiling bird with a hat on. I'd like to see a shotgun blast tear through that.
Just a cartoon character.
It's not cute. There you go. The mic was off. Good.
Wow, I don't know what happened to that mic.
Why would it be on?
Well, obviously.
Doesn't even work.
They don't need that mic.
They don't need that mic anymore. Yeah, maybe that was.
All right, try again.
That's great. They just turn the mics off as shows get fired.
Right.
When there's no more mics working, everyone's gone.
Well, we don't need the 4-mic setup anymore. Oh, great.
That's awful.
Can I quote Opie, by the way, who came in this morning? What did you say? God bless Nick DiPaolo.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
We love DiPaolo.
I want to get him on the show now.
Yeah, I would love to have Nick.
This guy, he don't care. He'll go back to the comedy clubs. Where are we going?
Yeah.
I'm going back to caddying. Whatever.
That's another thing.
To caddy, and I'm going back to comedy clubs and trannies.
Well,
Where are you going back to?
I could always go back to air conditioning and heating.
Anyway.
That'd be great.
So Clemens gets $28 million. What does that work out to? They're saying like $900,000 a start.
Wow.
just under $1 million a start if he stays healthy.
$28 million.
$28 million.
Stays healthy.
18 or 28. I read it wrong. I thought it was 18.
No, it's $28 million, Jimmy.
Oh, wow, is it?
Right there on the front page. $28 million. How old is he? 45?
Yeah.
Something like that?
Ancient.
Jesus.
He'll still win. He'll still win 12, 15 games.
But just the fact that it was good that him and Pettit were pitching so well, so let them both go to Houston for a few years and then bring them back when they're older and less effective.
That's what the Yankees do time and time
terrible.
again.
Steinbrenner is so stupid. The way it's like, George, just let somebody else run the team. I don't think Brian Cashman is the guy. Gene Michael should be running that team.
Yeah.
Dopes. That's why you haven't won since 2000.
Why would they let them go in the first place? Yeah.
I wanted to leave, but Pettit I don't think did.
This just in, Steve Nash's nose has finally stopped bleeding. Just want to keep it local for Arizona there.
What happened, Opie?
Oh, my God. Steve Nash got his nose pretty much knocked off his face during the game yesterday.
With a ball or a fist?
I came in from vacation yesterday and went to get some pizza, and I went into this pizzeria, and everyone's staring at the TV, and they're like, oh, my God. His nose was bleeding so bad, and in the NBA especially, man, any type of blood, you're not allowed on the court. So they're trying to get the nose to stop bleeding because obviously they need Steve Nash in the game, and they can't stop the bleeding. It's bandage after – they're putting like bandage over bandage over bandage, and they're trying to get him in the game.
Just trying to hold the blood in there. Right. It's like filling up like a water balloon.
And he's not like looking at the ref. He's got his back turned to the ref, and he goes back in the game, and the ref's like, no, you can't come in. It's just pouring out of his nose. And they're just in a panic on the sidelines trying to get it to stop because he's obviously, their star player.
I wonder if he's a hemophiliac.
It was just, dude, you got to see his nose. It was pretty much ripped off it looked like it was just ripped off his face. And they finally got the bleeding to stop with like 4 seconds left in the game. It was too late. Suns lost. What's up?
I don't know. There's just things on the news that you can't comment on anymore. Is that the concerned family?
Yeah, they're all watching. Someone's missing in Seattle.
Someone's apparently missing.
Oh, there you go.
Good luck. Good luck finding him.
And then just to kind of get the current news out there, of course, Spider-Man set all sorts of records over the weekend.
Huge.
$148 million. It set every record possible. You know how they make up records just to make a movie look good?
Holiday season, best opening on a weekend that isn't a holiday, best opening, blah, blah, blah.
Best opening weekend where the temperature was over 80 degrees before Mother's Day, all those dumb records. Yeah. But this one just set everything. And what I found interesting, though, Spider-Man 3 made $148 million over the weekend. Second place was Disturbia, which is getting massive reviews, $5.7 million. Wow. And I was telling Ant in the office, I'm like, those were the people that went and saw Disturbia and Fracture and The Invisible and Next are people that couldn't get into Spider-Man 3. Yep. They're already at the theater going,
let's see that one.
What do you mean it's sold out? The next showing is 3 a.m. I'm here now. I got to see a movie.
That is the worst. When you're sitting in a movie you don't want to see, and through the wall you're hearing the movie you want to see. Oh, no. What? I bet Spidey's doing something cool.
Yeah.
And I'm sitting here watching this drivel.
Yeah, the walls are shaking.
The wall, the sensor. Right. It's like the speakers are just vibrating the walls. There's a quiet, tender moment in the stupid movie you're watching, and you're just hearing, like, action music, and the walls are shaking.
And you want to be in there so bad.
People are cheering. And you just, I got to watch this.
Yeah, well... That does suck. But what a drop-off. Spider-Man 3, $148 million. Disturbia, $5.7. That's not even...
That is a bit of a drop-off.
You think they're spinning that around the Disturbia camp? Hey, you know what? I mean...
we still got second place,
you know, against the... Now, something. This is something. This movie, Spider-Man movie, biggest grossing movie ever. We are the second to that. What did we make? Doesn't matter. Second place. $5 million.
Oh, man, this just in. Tom just got a phone call from Noseless Americans.
No.
Oh, boy. It's going to be the Noseless Americans that get us kicked off the air.
Is it Noseless Americans or the Americans Without a Nose? Because I know those are two different organizations. One's a little more funny than the other.
It's the Americans whose parents had pit bulls when they were children.
I want to get kicked off by like a hair lip organization.
They're probably them.
At least the protest will look pretty funny.
Oh my God!
Hey, I figure it's safe.
Well, you figured wrong, my friend.
Stacy Keach at the head of the pack.
Yeah, he's like their celebrity guy.
Yeah,
Stacy Keach.
I want the organization to get us kicked off the air to be one that is so ridiculous.
You know
that
what?
Every one of our fans just opens the paper and just openly laughs.
I personally want to apologize to the people with cleft palates. Because as Opie called it, the old hair lip, which is actually hair, H-A-R-E, meaning by rabbit.
Oh, I didn't
because
know.
you ever notice a rabbit's lip goes up like that? So that is why they call it a hair lip.
I had no idea, actually.
It's hair as in rabbit, yes. But that is a derogatory term. These are people with, they had cleft palates.
Like a
Thank
palette
you.
is something you paint off of.
Yeah.
So they're saying that that's what God should have done, was paint over that mess.
Paint over that, Mark. And it sure makes you talk funny.
It certainly does. It's wonderful.
I had a babysitter with a cleft palate when I was a child. And everyone in the neighborhood was asking, hey, who's your babysitter? And we said, I think his name was Debbie or something. And this guy goes, oh, who, you mean? And he took his finger and thrust it up on his upper lip, and he goes, oh, who you mean? The lip? And I was horrified to meet her. And then she came in, and I don't think the surgery was as good back then as it is now.
Yeah, it was a pair of wax lips and some glue. There you go, stupid.
Hey,
Good luck to you.
Hey, we got to be nice. We got to be nice.
I didn't mean that.
Remember, we're comedians trying to make people laugh today. Let's remember that.
I don't know about you, but I'm a cartoon character.
That's right. If you're just tuning in, we've decided that we're now cartoon characters, and we dare you to prove it wrong.
Yeah.
We are cartoon characters because cartoon characters get away with murder.
And I want to apologize. I just want to apologize to all Americans who haven't received a good kiss ever for saying that tasteless remark about your upper lip.
All right.
I don't want to kiss her. You have to. She's your aunt.
Why don't we take a break?
Sounds like rubber skidding on a new wood floor.
I have to. Yeah, once we get back from the break, maybe I'll let you in a little on my geriatric cruise I went on. I finally hit one. Yep. All the cruises I've taken in all the years, and great young crowd, nice ass to look at, things like that. Now, it was all Little Rascals and Walkers and our group.
Can I tease something too?
Yeah.
Haitian refugees getting eaten by sharks.
Nice.
That was part of my vacation.
You pay for that?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, you got to see that. Is that a show they put on?
Oh, yeah.
Just throw them off the boat.
Oh, yeah. And Jimmy?
Can I tease something?
Uh-huh.
I know I left the apartment angry, but why did you have to go back to Brooklyn? You were grabbing my face. You were angry.
Oh, no.
What happened?
Oh, Jimmy, we didn't even ask in the 2 weeks we've been gone. How's the relationship? Oh, boy. Oh, God, no. All right.
Depends on who you ask.
All right.
It's the Opie and Anthony Show. The virus is spreading. You're infected. Opie and Anthony.
Hey, good morning. We're back. It's the Opie and Anthony Show. How funny is it that Paris Hilton's going to jail?
Is she really going to jail? This is a done deal?
Done deal, 45 days. Of course, Good Morning America. That's all they're talking about this morning as we look at the TVs.
Very important news.
Who cares about the tornadoes taking out an entire town or our boys over in Iraq? We got to talk about Paris Hilton going to jail.
Well, what were there, seven, or maybe 9 dead soldiers this weekend? Paris Hilton's going to jail.
That's much more important to GMA, of course it is. But we're savages for what we do.
Right.
Yeah, she's
Awful
going to jail.
People.
Who's praying for like a prison babe video to come out?
Oh,
with Paris Hilton.
Like one of those old school prison movies starring
God.
Paris Hilton.
Paris is going to have, she's going to feel like a black hand in the back of her hair, and a woman who looks like Nell Carter is going to grab Paris and make her wash her face with something. I don't want to.
And they got her in the paper this morning. Wah, wah, wah.
Aww.
She went out to a very, very, very nice restaurant out there in Beverly Hills. And, of course, the paparazzi knew exactly where she was going to be because these celebrities call the paparazzi ahead of time and go, hey, I'm going to be at the restaurant with my mommy and I'm going to give you a show. I'm going to be crying because I'm going to jail for 45 days. So you're going to get some fine shots of me tearing up with mommy holding my hand and comforting me. That'll be a perfect shot for you guys.
Now,
there it is.
what's the charge here?
Suspended license and, crap, really.
How do you go to jail for that?
She was such a brat. She did everything. She really was trying to embarrass the LAPD.
Really?
She deserves it. Because she was knowingly driving on a suspended license. She's been stopped this time, that time. She's just done a lot of crap, man. She hasn't...
That seems a little extreme, though, for some little traffic violations.
By the way, did you just notice how I didn't know what I was talking about?
Oh, okay.
I'm like, she did a lot of crap, man.
Thank you, Jimmy. Your acting is getting so good.
I'm good.
Your hands were moving. That's what fooled me.
Yeah, well...
Because you had a cup of coffee.
Yes, I was holding a cup and I was...
God, he's good.
She told the judge she didn't know her license was suspended following a drunken driving bust.
Oh, DUI?
Yeah.
All right. How many DUIs has she had?
I don't know.
But if you're busted again driving on a suspended license for a drunk driving, you deserve to go to jail for 45
They
days.
suspended the license.
What type of punishment is that?
And, by the way, her 45 days will be a piece of cake, and then she comes out even more famous than she is now, so whatever. She's going to be well protected. There's going to be no prison babe
You don't think
action.
That old... why do I always picture an old school laundry room with one of those steamy things that press the clothes? And some big matronly woman is threatening to put her head in there unless she does things. Yeah. All of a sudden the store is hot.
Yeah, well. So much for the simple life. So whatever, but...
Well, Godspeed.
Hey, how was your vacation, Anthony?
Oh, I had a wonderful time.
Yeah?
Yeah, I actually did. I had a good time, but under certain circumstances, most people would have had a crappy time. I did not know. I usually take Royal Caribbean cruises. I enjoy that cruise line. This time, we took Norwegian Cruise Lines because the ship was going through the Panama Canal. And they have that Panama Canal cruise. The ship I was on last time, the Royal Caribbean one, wouldn't fit through the canal. So this ship barely fit. I swear, that was kind of cool because it was only like a couple of inches of clearance on either side of the canal.
You're kidding, right?
No, I'm not kidding at all. To put this ship through. There's like these train cars with cables on them that are pulling your ship through this. This ship is giant, and it's pulling it through the canal and keeping it from, ramming into one side or the other. And they do this all day. And tankers are passing you going the other way, and then they raise up the water, and you go into the next lock, and then you go into a lake, and they raise up the water when you go into the next lock.
I got a very simple question.
Sure.
Why not make it wider?
They are. They are making it wider.
Finally?
Yep. And that should be done by the year 3000. I don't know how. But you read some of the history of it, because it was built in like 1913, and like hundreds of thousands of people died of malaria building it. Those are the good old days. Jesus.
Why don't they just put little robotic feet on the bottom of the boat?
And let them lift themselves up and walk across the ground.
Waka waka.
We should have that here in the future. Yeah, it was a Panama Canal trip. It was from Miami, around the canal, to L.A.
Hope you had a nice cruise, Arnold.
Yeah, I know.
We're going to lose affiliates because you decided you needed to see the Panama Canal.
You know something? Then they weren't worth us keeping.
Absolutely.
If we were hanging on by a thread like that, screw them, I say.
I just need to hear that they care.
We care.
Oh, go
shut up.
Screw.
I have 14 people in my group.
Yeah?
parents, friends, my brother, sister, their significant others, my girlfriend, her sister and husband, just a lot of people. And a shipload of elderly people. See, yeah, when I went on the Royal Caribbean cruise, we went down to the islands, in the Caribbean, and a lot of young people. I mean, and you go past that pool or the hot tub, you're guaranteed to see some fine ass in there. This cruise, I walked through the common area where the big pool is and saw bodies that should belong on the ground in Jonestown, dead. They were bloated and purple, skin tags all over the place. I could not think of going in that pool.
Did you think about me?
Why?
Well, because my theory on old people, they already started dying. Parts of their body are
rotting
dying.
away. And then as we're walking through, somebody, I forgot who it was, but said, "Look at the people's feet." And I went, no, and then I couldn't stop looking.
They were all in sandals?
No, they were barefoot. But that's the first part of an old person that starts rotting.
Dying.
Are their feet. They were twisted, different colors of purple with veins, toenails that looked like Doritos glued to the end of their toes. I swear to you. Just disgusting. Frito's corn chip little toenail curling around. Just disgusting. And thank God we had this big group, like I said, and we had our own deck, pretty much, our own section of rooms and a pool area and everything that was just meant for us. So we didn't have to hang out with the old people. But you got to take the elevators and things like that. And one time in the elevator, a couple comes in and looks at me and said, "It's so nice to see some young people on this cruise, but it must be disappointing." I was like, "No, it's fine." And then I'm thinking, I'm the young person on the cruise.
Who's the couple, Norman and Ethel Fair?
She was talking about her other cruise she was on when it hit an iceberg. Went down in the North Atlantic. You might have heard of it.
What was the average age?
Dude, there were people... Actually, there was an average age of 68 years old.
How did you... Really?
Yeah, they said the average age of the people on this ship were 67, 68 years old. Ancient people. Well, more walkers and wheelchairs than I've ever seen in my life. And you got to do something. At the beginning, you do this where you go to your muster station with your life jacket on. And that's where you're supposed to go in the event of a sinking emergency, something like that, to get on your lifeboat stations. And me and my girlfriend are just looking around going, all right, let's look. Dead, so completely dead. You ain't even making it off the ship. Me? I'm pulling a George Costanza. Out of the way! Out of the way! I'm getting right to the lifeboats because then we're pointing out the people that are going to screw it up, and there'll be 80 dead people behind them because they screwed up in the hall. Where am I going? I don't know where to go. Bunch of senile old people.
Well, obviously, you said in the office, 2 weeks, Panama Canal. Who has 2 weeks to take off?
That's what I heard.
Unless you're a shock jock.
Shock jocks and retired people.
Do they even care?
Do they even care? That's what it was. Just the old people cruise. But what was great is we had the run of the place after like 9 o'clock at night.
I can imagine.
9 o'clock at night.
It was like you had your own ship.
It was our own ship. They were all asleep. They were in bed. We had the run of every place on the ship. We were eating at this one restaurant, and I'm overlooking like this huge atrium area, and not one person is going by. One guy came by, and he was vacuuming. You just heard, it's a cruise ship, and they're asleep. Then we did. Then we just said, screw it. I don't care who's on this boat. We're just doing, everything we do anyway. So I really turned into a complete raging alcoholic for 2 weeks. It was more drinking than I've done in 5 years.
Jimmy, did he just say turned into?
Turned into.
Yes. Yeah.
Well, now you know of late, about the last 5 years or so, I don't drink that much.
You brought it down a notch or two, sure.
Notch or two? Holy moly. I would have gone through 6 by now. Yeah, no, on there, I swear to God, you get on these cruises, you just drink. Drink like a madman. So we did bombed bowling. There's bowling alleys on this ship. And one night, we hit some rough seas, and we're hammered. And Patrick brought up this, which was, I found it interesting and kind of funny. When you're on a plane, and the plane is pitching and moving like this ship was that night because it was slamming. We ran into some chop where this thing was really moving around. You're slamming against walls. If you're on a plane in that situation, they tell you to go to your seat, buckle your seatbelt, the stewardess buckles in, you can't get up to go to the bathroom. On a cruise ship, they tell you to drink and bowl. That's it. Hey, whatever you want to do. Walk around. The thing was pitching like crazy, so we're doing bomb bowling.
Were you scared?
No, not scared, but I was scared I was going to get sick, but I didn't. The more you drink on the boats, the worse it gets. You don't get sick. You don't even think about it. It's like a better buzz. You but it's funny because as you're walking back to your rooms, you're all drunk and laughing and smashing into the walls. You can't, because the hallways are kind of narrow on these cruise ships because they take up more room. You don't want a big, thick hallway to take up all that room. So they're thin, and the sea is going crazy. You're drunk, so you're smashing into the walls, just laughing your ass off.
But if you're drunk, aren't you supposed to walk perfectly straight?
Yeah, it's supposed to compensate for the. No, it didn't. It didn't work like that. But we did bombed bowling, and there's nothing funnier than when you're throwing a bowling ball and it's going right toward the pocket, and then it's a gutter ball at the last 5 feet.
That would be
It's fun. Like, can you figure this out on the sea? Because it's not really working. The idea's good. You have a bowling alley on your boat. Fantastic. My ball just curved in the last 5 feet.
That would be hilarious.
It was. We were laughing our asses off. Just drunk the whole time. And then we disembarked in a few great locations. Acapulco, I missed. I missed Acapulco. Didn't even get off the boat.
Why?
Because the night before, I had spent in the casino drinking heavily. And I am proud to say that I walked up to the blackjack table with $500 and walked away. That was at about 9 p.m. I walked away at 7 a.m. from the blackjack table with $11,000.
Card counting?
From $500.
Card counting.
No, not card counting.
Yes.
Incredible luck. It was a battle. I mean, the dealers that they had, it wasn't a steady climb. It was, they would take me down. I'd come back up again. But I gave it all back.
Of course you did.
$11,000 went right back to the casino.
The next day?
No, over the course of the rest of the trip. I have a problem.
Yes, you do.
I can't hold on to my winnings.
You're an addict.
I love it.
You're a junkie.
Well, let me tell you this, too. They had 4 poker tournaments, 4 Hold'em tournaments. I came in first, second, and 2/3 on the 4 tournaments.
For how much?
And twice of the 2 of the times, me and my girlfriend were head-to-head against each other. We were the last 2 left. And she won 1, and I won 1.
Hey, you were playing against old dudes.
People. Tell me about it. They couldn't even, see the cards sometimes. And they will, I swear to you, they were like, the cards are so far away. and the dealer had to slide the cards over so they see, and they couldn't figure it out. The guy, what was the bet? How much are these chips worth? And I'm just sitting there like, phew, turkey shoot.
You bully. What else did you do to the old people? Were you boxing champion of the boat?
I won the boxing event.
What a creep.
I was really awful to these old folk.
It's going to be a movie.
I was horrid to the old folk.
Oh, it's that bully again as you're muscling your way down the hallway.
Time for the swimming competition.
I did feel bad just walking. Just walking, like I was a couple of the poker tournaments. You know, I got out of the room a little late, and I had to really hurry down to the casino. So I'm kind of running, and I'm looking at these people, just looking at me, going, "I remember doing that.
Really?
I remember that." And then you try really hard. What was that, Jim?
No, I didn't say that.
Oh, I thought you were going to say something.
I was, but I don't want to interrupt you.
Oh.
No, you didn't want to get fired.
At the beginning.
By the AARP.
But AARP is going to creep in now. Old people.
I was going to say another award Anthony won was cleanest underwear. I had that one by the first night.
Another thing you try to do on the cruises. Now, I've been going to the gym.
Speaking of poker, hold on a minute, because you're changing subjects.
Oh.
The ONA poker tournament's on the, in 2 weeks?
Yes.
Less than 2 weeks.
Wow.
May 19th in the New Orleans Ballroom at the Showboat in Atlantic City. Over $30,000 in potential prizes, $100 to play, and a chance to win the guaranteed $20,000 first place prize. Spots are limited, so register early.
They're all old people.
We're doing a poker tournament down in Atlantic City on May 19th. Join us at the official after party at Club Worship in the House of Blues at 10 p.m. Must be 21 years or older to participate. How do they register for this poker tournament? Do we know? I just know it's happening in person? All right, the poker tournament, the ONA poker tournament, May 19th, New Orleans Ballroom at the Showboat in Atlantic City. $20,000 first place prize. Ant's playing in it.
Oh, yeah.
They want me to play. I'm not going to play. I'll watch.
Give it a shot.
Something. But anyway, because you were going to change the subject.
Yeah, well, I was going to say I felt guilty doing certain things that everybody does on a daily basis, like walking fast. Because these old people kind of look at you. And then you always start the beginning of the cruise. You know, I've been going to the gym and stuff, trying to, keep healthy. And so there's this huge, beautiful gym on the ship. Went there. And we were making this agreement, me and my girlfriend, we're going to take the stairs. No elevators for us. We're taking the stairs. So doing that, like I'm running up the stairs, 13 flights of stairs, 2 at a time. Like just bam, bam. I hit that last step and completely lost my legs. Like they were numb at that point. But it was good, you know. That lasts for a couple of days. Then you fall into, where's another cream puff? These cream puffs, they put them right in your room and you just shove in your face. Where do I got to go? From the 4th floor to the 5th? Ding, elevator. You just become this mess, a mushy mess. And the last thing was the paranoia of you don't want to be on the SS Poopy ship. That is where you read about how a ship had to come into port and decontaminate it because everybody had gotten diarrhea on the ship. Apparently that had happened on this very ship the last time out. So everyone was completely paranoid.
So you know they had microscopic poopy somewhere on the ship.
Somewhere. So it was going on.
Yeah.
But they got these little globes of disinfectant stuff. You know, like Purell or whatever.
How do you get the poopy
all
disease,
over the place?
By the way,
yeah, is that from food or from
that
touching?
is from touching somebody else with the poopy disease.
And it's all old people, so you know
It's old folks.
they're not taking care of business.
No,
you know there's something going on.
That's what it is. It's old people spreading this poopy disease on the ships. It's horrible. So every 2 seconds, I'm washing my hands. And they tell you in your little booklet that you get, it says, don't shake hands with people at public events. Don't touch anybody. Wash your hands many times and use the disinfectant around the ship. And that's exactly what I was doing. And even the captain, there was this big event that the captain was at, this VIP event. So you were all there. We were up in the lounge with the captain. And these people were going up and they'd go, hello, sir, and stick their hand out. And the captain actually pulled this move where he turned around and kind of looks up. Like, I'm not shaking anyone's hand.
Like I have to inspect that chandelier.
Yeah, that's my ship. He's the captain. He can't get the poopy disease.
Right.
Who would steer the ship?
He can sit while he steers.
It's a big toilet bowl behind the wheel.
Bucket.
We took
Gordon's fisherman's bucket.
We took 2 weeks off so you could avoid the poopy disease.
I avoided the poopy disease.
Maybe we don't care.
Thank God. And then I think my mother had a hangover one day, and it was interpreted as the poopy disease, and her and Sal were quarantined in their room for 24 hours. Sal had to sit with my mom for 24 hours because he couldn't go to the casino or nothing.
She had the poopy disease?
Because the ship thought it, and since he was in close proximity, he had to stay in there with her.
Wait. The ship decided?
The ship said you're quarantined for 24 hours.
I thought your mom decided.
Nope, you can't leave the room. Can't leave the room.
Wait, how did that come about?
Because she had upset stomach,
and
she
to the infirmary
puked.
Or whatever?
And yeah, they sent down for the infirmary. The doc came up, gave her a shot, and said, "Okay, you stay in the room for 24 hours. You're both a quarantine." So Sal just had to sit there pacing, and he loves the casino too.
Wait, how do they know you're not leaving the thing?
I guess if they see you around...
Handcuffs.
Yeah, if they see you around, you probably get in some kind of trouble.
Like what?
What kind of trouble? You're in the middle of the ocean.
They'll probably put you back in your room and maybe post a guard. I have no idea. But you're quarantined. You're not allowed to leave.
Were you on the SS Kane?
Strawberries.
I was rifling through strawberries.
I tell you, they called me Old Yellow Stain.
We got a break. More vacation stories on the way. My kid has a hair lip.
I'm sorry.
Oh, no. Can we talk to that person?
Yeah, after the break, Steve. We'll talk to you. It's Opie and Anthony. Hear what everyone else is talking about. O&A, uncut and live, continuing the show on XM Satellite Radio, starting at 9 a.m. Eastern. Visit xmradio.com to subscribe.
It's the Opie and Anthony Show.
The Opie and Anthony virus.
You're infected.
Say hi to everybody on Pal Talk. Haven't seen them in a while.
Hello.
And I don't know what happened, but my room, the Opie and Anthony live room, the room that I run for Pal Talk so people can watch us here in the studio. We can watch them. They could hear us during breaks. Has filled up with jackers.
Nice.
No.
What happened?
Not nice. What is going on? It's amazing.
They don't want to get the poopy disease.
Well, they're going to...
If you know what I mean.
Mess up
waka.
Their cameras.
Right. Yeah, it's the O&A virus. We're very happy to be back. We were very happy that our keys still work today.
Yeah.
No joke. I'm like, one of these days it's going to be like, you can just go home today.
Yeah. Guys...
We're changing formats.
Yeah.
And we don't want you to continue.
Yeah.
That's what I'm thinking is going to happen.
Take it easy. You don't think we're going to get the boot from saying something and having some group?
I think eventually we do get the boot for saying something stupid, and I just hope it's something really, really funny and ridiculous.
I hope it's really funny and it's a real stupid group.
Well, special interest groups, congratulations. You guys have all the power now.
Yep.
You control radio. Congratulations. That's what they accomplished by firing Imus. They gave everybody with a letterhead power.
Lots of power to just have people thrown off if they say things that hurt their little feelings. We were hurt. There's a difference between making jokes about stereotypes, things like that, and hate speech. They love classifying everything now as, that's the new catchphrase, hate speech. There's such an easy distinction between humor that is a little off color, a little racial humor, sexual humor, and hate speech.
Of course.
You know, and it only makes the I think it takes away from the actual hate speech, you know? When you get something that's actual hate speech, you know it. Not when it's a joke. Yeah. Dopes.
People only want their ethnicity, sexual orientation, or any of that crap mentioned when it's a parade benefiting them. Then it's, yes, lump us all into the same category because of the accomplishments of other similar people. But God forbid you point out something negative about somebody in that group and lump everybody in. All of a sudden, you're a homophobe, you're a racist, you're a sexist, whatever.
We absolutely have no confidence with the company we work for, unfortunately. And, you know, we loved coming back to regular radio, but... with them firing Imus, and it looks like JV and Elvis are not going to be back on the air, what hope do we have?
Yeah.
It's just a matter of time that we're going to just fall into the same trap.
Yep.
And you wonder once in a while when they ask for a comment, if a spokesperson for a company would just for once defend the talent and say, you know what, at times during, you're going to hear things that you don't agree with. It happens politically. It happens in comedy. Unfortunately, that is a part of talk radio that you said that do offend people at times. You figure for once you would love to see a spokesperson or a company back the talent like that.
Yeah, back the talent and go, you know what, they apologized. We believe they were sincere with their apology. Imus definitely was sincere with his apology. At first, I'm like, what is he doing? And I was thinking to myself, he's just doing it to save his job. But then it was very obvious as that week went on. Wow, Imus is really serious. He really is sorry. That should be good enough. And the company should go, you know, that's good enough for us. He knows he screwed up. He works in an environment where, you know, any day he could say something crazy. Yep. He apologized for his comment. He met with the group he offended. That's good enough for us. And you watch these special interest groups just go away and go, and then the company could go, no buts. Yep. We control this, not you.
Yeah, it's our company. They're handing their companies over to these little interest groups that have no power. If it ever came down to an actual boycott of a company, you'd realize how small and insignificant these people are.
Yeah.
Run your own company, for the love of God. Don't let these people run your company for you.
JV and Elvis, some bit, computer, Asian prank call, you know, pissed off of some Asian group. I don't even know. I don't care, to be honest with you, which Asian group. And they apologized twice. JV or Elvis is married to someone of Asian descent.
JV, I think.
Yeah.
And that's not good enough either. It's like, are you kidding me? They were sincere with their apology.
Apparently, the Asian group that in question here is mad at his wife.
For being married to this guy?
Yeah.
What?
I don't know what the equivalent of being called an Uncle Tom in the Asian community is, but that's kind of how they were looking at her. And it's so utterly ridiculous.
We got to unite our fans now. Now. Don't they have a website or something that they've been pushing lately? Yeah, we got to get our listeners together. We got to have power now as a radio show. Radio shows in general never have power because we don't organize. It's kind of like ants.
Yep.
It's kind of like, this show is, we're talking to a bunch of ants, and when we're on the air, we're all organized, we're all doing our jobs, you're listening, and you're promoting the show in your way, you're running a fan site, maybe you show up at an event and you spread the virus, as we like to say. But all it takes is someone to kick the anthill, and everyone's just running, scurrying around, no one knows what to do. That's what happens with radio shows. When we were huge when we got kicked off the air for the Sex for Sam thing, but our fans were not organized at the time, and they wanted to protest, they wanted to do this, but no one could organize.
Yeah.
Because it's the ant mentality. When everything's going well, everyone knows their jobs, but when all hell breaks loose, there's no set plan.
Those protests don't work, though. They just don't. Like when you protest a show being fired, the company doesn't care. Oh, they care when there's 10 people protesting the show.
Yeah, but I think we could change that. I really do. Because when you do say something stupid and like an Asian group says we're going to boycott your sponsors and stuff, well, what about the people that loved Imus's show?
Yeah.
They should have started boycotting, but they weren't organized ahead of time.
I'm sure they far outnumber the people that were upset by
That's what I'm saying. And if you had the fans saying, look, you take our favorite show off the air, you know, we're really going to boycott.
Yeah.
The sponsors of our favorite radio show. I'm telling you, I think it's possible to organize before it happens.
Well, there are people. Louis C.K. made a great point about like bloggers. I'm a blogger, and all these people that just snivel, and these little groups are organized. Most people just go to work. They enjoy the shows. They live their lives. They feed their families. They're not obsessed with their own ethnicity or their own sexual. They're not obsessed with anything. They just like, you know, trying to work and make a living, and they're the ones who enjoy the show.
I don't feel
organized.
I don't feel sorry for the Rutgers women's basketball team. I feel sorry for the fans of Imus's show that really, really enjoyed the guy for many, many years, and the show made their lives just a little bit better as they were driving in and out of New York City and the other cities he was broadcasted to.
Give a little chuckle, give some information.
Those are the people that are suffering, and those are the people that are lost now.
Yeah.
You know, they want to... So we're going to pick up some of the Imus listeners, but to be honest, our show is very different than Imus. So there's people tuning us in going, Ah, man, I can't. They're still searching for something to take the place of what Imus gave them every day.
We're smarter and more political than he was.
Hey, we were going to save this, but D.L. Hughley on Leno.
Good for D.L.
Was this amazing or what? While we were away?
Yep.
We're going to get into a lot of the things that went on when we were away, but we're just kind of babbling today, I guess, because
warming up.
We're just kind of excited to be back. But D.L. Hughley,
happy to be here,
was on Leno discussing Imus and the Rutgers women's basketball team, and he got to use the N-word, but not the N-word that used to be the N-word, the new N-word.
The new N-word.
On Leno, and of course there's going to be no outrage because he's the right color. You're allowed to say it if you're the right color.
It's nice.
Complete double standard, just like Patrice brought to the show.
It's freedom of speech based on skin color. We've come a long way. Nice.
Now, how about the Imus debacle? I want to get your take on this, because I know you always have.
You know what? I tell you what. Freedom of speech is kind of a zero-sum, proposition. Either you believe in it or you don't. Now, whether you agree with what Imus says or not, I found it funny. He had the right to say it. It has never been about what somebody called you. It's what you answer to. That's the deal. I mean, I wouldn't take John Imus serious. He looked like a werewolf that didn't finish changing, don't he? Looked like he was just about to be a werewolf, but then the sun came out. And Al Sharpton was on TV more than the women of Rutgers. He did. At one point, I thought he played for Rutgers. I'm like, who's the chubby chick with the perm? The chubby chick with the perm. All this marching he's doing, he can't lose no weight? Are you kidding me?
God bless DL.
DL, the thing he said, which was so right, was that freedom of speech is a zero-sum game. You believe in it or you don't. That's it. Yeah. He had the right to say it. Good for DL Hughley, man. He's a good comic, too.
And we woke up today and radio shows have to be nice. What?
Yeah.
When they didn't give us that new rule, sorry.
Yeah, I never heard of that rule where you have to be nice.
And we're not going to live by that rule.
It's this douchey, soft mentality that guys like Jacques Steinberg from the Times have. These little hall monitor nerds, front of the bus douchebags who were never funny growing up, who never got a laugh in their lives, who, because they're not funny, have to smash people. The only way they can strike back at people who are funny, people like Nick, who tortured guys like Jacques his whole little school existence, is by sniveling and going, that's mean to pick on people. That's their whole angle to stop people from doing what they can't do, which is be funny. And sometimes it is funny to be mean, stupid. So what?
Yeah, Jacques is obsessed with this type of radio. He has an open invite to come on our show. We've called him using many, many different angles, and the pussy that he is just hiding behind his laptop and writing just outrageous articles that appear on the front page of the Sunday New York Times, a paper not many people read, by the way.
Yeah, right.
And he's getting sponsors to cancel their advertising, all this stuff.
Based on things that are taken completely out of context. Context is what it's all about. And when you take it out of context and use that against a show, it's so dangerous and it's despicable. You're a journalist that has no credibility and no scruples, no morality. You're a jackass.
Come on our show. We'll run circles around you.
This was raised interestingly by someone who works for this company. A really good point during one of the breaks said that newspapers have a very vested interest on hurting radio because they compete for advertising.
That's true.
This is certainly not a front-page story at all, but that's why this jackass is getting this type of space to write these stupid articles, is because it hurts radio, and that's better for the printed news.
Just to bring everyone up to speed, just before we went on vacation, Jacques Steinberg wrote another article on how radio handled the Virginia Tech shooting.
Right.
And he tried to get us in trouble with something we did, which was beyond ridiculous, and I'm not even getting into it anymore. We discussed it ad nauseum before we went on break. And now he's back. This article appeared yesterday in the New York Times, and he basically has been paying attention to radio since the Imus thing, and very surprised at some of the things he's heard. He's listened to 250 hours of this type of radio.
And can this douchebag stop overusing quotes? God almighty, the subtle thing that these writers do when they want to make an editorial comment, they put quotes around something to kind of let you know that they don't agree with it or that they are taking issue with it. Why do you have to put quotes one line he wrote, it was about Nick DiPaolo, that enough Native Americans drank to make them fair game for a joke. A, I agree with Nick, and B, he put that enough, he put quotes around enough.
Enough.
Why? Why does your agenda have to be so obvious? You embarrassing little sissy.
Well, the headline by Jacques Steinberg, who's hiding once again, because we want him on the radio to discuss this. Shock Radio shrugs at Imus's fall and roughs up the usual victims.
Right there, that's his agenda. Roughs up the usual victims. Right there.
Victims.
He's a PC, hall monitor little sissy boy. That's what he is.
Almost 2 weeks after CBS Radio fired Don Imus for his racially and sexually demeaning remarks about the Rutgers women's basketball team, Nick DiPaolo opened his talk show on another CBS station in New York by mocking a manual that he said one of his bosses had given him that morning. We did the exact same thing, by the way, and Nick didn't know, by the way, but we did this months ago. They handed out a booklet to us entitled Words Hurt and Harm, and we looked at this thing like, you're kidding, right?
Yeah, stop.
And we read every single word of this manual on the air and completely mocked it. Absolutely we did. And Nick did the same thing. Nick goes on, it urged him and his brethren to avoid the sort of stereotypes that had not only upended Mr. Imus, but had also just gotten 2 colleagues on FMY suspended for broadcasting a 6-minute prank call littered with slurs to a Chinese restaurant. That prank call was not littered with slurs, you ass. Get your facts straight. You write for the New York Times.
Littered with slurs.
That's exactly when he says things like his racially and sexually demeaning remarks about the Rutgers team were littered with slurs. That's exactly what this little bow tie wearing hall monitor sissy, that's his mentality and his agenda right there. He's not doing a fair piece. He doesn't like that type of humor, and that's why he's taking issue with it.
Right away, we're starting with a false premise, Mr. DiPaolo told his listeners just after noon, because words don't hurt. He then proceeded to refer to... Can we even read this without getting fired?
And by the way, can you tell people...
Can we read this on the air? Could someone come in and say, yes, you're allowed to read an article from the New York Times?
Nick is a stand-up comic. He's a conservative, brutally funny comic, and he's on this station here in New York. What time is he on? He's on like 12 to 3.
Who knows? Who knows what the lineup is here? I don't know. People getting fired and guest hosts, and who knows what's going on here? I don't know, Jimmy. I really don't. Well, I think he's on at noon.
It says here in the next line, he then proceeded to refer to someone in the studio who was apparently of Colombian descent as, and this is the quotes, a drug dealer. Why do you have to put in quotes a drug dealer? If you say to me, he proceeded to refer to someone in the studio apparently of Colombian descent as a drug dealer, where's the quotes coming in?
Yeah.
Why are you putting the quotes there? Why?
Yeah, if it said Nick was quoted as saying... and then quote it, but then why quote it? Because he's so afraid that someone might think it's his words?
No, he wants to stress the point.
Or is he
wants to push
stressing
the agenda part of what he's writing. Of course.
Yeah.
Before using an exercise in the manual as a springboard to the following observations, that, in quotes, enough Native Americans drank to make them fair game for a joke. And by putting enough in quotes, Jacques is saying, how many is enough?
Right.
That's what he's saying.
Right.
Fair game for a joke. That waiters in Chinese restaurants were, and then in quotes, efficient and, in quotes, better than most, other ethnic groups as waiters and waitresses. And that's end quotes. And that Jewish mothers were bad cooks and a little hairy. That's the... Yeah. Where's the FCC problem with any of that?
Yeah, just making jokes. He's a comedian, just trying to make people laugh. That's all we're trying to do with this dumb radio show.
Where's even? Forget about FCC rules. We know we're already so far beyond those that it's ridiculous.
That's not what's going to get us fired.
Even an issue.
It used to be that's what you got fired for: bad ratings or messing with the FCC regulations. That's easy now. That's easy.
Where is the meanness? Where is such meanness and hatred in what was just read of what Nick was talking about that makes this worthy of anything to be written about or talked about or controversial? There's nothing in here that's mean-spirited enough.
Of course not. This guy's a bow-tie-wearing whore who is just doing the dirty duty of the newspapers, which is basically to knock radio down a little bit, because then people want to advertise in the paper as opposed to radio.
Yeah, there you go.
Scumbag.
And it goes on and 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 on. But then Jacques has to go after us. After being told of Mr. DiPaolo's comments, for example, Officials of the New York State Lottery said they had decided to discontinue all advertising on the show.
Now,
so
we hear it's something different?
We have heard it's something different.
It's not the New York State Lottery?
But Jacques decided to really try to get shows kicked off the air and shows in trouble. He actually took, it sounds like, audio and brought it to advertisers. This douchebag that will not come on our show.
Trying to create a story, not trying to get to the facts.
Right.
Trying
Let me make
to
the story.
Create a story because A, he has the newspaper's interest at heart for that reason, which he's not talking about, and B, he wants something to write about. He needs to be heard.
And then this is where we get thrown into the article. They also said they would no longer sponsor Opie and Anthony.
Who cares?
A morning show on the same station after being apprised of a line uttered by a comedian who's a regular guest. That would be
me, Jim Norton.
You
I
idiot.
said it.
And the line is, would it be possible... Don't dump out of this, because we'll explain where this comes from.
They wouldn't dump out of this. This is not it.
No.
Would it be possible... Could you whistle Singing in the Rain while I rape a girl? The comedian had asked another guest, a professional whistler, in an old interview replayed on April 25th. This douche that will not come on our show is Jacques Steinberg from the New York Times. While we were on vacation, they picked best ofs, okay? CBS actually picked this particular bit. It's Steve the Whistler.
Mm-hmm.
The bit is probably, safe to say, 5 to 6 years old.
Yep.
First of all, okay? And Jimmy recited a line from Clockwork Orange to this guy.
It was a reference.
It's a reference
to the movie because
to the movie.
There's a brutal rape in it. We always did Clockwork references where Malcolm McDowell and his boys are assaulting a home. And he's whistling, singing in the rain while committing this assault. So I asked Steve the Whistler a stupid question like that in a direct reference to Clockwork Orange.
Here was the context, because I remember this. It was such an uncomfortable, awful interview with this guy that line was thrown in to spice up the moment, to make it funny, and it was a reference to Clockwork Orange, where a rape is going on in the movie, and Singing in the Rain is being performed.
And I'm not gonna even hide behind Clockwork Orange. I did take something brutal and make fun of it. Yeah.
Yep.
I'm a comic. That's what I do.
Right.
Just like the way you whores in the newspapers take disgusting things and print them a certain way to make your living. Well, I take disgusting things and address them a certain way to make my living.
Well, here's the problem with this article. Jacques Steinberg doesn't explain where this line comes from.
Where it comes from, why it was in there.
Out of context, and that's what they're doing these days to get shows like ours in deep trouble. In very deep trouble. Because you read that, you're like, oh my God. Who would, oh my God.
It also
but he doesn't explain that the bit, first of all, is 5 or 6 years old. Maybe we've learned since then. Maybe. I don't know. Or, more importantly, the context is, it's a reference to a movie, you dope, which should be safe. If you're doing a radio show.
And again, I would say I would do that line again in a second. I would make a reference to that film again in a second.
Why not?
But, you know, you got advertisers, they read that and like, oh, my God, I can't advertise on that show. But if you explain it to them where the line comes from, how old the bit is and stuff, it should be no problem whatsoever. But stupid Jacques Steinberg is trying to get our show kicked off the air and other shows like ours kicked off the air.
He's going to make a little name for himself.
Because then he's like referring to all sorts of people that do this type of radio and what they have done lately as well.
Look at the back, by the way, after the article, contributed by, there are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 or 13 additional names. What they're probably
you know what that is.
They're all people who listened
and wrote down little notes and said, hey, this guy said that. So he didn't listen to all those hours of radio. He let some interns over there listen.
Hey, Jacques, why aren't you coming on our show?
He never will.
Why?
They're all cowards. He wouldn't. Because if he admitted the agenda of printed news against the radio, that would be one thing, but he won't. And the fact that they're actually taking clips and going to sponsors, it's like, you little bitch. Like, is that what you call journalism?
Yeah. He sees an opening. He thinks this is his way to get his name known out there. And you know what? You're going to fail miserably in the end, Jacques.
Yeah, why don't you write about plagiarism and how that stupid, who is it, Jason Blair? How your reporter, the black reporter, you pushed through because of quotas. Why don't you talk about that if you want to talk about any type of embarrassed you were when that happened?
All right. Doug, what's up? We got to take a break. Make it fast.
Yeah, guys, real quick, that website you guys might have been thinking about before is what the Happy Typing Girl started up with, the peopleagainstcensorship.com. It's got nothing to do with O&A, really. It's got nothing to do with any of our message boards. It's just a little effort we're trying to put through so we can show up when these protesters show up and, you know, be in their face. Hey, you're wrong.
All right. Hey, Doug, I was a little disappointed by your website. I got to tell you something. Right now is not the time to pick apart the show. You guys have a lot of freedom out there on the fan sites, but these are very, very tough times. So this is not the time to start saying how the show changed or picking apart anything about this show. We are reinventing ourselves as we speak. We could be fired tomorrow, and the last thing I want to see on these fan sites is that type of crap, because we all got to band together now and figure this crap out.
Yeah,
I rarely talk about what you guys do on message boards, but that disappointed me because I'm like, man, you guys are usually really smart and understand what's going on. We are sitting here today. We have no idea what we're allowed to say or do with our own radio show. And you guys as fans should understand that right now.
Yeah, we actually came to that conclusion, and a lot of people are bitching and moaning, and they're speculating, and it's like, what do you expect these guys to do?
They should just say whatever they want, and then when we're fired, they go like, "What happened?"
No. All I'm saying is we'll figure it out. You know, I rarely talk about what you guys are doing wrong with your websites, but that was disappointing because I'm like, wow, these are tough times we're living in. We went on vacation thinking, wow, our jobs are a little shaky with the Imus thing, and then they basically fired JV and Elvis. I don't know if it's official, but it's not looking good. It's really scary times to do radio right now. So we got to band together. This is the time to band together, regroup, and then down the road you can pick the show apart all you want. I don't care. I really don't. But right now I do care.
No matter what you read or what you see, you got to know that your hardcore fans are behind you guys no matter what. If we're talking about shit, you know, we're just trying to screw around and figure out what you guys, you know, could possibly do or what you guys may be thinking behind closed doors, because we don't get to be inside on that, but we're behind you and with you guys no matter what.
I have no doubt that we will get tossed off regular radio. And Tom's probably rolling his eyes down the hall, but I don't really feel confidence right now in the company we're working for because the new guy hasn't even talked to us yet. They fired Imus. They fired JV. I think they fired JV. I really don't know because now I'm going to be quoted in the paper. I swear to God I don't know, but it's not looking good. And Ant and I have been through this, and it's like it's working perfectly like it worked with us. Okay? So we don't have any confidence. I'm fine with our fate. I think eventually we go back to XM satellite radio full time. You know, until someone like gives me some kind of boost of confidence. That's what I'm feeling today on Monday, May 7th.
It's tough times.
All right, Doug. Thank you. Peopleagainstcensorship.com.
What happened to the guy whose daughter has a hair lip or something?
He's still on the line.
We should talk to him.
Yeah, we'll talk to him next. Look how late we are. And Nick DiPaolo wants to jump in now.
Oh, is Nick calling?
And we got more DL Hughley on Leno, which was really, really entertaining.
And Caroline from Caroline's is calling in about my shows this Thursday through Sunday.
Jim Norton at Caroline's, New York City. And by the way, get your tickets for the O&A Traveling Virus Comedy Tour. We haven't been able to promote in the last 2 weeks. Ticket sales are very, very good. Jones Beach is selling the best so far. No, it's really impressive. Our Washington date is doing very, very well.
Good.
The one at the PNC down there in Jersey, down the old Turnpike, is doing very well. And Boston a little shaky, to be honest with you, which was kind of disappointing. You could go to Opie and Anthony, our website, because we're not allowed to mention that either, for all the info, or Ticketmaster.com to see all the lineups. But it's going to be great. We're touring all summer. It's more than a comedy show. It's really an experience with the tailgating and the partying and just the fun, the O&A Village, and some just top-notch comedians.
Top-notch.
All the guys you know and love from the show, and then others that aren't on the show a lot but are helping us out, which is very cool.
Others that you hate.
Yeah, you might even hate a few of them. Why not? So get your tickets for the O&A Traveling Virus Comedy Tour. We got 7-8 dates so far. We're trying to get to Buffalo. With the ratings that came in Buffalo, I'm like, what are you waiting for, Pete? This will work. We'll draw from Rochester, Buffalo, and Canada, and Cleveland, because we're not going to make it to Cleveland this year.
That's right. And also Fort Lauderdale and Tucson. Just wanted to throw in some names. I sound like I was in the know. I don't know.
It's Opie and Anthony.
It's the Opie and Anthony Show.
It's the Opie and Anthony Show. Thanks for checking us out today. We definitely appreciate it.
And Nick, we're going to talk to him tomorrow because he's driving in on his way in. So we want to talk to him before we leave the house tomorrow.
Yeah, we'll get Nick on tomorrow. Guy is hilarious. He's on this station here in New York at noon. Very, very funny.
And you can't ask him to not be himself. I mean, he's a brutally funny guy. That's what makes him funny. Don't try to soften what he does. That's what's interesting and good about him.
I love guys that have no fear. He has no fear. He's like, whatever. I like doing radio, but if you throw me off because I'm being honest, I'll go back to the comedy clubs and do just fine.
Do you understand how many physical altercations he's had in comedy clubs? The guy is a wrecking ball of a human. That's the beauty of him.
That's what you want to see.
He punched a heckler in the face.
By the way,
he walked in with a cast in his arm years ago in the cellar. I wanted to hug him. Like you struck a blow for all comics.
Speaking of no fear, there's a radio show out of Sacramento that are they're beyond scared. They're scared of their own shadows, and they have to comment about our show and Stern and how shows like ours can't adapt after the Don Imus incident.
Oh, really?
You shouldn't have to adapt because somebody was unjustly fired, you idiots. You shouldn't have to adapt.
And then, why would you want to adapt to having your freedom of speech taken away? Maybe I don't want to adapt.
And then shows...
Oh, maybe that guy should adapt to not eating.
Oh, dude, I don't blame those guys. We've smashed them already, didn't we? Yeah. They have to hit us. That's Dawn, Arnie, and Rob.
Oh, okay.
Rob,
killed them.
Dawn, and Arnie. I bet you Arnie is the big sports guy that does the morning show with them.
Arnie has on those open-toed sandals. Homosexual Cuban models are the only people that can wear those and look right. Oh, Arnie should have his leg severed in an automobile accident.
And Rob is wearing a suit.
Yeah. And then Dawn is the smart, perky one that keeps the guys in line.
Dude, we killed them.
Good. I'm glad we killed them.
What'd they say about it?
They're rotting in Sacramento because they're scared of their own shadows. There's so many guys and gals in radio, and they look at our success like I just don't get why. I don't get why they're the big show on XM satellite radio and they're syndicated all over the country. I just don't get it. No, I'll give you a little advice. Stop being scared. Because listeners smell the fear in your voices, and that's why you're rotting in Sacramento.
Or what's coming out of Arnie's shorts? They're smelling.
Stupid Arnie.
Arnie.
Did you talk about the ball scores this morning?
What'd they say?
Hey, let's go to Arnie right now. Arnie?
I'm hungover.
Hey,
Arnie. Oh, is that Hooters last night? Watching them tape up Steve Nash's nose and...
What's Arnie's big thing there, Jimmy? I think Arnie's bio is up there. Yeah, his gut. Big fat gut.
Well, it says greeting diggities. I guess that's a funny thing to say on their
diggities.
Show. Hey, diggities.
Hey, diggities.
That's funny.
Yeesh.
Oh, this guy's funny. He says, greetings and howdy there from the one and only good on earth. If you're God on earth, I can't read it. If you're looking for political correctness, reasons to feel good about yourself, or just a happy, fun place, then you've come to and in capital letters it says, the wrong damn page.
Well, wait a minute. I thought...
That was an exclamation point.
Yeah, but I thought they weren't like that.
Well, we want to hear what he says because there's more. Welcome to the only page on the internet that won't blow sunshine, you fat retard. That won't blow sunshine up yours or your ugly girlfriend's ass.
Hey.
Arnie with the ball scores.
This guy's an animal.
Arnie doesn't take any guff.
But it goes,
Barry Bonds in another homer. He's 11 away from hammering Hank's all-time home run record.
Listen to what else this fat,
stupid Arnie,
bloated cadaver says. This is the page that tells you how it is, when it is, and where it is. Welcome to Arnie's page.
All right, Arnie.
Arnie stinks.
Arnie's a douche.
What a fat dope trying to be edgy. That's your idea of edgy? Welcome to... look out, folks. We take no prisoners here.
Well, Rob, Arnie, and Dawn had this to say about you and I and Stern and other shows like ours, saying that we can't survive after the Imus incident. You dopes, do you realize that we have XM satellite radio to fall back on? So guess what? We're going to take this right to the limit.
Take it to the limit.
Oh, go ahead, Jimmy.
I say, speaking of not surviving in Sacramento, have a nice bottle of water while you broadcast, stupid asses. That's the same city that killed that poor girl.
That's right.
At least we don't kill people.
You want to hear what?
I wish they were dead.
You want to hear what Rob, Arnie, and Dawn had to say about us?
I don't know. I mean, I let me sit down first.
Yeah. Oh boy.
But satellite radio is not taking off. I'm not declaring it dead. I'm
wrong.
I'm not declaring it dead. Well, thank you.
Know why he's not declaring it dead? Because he's hoping he gets the call someday. See, this is what this is what I mean by the whole fear thing. You got to like say things perfect just in case maybe that company comes a calling and they don't have a tape of you trashing them. That's why you're going to be stuck in one stupid city.
But at least they got Arnie.
But satellite radio is not taking off. I'm not declaring it dead. I'm not saying it can't be successful, but it's not. And similarly, shows that do that type of radio only, that's all they can do. Think Howard Stern, think Opie and Anthony.
You fucking douchebag.
Hey, no, oh, jeez.
You effing douchebag. Is that better?
Now, Arnie wouldn't curse like that.
So I could say you effing douchebag?
Certainly hope he's back from vacation.
This is the easy...
Is Al back from vacation?
Oh, you're panicking a little bit?
Why wouldn't I?
Well, the guy... Hey, you do a whole break on not being, scared of your own shadow, then you got to curse and see if they get it down the hall, yes. This is what people say about shows like us. Like, that's all we do is the shocking edgy
stuff. Yeah, that's it.
But the beautiful thing is, he names two shows. I mean, Howard and this show, I don't know, two shows that have done fairly well.
Yeah.
And you're in one market, stupid, or two markets.
And Rob, Arnie, and Dawn know exactly why we're successful. It's because we don't just do the edgy stuff.
Yeah, you can't.
We fill in the space with other things, make people think, laugh.
More so than we used to. That's for sure, because we adapt. You're forced to do certain type of radio because of the FCC.
Yeah.
And because of now stupid rules that get you fired. And we can adapt to these things and work around them and still do what we do.
What was Arnie's big break today? Did you see the Kentucky Derby yesterday? Another reason for me to drink on a Sunday. Oh, you're just outrageous. Wings and beer, huh?
Guy takes no prisoners.
No.
Can do. Think Howard Stern, think Opie and Anthony, who are on both satellite and terrestrial radio, are also having a hard time on both forums. They're not.
What?
It's a different culture, and I'm not saying that's good or bad. Mm-hmm. They just are not adapting to what the marketplace wants, and that's the challenge of what we do every day.
What the marketplace wants? No, it's not the marketplace. That's where people get confused. These stupid little groups are making it seem like the marketplace doesn't want this. The marketplace loves it. They eat it up in movies, on TV, tabloids. They eat it up. It's not the marketplace. It's small, little interest groups that can bully companies with the threat of advertisers. That's what they use. They threaten the advertisers. It's not the public. The public listens to this. If they didn't, how many times do I have to say it? If the public isn't listening, you get fired because no one's listening. And then you can't go to the advertisers and go, hey, this company, this show has a lot of listeners. Why don't you advertise with them so your word gets across to all these listeners? Okay, let me see the numbers. Boy, those numbers stink. I'm not going to advertise. All right, that's a legitimate reason to not advertise. To have some small group walk up to you and say, oh, by the way, look what they said, completely out of context 5 years ago. Oh, well, I'm not going to advertise. The group is idiots and morons and scumbags, and the company that buckled under without getting the real info are douchebags and scumbags. If there can be a combination douchebag-scumbag, which I'm working on at my lab in my basement. That's what I do if we get kicked off.
What's a douchebag-scumbag combination in the lab? Are you taking Rob, Artie, and Jacques Steinberg and trying to meld them into
one fat...
unfunny cartoon character?
Little wussy boy.
God.
Jacques.
He should be peeking at McGreevy through a hole in a movie booth.
Jacques, I love the what rhymes with my name.
All right, do we have time for D.L. Hughley before we get out of here? So Rob, Arnie, and Dawn, that was just a terrific statement you guys had about us.
Thank you.
Yeah, you keep trying to figure out why we're successful and you're not.
How are you going to go on the air, though, with that loose cannon Arnie? The way he is. Oof.
Tiger Woods won another tournament.
There's nothing worse than a fat nerd, like, trying to be edgy by giving you the oldest stuff. Like, I take no prisoners.
Yeah, no
Really?
prisoners.
Well, Rob's even worse on the website. He's in a suit, and he uses the word peruse.
Is he perusing something?
Is that what he says when he's caught reading a men's magazine with a bunch of uncut gentlemen? I was perusing it for the Toyota ad.
Perusing.
Between Marco and Julio.
Enough of those guys. D.L. Hughley talking about Imus and the word we're not allowed to say anymore.
And then let's face it, he called them hoes, nappy-headed hoes, and they weren't hoes. But it was some nappy-headed women on that team. Shut up, I'm gonna say it, I don't give a damn, y'all like it or not, it's true. Them are some of the ugliest women I ever seen in my whole life. You kidding me?
And that's all Imus was trying to say. Compared to the other team, they were ugly.
What? And then all we had to hear for 2 weeks straight was how beautiful these young women are, and that's fine. You're defending them, whatever you got to say. But all Imus was saying was that.
Anyone else, like, you had the open mind for the week or two, and you're like, all right, let me try to see this.
Yeah.
I just never saw the beauty.
I'm sorry.
I tried to. They did their hair differently and all that. I'm like,
I'll tell you something. I went to a lot of areas during my vacation where I saw a lot of women of color. And I would look and go, my God, that woman is stunning. Beautiful. Had nothing to do with skin color.
Sell out.
But when you look at... Yeah, I sell out occasionally. But when you look at certain people, I don't care what color they are, if they're ugly. And Imus commenting on that. Why? Just because they were black? And said he didn't like their hairstyle?
Yeah.
Give me a break.
Here's more DL.
DL just said it, and people went, ooh, because they felt so guilty.
More people heard him on the Tonight Show than heard Imus.
Oh, hell yeah.
Hell yeah. And, this is not...
Where's the repercussions?
Well, and there is none, and there shouldn't be.
The guy should be patted on the back, congratulated.
He was right with what he said.
Them are some of the ugliest women I ever seen in my whole life. You kidding me?
Oh,
hey.
Good night, everybody. Ross here. Thank you.
Yeah, see, even when I was like,
tell you something. If you can palm a basketball and braid your own hair, somebody gonna say something about you. The first time they had makeup on was the press conference. You kidding me? I don't care.
Good for him. God,
wow.
That stupid white audience.
Hey now.
I have a new respect for DL.
Yeah.
By the way, let's take our time. There's not a show on after us. John, you doing the show today?
Yeah, who's doing the show?
I don't know. Some
Jiminy
guest host
cricket.
today? What a mess
Than
this
and
place
Sam.
is.
Than and Sam take on
just for the rest
New York.
For the rest of the country here in New York, we don't even know who's on next. That's how messed up this whole situation is these days.
Would you just, for the love of God, put JV and Elvis back on the air and knock this crap off with letting these interest groups do this and run your company? Run your goddamn company yourself. Put them back on the air and knock it off.
They said they were sorry. They should not have been yanked to begin with. All right, you gave them 2 weeks off without pay. You punish them.
They apologized. Fine. They met with them. They sat with them. They got yelled at. What do you want? What more do you want? Put them back on the friggin' air. Enough. Run your own company.
Don't let others run your company.
It's all these same people in the 60s, by the way, who are screaming for free love, man. It's all these same people approaching old age.
Hypocrites.
Who are terrified of being fired right before they bail out with a nice fat nest egg.
Yep.
And that's the problem. None of them they don't care about changing it. They're just going to say, okay, anything to keep the job safe.
Disgusting.
Jimmy, every generation wants to be the last. Thank you.
I don't. I want my children to prosper and their children to flourish.
Armageddon. I invite it.
And this is what I'm saying. This is my whole point.
Yeah.
I don't believe that you have to look at something and if it's politically incorrect, you decide that that's not funny. You can understand. You can laugh at anything you want to. Now they want to say, now Jesse and Al and everybody, you don't, like white people are wondering how come I can't say the N word or the B word or the H word. You can. You can say whatever. I wouldn't do it in Inglewood.
Right. That's what we say. There's a consequence when you say those words.
like, how come rappers get to do it? You know, the only cool thing about being black is you get to say stuff other people can't say. But if you want, we can trade. We'll rule the world, and you guys.
That's funny.
Very funny.
And we'll throw in sickle cell and police brutality just because we're not.
See, should we be offended by that?
That is a damn good.
That's a great line.
Funny.
Great line. And finally, because we do have to get out of here, and I just found out it's Cabby here in New York after us.
Now, should Don Imus have gone on Al Sharpton?
No, man. No, he shouldn't apologize. He said what he said, and that was it. You don't have to. I'm glad that our black leaders have their priorities together because, it's amazing because 1 in 3, 93% of black people in this country are killed by other black people. 1 in 3 black people in this country can't read, and more black men are in prison than in college. But we went after Don Imus. We finally got the one white guy that was responsible for holding us back. Thank God stuff will get better now. That's all I'm saying.
There you go.
Oh,
good for him.
Black leaders going after the wrong target. D.L. Hughley said.
Brilliant.
We didn't say it, so don't fire us.
He's one of the few celebrities that's been nice to me after I met him once.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
Very nice.
We did Tough Crowd together a couple times.
Yeah.
I did with Nick. You know how it is. All great minds.
Hey, it's good to be.
Of course, Jimmy.
It's good to be back. And for that person who's wondering, yes, we do care. We care too much. Just relax. We're back live. We won't take a vacation anytime soon. And hopefully we'll be back tomorrow. Who knows?
Maybe we said something today that upset a group we don't even know about.
And people are like, that's funny. We really don't know.
That's how it works.
That's how it works in this new age of radio. Jimmy, anything?
Dude, if we do get fired, you can catch me this Thursday through Sunday at Caroline's here in the...
What?
I wanted to keep it under my hat. Kenny, what are you running over handing me?
Kenny, we don't have time
look at the
for
length
the long
of the
plug.
paper this sociopath hands me.
We'll plug all that tomorrow. We got to go. We got to go. Cabby's next here in New York. If you're not joining us, have a great day. But we're going off to XM Satellite Radio. We'll see you guys tomorrow.
It's the Opie and Anthony Show.
Opie and Anthony, XM 202.
It's Opie and Anthony on XM Satellite Radio. Are we still using the clip that it's too cold to walk, do the walkover? I'm getting reports from the instant feedback. Are you guys going to be using that same clip in the middle of July? Actually, there's a new apparatus. We walked over to XM. They're going to be redoing this whole place in the very near future. I think in June they start the construction on our new studio. Considering, I guess this will be our home in the near future for good. Who are we kidding? It's only a matter of time. And we walked in today, and there's some kind of apparatus. That thing is supposed to follow us down the sidewalk when we're doing the walkover.
With the fucking wheels on it?
It looks like...
How creepy is that?
It looks like the thing that landed... See, Ant would know exactly what I'm talking about.
Lunar module.
But see, it's just a bunch of dummies now because the smart one is doing production. So I would say the thing that landed on the moon.
I'm texting.
Right.
Two zilches. Where the fuck is the glue?
But I guess that thing is going to follow us down the sidewalk when we do the walkover.
Hold on. What's that look like, Ant? What's that? What is that?
That is some type of electric wheelchair. It looks like what Commander Christopher Pike was in the Star Trek episode.
Yeah, but what... I said it looked like the thing that landed on the moon.
Hope said it looked like the thing, and I'm like, yeah. So, he said something dumb, and I co-signed it worse.
The thing.
The thing.
It's like one of those super walkers that old people get.
It's huge. We're supposed to be the cool jocks broadcasting on the streets of New York with this thing following behind us.
Oh, that is awful.
Whatever works. How much production did you have?
That's right. I could curse. Oh, fuck. Why'd you turn me up? Were you able to do that?
No, I didn't.
That would have been a good one. You'd have heard a lot of cursing.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Whenever you hear me in a commercial, just know that between every line, I was cursing like crazy.
Very good.
Oh, now you have all the fun of going in there and trying to blather out stuff.
Oh, the caveman commercial. I love this thing.
Hilarious.
Funny.
I can't wait till the sitcom.
Did I miss Kenny the smoothie request or?
Do you miss him because you could smell his cologne on my hand?
Know, it's all over.
Kenny.
Why is he wearing cologne all of a sudden? I know he had a birthday.
Oh, do we have that?
He must have got cologne for his birthday. What?
A midget getting married?
Oh, the world's smallest.
No,
she's pregnant too, I think.
Oh,
2 foot
please
bride.
tell me this is called the world's smallest rape victim.
Oh boy. Oh boy.
Can't say that before fucking 9.
Oh boy.
Wait till you see that in print.
Oh boy. Yeah, there's no movie that we're referencing there.
Yes, there is.
Yes.
Jim's Home Pornos. Fucking Jacques Steinberg. I hope you get ball cancer in your teeth. Fucking cunt. Reprint that.
Shit.
And at one point today, I don't want to.
I love how we play two completely different roles. I would imagine if I was a listener of this show, how much fun it would be.
It's
to just
so
to see the transition from one show to the other.
Yeah, it's really subtle.
I've grown to enjoy the terrestrial side too. Like, because at first it annoyed me that we had to hold back, but it does force you to focus on other shit and kind of talk about different stuff, and then you can come in here and address. I kind of like the fact that we can do it both ways.
Yeah, we got everyone. We got everyone fooled.
I'll miss that one.
They're all bamboozled.
Yeah. All right, here's Paris. She's going to jail. She was talking to the paparazzi.
How are you feeling, Paris?
I told the truth yesterday. I feel that I was treated unfairly, and that the sentence is both cruel and unwarranted, and I don't deserve it. I don't want to thank everyone. We know that.
We love you, Paris.
We love you, and thank you.
You're always great with us, Paris. We love you.
And unwanted. First of all, I've been treated unfairly. Hasn't that kind of happened your whole life? Haven't you been treated unfairly compared with the rest of us? Haven't you been fucking just handed everything and given everything? And you sucked a cock in green light and became a celebrity because of that? Haven't you kind of been treated unfairly? Now the one time it kind of goes against you, you're going to snivel and bellyache?
Yeah.
Shut your fat, beautiful pussy.
I just wish that she's sitting there going, well, it sucks going to be going to jail for 45 days, but I know how they treat celebrities, and I know I'll be well protected and all that, and I'll be away from the general population. And they throw her the huge curveball and just throw her in the general population for 45
with
days.
just hardcore murderers Put her in the male prison.
No, women's prison. The women have been in there so long that they've actually grown dicks.
Yeah, they could fuck you hard with their clit.
She won't be able to go into. There's gonna be no special prison. She's going to the right one. They're really throwing the book at her as hard as they possibly can because she was driving on a suspended license from a DUI. And so when you're that fucking publicly giving your finger to the LAPD, they have to do something. She forced their hand. It's not an unfair sentence, you stupid bitch. You were driving on a suspended license for a drunk driving arrest.
It's amazing how many people get DUIs, though, so many times and don't even see one day. And she's like, is it her first DUI? I don't know the background.
So many times for other shit, man.
Yeah.
She's been a snot about it.
Get PBA cards.
I can't think of what the A would be. The P and the B were Paris blows.
Oh, that is a good one.
Asians.
No,
because they're not the cops.
I know.
Right.
I was just.
Opie, that's
decided.
sensitive.
I just decided to do the A part.
You read your thing.
No,
I already lost mine.
We read it already.
I think I left it in there. Yeah, but maybe we need a refresher.
They actually gave us the Words Hurt manual again over there.
Words
Free
Hurt.
FM.
Yeah, and you're free to say them.
They hand out They hand out manuals and pamphlets that say words hurt because they're a bunch of pussies that can't protect their own talent and tell these special interest groups to go fuck themselves. So we have to read manuals that say words hurt. Are you kidding me? Words hurt.
Fucking.
All right.
I'm struggling to keep my relationship going.
Oh yeah, Jimmy, what happened?
I gotta. Oh no.
What?
I just got to know about your relationship.
It's we did actually fairly well over the 2 weeks. Just one big fight where I walked out of the house at 5 in the morning. I'm like, I was going out, and as I'm walking out, as I'm walking in my car, I'm like, where are you going? You're not even that mad, you phony. I just wanted to.
The women, they would love hearing that.
I wasn't even that mad. I'm like, you phony asshole. You're not that angry.
What was the fight about, though?
Well, it's hard to describe. We do characters to each other all the time. Like I do Uncle Paul, and she
hates Uncle Paul, by the way.
No, she doesn't. She's understood kind of how to deal with Uncle Paul. But there's another one that I do that she really hates. Like she hates, and she's told her friends I want to punch him in the face when he does it. It just hits her.
What's the character, Jimmy?
And I don't want to do it. But it annoys her.
Wait, what's the character?
Yeah, I kind of.
You can't do it.
Well, once I was sick recently. And I wanted. It doesn't fit. Oh no, I wish. Oh. Can't get that more than once. Give me those ribs, you. Clink, clink, clink. While they're visible through your skin.
Paris blows AIDS.
No.
It's authorities, by the way. If you really wanted the words.
Oh,
excuse me. Please hold.
Yeah, but I wasn't trying to be funny. I was trying to be just. I was trying to be silly.
Oh.
See, I protect a lot of my bad lines by just trying to be silly.
All right.
That's Joey, by the way, from Howard Beach, authorities. Anyway, go ahead.
So I was sick one day, and the character I was doing was just being silly. He doesn't finish what he's saying. His words don't come out right. I was annoying, and she brought ginger and lemon and was going to make me tea, so I was just annoying her going, I want some kind of tea with ginger and lemon. Ginger and lemon. And she said there was something about that she wanted to just bite my face. And she hated it so much.
It is kind of hateable.
Yeah, I would say could you make me? I want ginger and lemon tea.
Ginger lemon.
Ew. And lemon instead of lemon, I would say and lemon. And
that's pretty bad.
She was dozing off one night, and this is a different night, and I'm doing that to her, and I was just kind of annoying her with the character, and she was kind of. Like she elbowed behind her and she kind of nicked my face with her elbow, and she's grabbing my face and holding it not like she was squeezing my cheeks hard, but I knew she wanted to fucking dig her nails into my face. She wasn't kidding. She was so angry. And then I'm like, you baby. And I maybe cunt slipped out. And,
oh, no, it didn't.
And then, and then I just walked out and I was so mad. But I really wasn't that mad. I'm like, what are you doing? Fucking just go back. And then I came home a half hour later and she had already gone back to her fucking apartment in Brooklyn. I was so angry. I'm like, she fucking called my bluff. So I'm calling her, leaving her messages. And the next day we talked and felt better.
Aww.
And I almost blew it. I was going to put her stuff and leave it downstairs in the concierge. It's amazing how I don't handle things well. Have some water. I mean, I hate to...
You fucking guys are amazing.
Well, she left me a nice message. She sang to me on a...
Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
No. That's sweet. Do you have a little of that?
It's
on your message?
I don't even know if I have it.
I'd like to hear her singing.
Oh, she won't. She won't be.
Oh, come on.
This will start
it's
the next
adorable.
fight, Jimmy.
No, it's cute.
All right, Jimmy's trying to
Gotta
find
be
the message
adorable. Do we have the Hasselhoff audio also?
We have the Hasselhoff?
We do? Okay, good, because
Somewhere?
I've heard about it.
Oh, here we are.
Well, look at him trying to eat the burger, all drunk. Oh, God, what a mess he is.
Yeah, we'll get into that in a second.
Yeah, I just want to hear the singing now.
Hold on, I think I got it.
All right. Take your time. It's XM. It's fine. Oh.
You're in me. You're in me. Danny boy. Oh, Danny. Danny. Oh, Danny boy. You are my boyfriend. You are my boyfriend. You are my boyfriend. Yes, you are. You are my man.
I fucked that person.
Oh my God! Oh my!
It was nice. That was kind of in the little country genre.
It was Janis Joplin-ish.
Yeah. Uh-huh. I hope we're getting audio of this midget
getting married.
Yeah,
the 2-foot
because I'm sure they're not mentioning that she's 2 feet tall to her face.
No.
Look how beautiful. Is that what they're saying to her? Look how beautiful. Looking more like she belongs on the cake.
and she's marrying
in
a
a
guy
wheelchair?
that's about 6 foot tall, and she's 2 foot tall.
No way.
And I think she's pregnant.
Is she in a wheelchair?
Yeah.
She can't walk? Oh, no.
Well, she's...
No result. You look so beautiful. How do you feel?
Thank you.
I feel great. I love the tulle on you. I love the diamond white color on you. I think it's great for your skin.
My favorite part's the tiara.
Oh, good.
I like that a lot. Yeah, you're
You have the Barbie doll? That's the husband?
What sick fetish is this guy
And you can
into?
send your wedding well wishes to Christiane and Jeremy by logging on to the Insider online.
Hey, pests, go ahead. Send your well wishes.
What is it, the Insider Online or the Insider Online? The Insider.
The Insider Online. Come on, guys. Send your well wishes so we can read them tomorrow on the air.
Or in an hour. The Insider Online. God, we have to read them today. We can't read them between 6 and 9 tomorrow.
That's
Most
true.
of them won't be pleasant.
Those fidget lovers won't fidgets unite against the Opie and Anthony show.
All right,
wow.
Jeff.
And you know something? That was, you just potted up the sound in the middle of that.
Yeah.
And
You nailed
I
it.
knew it was going to be, you look so beautiful. And meanwhile, she's just in her head, oh my God, look at this freak is 2 feet tall. Oh, I love the way that matches your skin and your little Vienna sausage fingers.
Oh my God, dog shit sniffer. What side? You're not losing a son, you're gaining a disaster.
Holy shit. Yeah, you said something though there. What kind of fetish does that motherfucker have?
Because he's 6 foot, she's
He's
2
completely normal. He looks like any guy walking around with a shaved head.
But I don't think she has legs or something on top of it.
Stop it.
Because I've seen her before, going down the stairs, and she has to, bumpity bump all the way down.
Maybe they're like little, just folded up, little retracted messes.
I don't know.
Little short, fat baby arm legs.
Yeah. That are all curled up underneath her.
I don't know. Something's going on
The
there.
state should say no. When they want to get married, they should go, look at yourself.
No. Look at her. Look at you. No.
This looks silly, and we don't like it.
All right.
You know what I've noticed? We're twice as mean on this show because we have to be half as mean on the other show.
Yeah, we have to balance it out.
We have to balance it out, and this show has become nothing but meanness.
You think they're buying the fact that we're just acting and we're comedians?
We said it before. I don't want to have to repeat ourselves. We're actors.
It's going to be a fun ride, man.
This is talkertainment.
I love the fact
called.
I love the fact that we have this to fall back on. It makes it so much easier because we know We know our days are numbered over there.
So does XM. That's why they're building us a new studio here. Well,
Yeah.
welcome back full time shortly.
Yeah.
Believe me, they know.
They know too. Everyone knows. Everyone knows. Because we just started our second year, but they have to decide if they want to continue with us after the second year. And if they decide not to continue with us, they will probably make that decision by the end of the summer, I would say. I'm thinking 3 or 4 months, and then all hell's going to break loose.
Who will do regular radio?
Who's
going to, like, what type of shows?
They are driving.
It's got to be very safe music. I don't even think
because even political talk like Hannity and Rush, that they get into things. You know, Rush says things a lot of times that could be twisted around.
But because those guys are political, they'll survive. Because they can't go after them, but that would be seen as such an attack on free speech. They always look at the humor differently.
But if it's too racist,
I don't know. We used to think we were safe hiding behind humor.
Yeah.
You know, who knows? That's why the company is so stupid. This is not the time to fold to special interest groups because you got all this competition. You do have satellite competing for your listeners. You got iPods competing for your listeners. You got internet radio competing for your listeners. So now, like a dude in New York's like, you know what? I would rather listen to this other station in fucking wherever that plays some really cool alternative rock music or whatever. This is the time where you gotta be strong.
Well, this is where satellite is being stupid too.
Satellite should freaking take advantage. I wrote some emails over the weekend. I'm like, this is something that we should take advantage of.
Focus on the fact that there's uncensored talk on satellite and stop with the fucking music obsession. People like the music features, but they can get that on an iPod. They cannot get uncensored talk on an iPod.
I'll tell you why they won't go that route. Because it's backing themselves into a corner. Because if someone says something on this platform that they deem hurtful in a way where an organization makes a lot of noise, then they're going to have to do something. And then people will be, wait a minute, I thought it was uncensored and free, and, you know, you could say whatever you want. You know?
Yeah,
Unfortunately, satellite isn't under FCC rules, but it still falls under that umbrella of bullshit with these fucking groups.
I'm glad you brought that up because
Thank you, Opie.
I did read on the message boards where people are like, the guys will just be back on XM and everything will be right with the world. Really? We don't know how all this is going to play out.
Yeah, you think
because
we could just go off on some racist tirade right now and be
completely safe?
Ain't gonna happen.
It's scarier to be over there. Absolutely, I feel safer over at XM, but I don't feel completely safe over here until this all kind of I don't know, like balances out or figures itself out.
I'll say here we're still safe with retards. I think Hispanics were pretty safe. Asians and black people, I don't know. That could be tough over here. Hair lips, definitely.
Yeah.
Hair lips are fair game everywhere.
You know why? I was going to say, because who's going to understand them if they do speak up with a complaint?
The wrong show gets fired. They didn't do anything.
Right.
Wait, we thought you meant...
They fire Wake Up with Whoopi. And
what happened?
And they were trying to say Opie and
what did you do? Yeah, I just heard the E part.
Right.
I didn't understand what you said.
All right, we're going to take a break. When we get back, we got the David Hasselhoff 16-year-old daughter video. I guess she was videotaping him while he was drunk. They're showing it like crazy. And what is he, just trying to eat a burger?
Yeah, he's drunk. He's on the floor. His daughter's videotaping him because he's drunk and saying, Dad, you're going to mess up your life. And he's trying to eat this burger, and it's so disgusting. He's just slobbering, and he's drunk.
Yeah.
I haven't heard the audio.
All right, we got the audio
Look at
next.
His gut hanging out. That's great.
He's skinny fat.
He's a mess.
Who came up with the term skinny fat?
Patrice did, despite what other people may think. Patrice.
It's a great line, because Hasselhoff looks anorexic, but he also looks fat at the same time.
Hoff.
All right, we'll get into the audio next.
There's a virus spreading in our area. Will it affect you? Find out on the next Opie and Anthony show.
The virus made my genitals rot off.
I don't really have the virus yet. I'm kind of itchy and stuff, but I don't really have the virus.
That virus you're always talking about.
El virus de Opie and Anthony.
Hey, Sonny, what's up?
Nah, hold on. You're on y'all show, man. Y'all fucking number one to me. Number one.
Number one.
You what?
All right.
What's that?
What did he say?
I said
we're number one.
We're number one with him.
Anyways,
that's it.
Cool.
Number one with him.
Oh, Kenny left?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, why? Problem?
His family business today.
Problem with the fruit?
No, I went on vacation to a small little island in the Caribbean. It's my little secret. It's not a big one yet, although they're building like crazy down there. But I don't want anyone else to know about it. Haiti. Well,
could have bought Haiti.
Huh? Well, actually, I got two quick stories. Yeah, I'm on vacation, and there was a bunch of refugees from Haiti. And they were trying to make it to this fine island.
Yeah.
It's a little better than their island. Just a little. And I don't know, they got like 100 people on this boat that is good for maybe 10. That's how they do it. That's how they roll. And I guess the thing capsized. A lot of times I learned a lot about what the Haitians do. They actually will set the boat on fire offshore, because then it makes it really hard for them to send the people back.
Whoa.
That's their deal. I don't know if they set this one on fire. I don't think they did. But what they do is they set it on fire, because a lot of times when they intercept these boats coming from Haiti, they go, we caught you, and they just send them back. They're like,
get back.
And they escort them back into their waters, like, sorry. But if they don't have a boat, it becomes a whole big deal, and they'll set the boat on fire 200 yards from shore, and most of them can't swim. But they attempt to swim anyway. And they're just scattering, and it just makes it a complete nightmare for everyone. And that's how a lot of them get to this particular island. So while I'm down there, one of these boats capsized. And
how far from the island?
I don't know, offshore. It was relatively close. It capsized, and the sharks got him.
Whoa.
It was on CNN. It was a really big deal. All they found were like parts of bodies. The sharks just went to town off this island and just started eating the Haitian refugees that were trying to make it to the island.
Shit.
So that was the big news on the island. What?
They all died.
Yeah, oh yeah.
All of them?
Yeah, oh yeah. I don't think they got one survivor. And then we get calls from the States, and one person in particular, I don't want to mention which family this call came from. Could be mine. Could have been hers. They were very concerned for us because this news was on CNN of the Haitians getting eaten by the sharks trying to make a better life for themselves.
Right.
And this person was concerned not because of what happened, but they were wondering if it was going to affect our snorkeling adventure.
Well, Jesus.
That's why they called, out of concern. They thought that it might affect the snorkeling.
I heard about
adventure.
the shark. Yeah, it's terrible, isn't it? All those people that die. How is this affecting your vacation? Oh.
God bless this person. And they were dead serious, too. I'm wondering, are they wondering if we're going to see, like, body parts while we're snorkeling?
Yeah.
Or was it the sharks? They didn't care about the Haitians and the lives that were lost. They just wanted to make sure our vacation was not affected by this horrific tragedy.
That has just got to be amongst the worst ways to go. Being eaten by a shark.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Because I don't think, unless, you're bitten in the right spot, that is very fast. I think you're just torn to pieces by something you can't really see, and you're not quite sure how fucked up you are until you just die.
Imagine the feeling of a shark as you're swimming, grabbing your leg from the bottom, and you can feel your leg go into its mouth, and those teeth just grabbing and shaking and ripping down and taking your leg off.
And just like rips through.
Speaking of which, when I was on vacation, maybe someone could help me because I only saw like 5 or 10 minutes of it. I got to see the whole thing. It was on the Discovery Channel. The hippos. The hippos porpoising. Did you see that video?
No, but I know more people are killed by hippos than by sharks.
There was this thing on Discovery telling a story
of
a guy The hippo, they got too close to the hippos. Now remember, I only saw 5 or 10 minutes, so someone can maybe fill in the blanks here. And somehow they got knocked into the water. I think they aggravated the hippos because they were getting too close to the females or something like that. And they got thrown in the water. One guy was never found. The other guy lost his arm and was beyond happy that's all that happened to him, because he tells this horrific story how he was in the hippo's mouth, taken under the water. At one point, his whole face and shoulders were in the hippo's mouth. The hippo grabbed him 2 or 3 different times, let him loose. And now the guy's swimming for shore, and then the hippo got him
again.
And they're showing how crazy these hippos are, and they actually showed a hippo porpoising, like a porpoise, after one of the boats, because they aggravated it, because this was part of the story. They were just showing how crazy these hippos really are and how fast they actually are. People don't think they're fast because they look, like elephants in the water, basically.
Big fat things.
Yeah. And they showed this thing not only swimming like a mother, but porpoising through the water, going after the boat.
How'd the guys get in the water? They fell in?
I don't know if it was a kayak or something was going on, and I don't know. Like I said, I jumped in the middle of this show, and I was like, wow, I got to see the rest of this thing. Who knew that the hippos were this
they were kayaking
insane?
Like a hippo hangout or something without knowing it?
I don't know. I really don't. I don't know the whole thing. Oh, here's some of
that smoking on the banks.
Jake in Florida, what's up?
Hey, buddy, I saw that whole show with them doing the dolphin thing, porpoising out of the water. That's nuts.
Yeah, absolutely. What happened to the guys? Why were they in that area?
He was a kayak tour leader, and he had two canoes of people, and he was in a kayak, and he went over to help somebody, and the thing just came up and got him like a shark would.
Yeah, just came out of nowhere, man. It was amazing.
Don't hippos have big, flat, round teeth?
Yeah, they have
15-inch
big flat ones in the back, and they have 6-inch canines.
Oh, I heard it was the tusks are a lot longer than that.
Hippos are douchebags.
Oh, maybe it was.
Very hungry cannibal hippos. Lady rules, whack bag. All right. Hey, thanks, Jake. And then the other thing that happened on vacation, it's really a quickie, but Kenny takes care of a lot of our personal crap, and he gets me this fine resort down there, and I arrive at this resort, and I'm getting way too much attention by the people that work there, way too much. Wherever I went, I felt like someone was following me.
Nice, treated like a star.
And anything you want, they knew my name. They just were, to the point it was annoying. It really was. It was nice, but it was annoying. And I turned to Lindsay. I'm like, something's up. What is this? What did Kenny do, right? So we needed a ride somewhere, and we're taking a van. And one of the natives that works at this resort, Key, obviously not a fan of the show, has no clue, and has never heard our show. Goes, Mr. Radio Star, you didn't think we didn't know who you were? I'm like, really? I'm like, how'd you find out? And he's like, we Googled. I guess they Google everyone's name that goes to the resort.
Smart move.
And then they know if you're a murderer or a rapist, whatever.
It's probably what they're looking at.
No, Star. We have tips.
Nah, oh.
Yeah.
Sure, they made a lot of money. You're rich and famous.
Well, trust me, as soon as I found that out, I'm like, oh, great, I'm going to lose a few extra $100. I was tipping everybody because I didn't want the reputation for being the douche.
Yeah.
So, but it just shows you where you are on the ladder of life or whatever. So I'm being treated like ridiculous. And they're not fans of the show, but they Googled, and there's some fine things that come up, right? And all of a sudden on Friday, this treatment completely stopped, and I still had Friday, Saturday, and most of Sunday at this resort. It completely stopped, could care who I was, no more attention, no more, hello, Mr. Hughes, anything we could do, can I help you get a beach chair, all that crap. Completely went away. I'm like, what the fuck is this? Turns out Shaq O'Neal arrived at the resort.
Oh, Shaq was there.
Shaq was at this resort.
He outranks you.
Like nothing. Just put in my place. And we don't take this stuff really seriously, but I just thought it was funny that completely trumped by him. Completely.
Thanks. She went up to him and just gone, thanks.
They didn't even...
I was the guy.
Friday, Saturday, and Sunday, until we left, they could give a shit about Mr. Radio Star.
Hey, radio.
It was all about Shaq. All eyes were on Shaq, Shaq, all over the place.
Wow. And who was he there with?
His whole family, three boys. Who knows how old they are because they're already giants. They're probably like 4 years old. I don't know. 4.
Yeah, they're 6'2" driving.
But and then the dopey parasailing guys, like Shaq. The rumor was Shaq. He went to another club because they had like water sports and stuff for his kids. But the rumor was he was going to be on the beach later in the afternoon. It was a guaranteed like 3 or 4. So all of a sudden the beach is crowded because they know he's about to arrive, and sure enough he did. And then all the help, like I said, fuck me, they're all eyes on Shaq, and they're like running with towels and water and cold washcloths, whatever the guy needed.
What do you need, Shaq?
Does he have security around him?
Nah, he doesn't. The guy is...
Just so he's not bothered, I mean, by people like me.
The guy is... Well, I was thinking about you a lot, Jimmy, because I was trying to get my picture. And I was playing What Would Jimmy Do? And I just couldn't figure it out because he was eating...
like a psychopath?
Well, he was eating breakfast with his kids, so I'm like, I ain't bothering him there. And then, like, his kids were burying him in the sand. And I'm like, oh, I can't bury it.
You should have knelt by his head and got a picture.
Yeah, I can't bother him there.
That would be funny. He can't go anywhere.
He can't move.
Yeah, right? That would be the perfect time.
You start jerking off over his head. Get a videotape. You'd go to jail, but it'd be worth it. That would be a viral video.
Shaq's sex film?
Yeah. So then he's on the beach, and everyone else staying at the resort. All of a sudden, they're making believe it was time to play catch.
Yeah, it's always some excuse.
So they get up, and they're playing catch really close to him, but making believe they don't even notice that Shaq is right there with his family, you know? And then Shaq decides to go for a swim, and all eyes are just watching Shaq go into the water. And I know everyone was thinking exactly the same thing we were. Like, at a point, he walks into the water, and I'm thinking to myself, God, at that point, I would be way over my head already. And he was only up to his, like, waist. And he kept walking and walking and walking.
Could have walked back to Miami.
I told Anthony in the office today, it was like a dinosaur going into the water, or like Godzilla.
Yeah,
Remember the Godzilla films where he never really went in? It took forever for him to get over his head in the water. That's how it was with Shaq. He kept walking and walking and finally got in over his head. And then the parasailing guys come by, and Shaq's like, he wants to go up in the parasail. And
fuck out of here.
These dopes, these idiots, these local parasailing guys, they go, they obviously quote him a fee. And then Shaq, I think, is even like, yeah, whatever. And then he wanted his boys to come on the boat to watch him, because I think they were too small to actually go up, but to watch their father go up in the parasail. To them, it's just their father, right?
Yeah.
And these parasailing dopes are like, well, that'll be an extra $20 per kid or whatever it would be. And Shaq's like, oh, fuck yourself, and jumps off the boat,
Good
right?
for him.
I'm watching this whole thing go down. And then they take off. Do you realize these guys had no idea it was Shaq? They come back. They drive out, and obviously with someone on the boat's like, dude, we just told Shaq that he need, more money to get the kids on the boat. So they come back to the shore.
Hey, Shaq, man.
And Shaq's like,
your kids can come for free, man.
And what was great, Shaq at that point goes, go fuck yourself.
Fuck off.
He said no.
He goes, get lost. But Shaq was at the resort I was at.
$20 more. They just got to try to milk you.
Yeah.
Well, good for them. They lost it. Because everybody would have watched Shaq parasailing.
Yeah, well, that would have been fun to watch him dragging him in the water because the fucking sail can't get him off the water. Forget about it. Hey, help! Hey, help me! Fucking guy's a monster.
Dude, you know what? Like, I love watching, the NBA and stuff, and you see Shaq or like Yao Ming on the court. You don't really understand how big these guys are.
No, you got to see him in real life. It's like the Grand Canyon, You can see as many pictures as you want.
Because you see Shaq, he's what,
you
7?
Into it.
What is he? 7 foot, 7'1", somewhere around there.
7'2",
maybe 7'2". But when you see him on TV, all those other guys, sure, shorter, but they're in comparison, they're
6'8".
all really tall guys. When he walked onto this resort that morning, when he actually sat like the next table over at breakfast, you were like, it's impossible to be that big.
What did he eat?
It was beyond amazing.
What did Shaq eat?
I was trying not to be the staring guy.
You don't want to be the what did Shaq eat?
He got egg whites and
whites,
and he got the special fruit platter. Everyone else is just scooping fruit out of big bowls, and they present this fruit platter to him. That was like, what the fuck?
Just the giant fruit platter.
Even earlier in the week when they were giving me quote the special attention, I didn't get the special fruit platter that Shaq got. You could tell they just picked it out back for him.
He was eating the hats off of natives' heads.
But the guy is beyond massive when you see him live. You're like, holy shit. Anyway, no fighting underwater this time. No. I caught my own conch shell.
Did you? Was it alive or just a shell?
Nah, it was one of the excursions. You go and, conch salad's very popular down there, which I enjoy.
Yes, it's very good.
And they had this excursion where you do a little snorkeling. I took it easy on this one. I didn't feel like diving or anything.
You didn't do any snuba diving?
No, I didn't even feel like diving this time around. We did other stuff. And one of these trips was do a little snorkeling, dive for your own conch shell. Then you go on to a private beach and they chop up the conch and make a nice fresh salad for you.
Yeah.
So I'm like, all right, we'll have a little adventure. We'll have to dive down deep and get our own conch shells.
No Haitian ears in there while they're chopping it up.
You gotta, oops. Yeah, got to blow out your ears to go a little deeper. It'll be a little bit challenging, right? They drop us off in 2 feet of water and go, all right, time to catch your own conch shell. I'm like,
it's like pumpkin picking.
This stinks. But in general, it was a great time. That's my little vacation story. The Haitians and Shaq.
Haitian vacation. There's in Colombia. I had no idea. They stopped in Cartagena. Cartagena.
What the hell's that?
It's
in Colombia.
Yeah, it's Colombia.
No, I understand
Colombia.
that.
It's one of the seaside cities. It's all nothing but shipping crates. Those big shipping trucks that they put on the ships.
Yeah, the cocaine coming into America.
That's all I kept thinking too.
Really?
Was we were laughing because we're.
Know what sucks about going on vacation really fast? I was on vacation going, God, I'm coming back with no stories this time around. Yeah. Usually the best part when we get back from vacation is all the great stories we tell.
It's relaxing.
One of my most famous ones is the famous underwater fighting with the French guy. And I'm sitting there going, man, all I got is Haitians being eaten by sharks and Shaq in a Shaq sighting. And I'm thinking of you going, this motherfucker is going through the Panama Canal. He's on a cruise ship for 2 weeks. He's gonna kill me. He's gonna have much better stories.
There are a few stories, but not a lot.
All right, but getting back to the Columbia, so you're in this what, like a shipping port?
Yeah, it's a big shipping port.
Why did they stop there, by the way?
I think it was to refuel for the rest of the cruise. Like they refuel there, and then we're good for the rest of the cruise. So we kind of pull in, and most of these big ships, the passenger ships, dock at these nice docks where you get off, and there's a lot of things to do. This was nothing but a commercial area of shipping, like those old ships that pull in, and you just know there's shenanigans going on inside. And the shipping crates, and we're outside hearing like the dung 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 dung, the steel drums and drinking, and all I could picture is some poor guy tied to a chair getting beaten. What is the name? What is the name? Bam! Just smacking him. I don't know. And he could hear the steel drums, and we're all drinking and having a good time, and he's just being beaten and given a Colombian necktie to finish the whole thing off. But it was one of those cities where you're just horrified to go through, and my brother went through there, took a little excursion out, and they went to go see some famous monastery or something that's there. Nothing but soldiers everywhere, and they're saying, well, don't worry about the war, don't worry. And Joe's like, what war? He goes, the war in the South. He goes, there's a big war in the South, but it doesn't affect us up here. Apparently, one of our ports, we're in a country that's at war.
With what?
It's having a war.
With each other?
I don't know if it's with themselves, some kind of drug cartel thing going on, but there were soldiers everywhere. Some of the meanest looking motherfuckers I've ever seen in my life. They're wearing those boonie hats, big 45s strapped to their side, and machine guns, and they look like those jungle guys that, if you give them enough money, they'll take you to the right place, so they'll just slit your throat. Like, they don't look like regular U.S. Army guys would. They look like mercenaries.
Yeah.
The war actually is the coffee people.
Is it the coffee people,
Yes.
Jimmy?
They're fighting with the cocaine people over
the
who has
coffee
the biggest
people?
export.
They're fighting it out with Starbucks.
Starbucks.
Yeah, Starbucks.
Yeah.
Bunch of Seattle faggots standing there slapping at them. They're firing.
Their army uniforms have the Starbucks logo on it. Jesus.
That was the big thing, was the coffee in Colombia. To buy the coffee.
Was it good?
Everyone went to the coffee.
Oh, you don't drink coffee.
I drink
so.
coffee. I don't care.
So you're waiting for them to refuel in a war-torn country? Or part of the country was in war?
Yeah, and apparently one of the stabilizers on the ship broke, so they had to send divers down, and we weren't able to leave till later. And I just kept thinking the ship was going to be boarded by these animals that were going to come and just rape and pillage and ruin us.
They would have raped you in your section. Obviously, you're the only ones under 60.
Yeah, believe me.
They would have taken you over some of those old ladies.
Those old bags.
Get the mouth of the Italian. It looks like a pussy. It's got hair around it. I'm going to fuck it.
You fucking asshole.
Well, I spent time with my girlfriend, which is nice, Kenny. We went up to the fucking Space Needle, being that lug.
Oh, you did?
Yeah.
Wow, we're high.
Exactly.
Is that pretty much it?
Awful. I got a picture I should put online of me and Kenny at the top of the Space Needle. Just a couple of assholes.
In Seattle, right?
I bet you'd get hurt if you fell from up here. Right. Would you, Kenny? Yeah.
This is me and Kenny at the top of the Space Needle.
Righty, let me take a little shot. Oh, look at that. He is just a towering hulk of a man over you.
Does he ever get excited about anything when you're on the road?
No.
Nothing. All right.
Bad news, yes.
Ew.
You know, if this thing fell.
Ew. I was driving, getting driven, whatever, from the airport yesterday, and I actually went 3, 2, 1, right on cue. Pling! Did everything go okay?
Yeah, I got that message. Did the car pick you up, Anthony? It's 10 o'clock. I just want to make sure you got home.
Yeah.
I'm going to bed now.
Anyway, what were we talking about? Oh, Colombia, so that was it?
Yeah,
and
Colombia
got out
was
there, obviously?
Yeah, I got out, but there was nothing to do there. Nothing to do there.
Fuck that, I would have been scared.
And then, but like I said, Cabo was the best. Just a madhouse of like a harbor. The cruise ship doesn't have a dock, so we got to just kind of anchor there, and then you take one of the tender boats, which is one of the lifeboats, to another dock, and then there's just a flurry of a bunch of guys. You need a boat, my friend. Boat, my friend. Boat. Then you got to take another one of these boats, so you hope you grab a guy with a decent boat, because some of these things, and there's just hundreds of these boats going through this harbor, barely missing each other. The guy driving the boat's trying to point things out to you. Just like, could you just fucking go straight?
Just get me to shore, please.
And we hit the beaches, and then it was nothing but a drunk fest of drinking and those fucking the natives there selling their shit. More shit than I've ever seen. Beads and bowls and these parasailing Spider-Man dolls and glass trinkets that go cling, cling, cling in the wind chimes. And they keep coming by and don't shut up. So I just constantly, I tried, I don't know much German, but I figured they understood enough English where you go, no, but they still try to sell you and show you. So I was just going, I would look up at them and go, 9!
Yeah.
9! And yell, and look at them, 9! And they thought I'd wanted 9 of them, and they couldn't quite figure it out, so they looked all puzzled and walked away. It worked well.
That's the biggest.
But they don't stop. You got to, and even when you shut your eyes, so I'm laying down, a little hungover, just trying to sleep on the beach a little bit, and you shut your eyes, and they tap your chair. Senor, beads? I was fucking sleeping. You savage, leave me alone. Constantly.
I hate
it's
that.
the biggest pain in the ass. all you want to do is relax on those beaches, and you're constantly accosted.
The Bahamas.
By these fucking people selling shit.
I don't think I'll ever go back to the Bahamas. That's how they are there.
Really?
It's just endless with the jet skis, the coconut drinks, the necklaces, the hair beads, and stop.
It's everything. And this is just crap. Like wooden fucking monkeys that were like, the Barrel of Monkeys game? There were big ones, like 3 of them, and they're trying to sell you that. And you're like, what the fuck am I going to do with that?
You could talk to them.
Get out of here with your fucking Barrel of monkeys. Oh, they were so annoying. And don't they understand you just want to fucking relax on the beach and not be accosted like that? Try to sell them stuff.
Oh, they don't care about
grab
you
my
relaxing.
hat and go, hat, my friend, hat.
They see dollar signs. They don't give a shit.
I'm fucking trying to lay down.
It's the resort's responsibility to keep them away.
We're on the ship, so when we hit the beach from the ship, you're pretty much done.
You're on your own.
Fair game.
I never went to a resort.
A resort.
When I traveled,
you don't know how to relax, Jimmy. You don't go on vacation.
Jimmy, you got to go on some of those.
We got to have an intervention with you.
Ones.
Relax. I had stuff I did done.
But every once in a while, you got to get away from all this crap and recharge.
I couldn't. I was out of time.
Don't you hear the energy today? We're all relaxed and ready to go. Ready to go.
I had stuff to do, but it couldn't be avoided. I got a special June 2nd. I had to go away, and time wise, it was in June. I could have. But I just couldn't.
Yeah.
Was your girlfriend mad that you didn't go away?
No, she understood.
Okay.
Not at all.
I'm just asking.
I'd been mad if I was going out with you.
Oh, yeah.
That I didn't get a vacation when everyone else did.
Well, she understood. We had plenty of time for vacations.
Okay.
All right.
Good for her.
That's what I tell her. What am I going to say to her?
I'm going to use that one and see how far it gets me.
It's pretty. See where that goes.
Plenty of time for vacations.
Plenty of time.
Yeah, plenty of time. We're young.
And we had to worry about wild dogs, but...
Oh, wild dogs?
I just thought it was a dog.
There are a bunch of dogs on those places, too. You're right.
Well,
they're all over the fucking place, just roaming around the streets, all hot and panting.
Well, Lindsay was taking some pictures for one of her classes, and and we saw a graveyard. Waterfront property, though, man. It's just a matter of time before one of the big resorts goes down there and says, fuck the
waste
graveyard.
of prime real estate.
Yeah, exactly. And then she sees like a dog laying on a gravesite. Perfect picture, right?
Creepy.
Something good there. Then she thinks the dog is dead, which makes the picture even better. Dog gets up and has some friends. And we learn later that they're wild dogs.
I thought there was some story like the owner was dead and the dog would go there every day.
She's kind of scared to get the pictures developed because you're gonna see.
You might see something.
You're gonna see the ghosts. You're gonna see the dog owner. It's
That'd
a ghost.
Creepy.
Something's gonna happen when we develop those pictures. But then dog got close to chasing her. And then we found out later that they're the wild dogs and what happens, because there's one of these islands where people go down, they think they want to live there, they bring dogs and stuff, and then fuck this. It's a much better place to just hang out for a few months and get out. So they leave their dogs behind and...
They become wild dogs.
Well, and then they get fucked by the wild dogs, and then the breed that comes because of this is just beyond terrible. Not controllable.
Yeah.
And they just run wild in packs, supposedly, and chase joggers if you're running in the wrong areas and stuff, so... That was fun.
Every place is the wrong area except for the resort.
Yeah, pretty much.
By the way.
Pretty much.
At one point, can we discuss this woman who was tricked into sex by a penis cream treatment?
Yeah.
The guy is a genius, by the way.
And she's adult.
Of course she is.
All right, we'll do that, and we got the David Hasselhoff drunken...
That I want to hear.
Drunken audio. So we got some good things to talk about today.
These guys, they can do whatever they want to do.
This is why people are tuning in to hear Opie and Anthony.
And this is where things get ridiculous.
I need to be a shock jock.
Always up to no good.
I laughed so hard I had to buckle myself out of my couch.
It's the Opie and Anthony Show.
And this is the #1 show in the world. All right, so what do we know about this David Hasselhoff audio, or video, actually, but we're on the radio, so we'll play the audio version.
Well, we just know that...
the video is pretty hilarious, though, because he is fucked up.
He's hammered.
Sitting on the floor trying to eat a burger or something?
Yeah.
Shirtless.
Yeah, he's got his jeans on.
Topless.
Just his jeans.
Hi, Sam. How was your vacation?
It was wonderful. How was yours?
What'd you do?
I went to L.A.
Ooh.
Oh, what'd you do there?
I checked out the scene. I met Rick Dees.
Wow, the author and performer of Disco Duck.
Is he a hero of yours?
I wouldn't say a hero. He wanted me to make sure I said hello to you guys.
Oh.
Why did you meet Rick Dees?
Well, I went to see a couple radio stations while I was there.
Please tell me you're leaving.
I wasn't gonna.
You didn't tell us you were going out there to see any radio stations.
No, that's not why I was going there, but I was going there.
So you're not happy with...
down. Like I tell you about every offer.
That's what I was like.
It wasn't.
Turn him down.
So you're not happy with the Opie and Anthony show?
I'm very happy here. It wasn't job interviews.
Why would you go... even I was pretty geeky. I wouldn't go visit
other
radio stations when I was on vacation.
The opportunity presented itself. My dad was like, "You want me to do this?" I was like, "Oh, all right."
Yeah.
Oh, wait, your dad's a bigwig, huh?
Well, he knows people who know people. You know, one of those things.
How does Rick Dees' face work look? Looks pretty bad, isn't it?
Fine.
Don't worry, he's never going to hire you.
I'm not trying to get a job with Rick Dees anyway.
Oh, you're not?
No.
You sure?
No, I prefer this show to Rick Dees'.
If you were offered a show... Or offered the opportunity to work on the Rick Dees show, you would turn it down?
I think I would turn it down, yes.
Wow.
You think?
I'm quite positive I would turn it down.
Quite positive.
Quite.
I think.
Quite
Not
positive.
yes, I would absolutely
That's
turn
called
it down.
leaving the door open a little bit.
Yep.
Just a little bit.
How long were you out there for?
6 days.
Did you audition for anything?
No.
And you saw his studio?
Yes.
And?
It was nice. It wasn't this studio or the Free FM studio. It was regular.
Well, I wouldn't think so. It would be awkward with him working there and us at the same time.
Yeah, literally.
Okay.
I mean, it wasn't as nice as these studios. It was a regular...
So you're out there for a week with Rick Dees?
No, I saw Rick Dees for 5 minutes of that week.
Oh.
You had an awful vacation.
No, wow. Good.
Yeah, what else
6 days looking at radio stations on the West Coast? That's horrid.
No, I went to 2 stations.
Which ones? What was the other one?
Indy 103 was the other one.
Oh, yeah.
And who's there that you saw and gawked over?
The dude from the Sex Pistols is big on that station.
Yeah, there's a couple.
What's his name?
I don't know.
Johnny Rotten?
No.
Sid Vicious? He has a hot show.
Who the fuck is the guy? I hear he does a pretty good job out there.
Swing and a miss.
Thank you. And I went to Universal Studios theme park.
Oh, you did you?
Yes, I did.
Ew.
Did you take the back lot tour?
Yep.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is the Psycho House. You
That's
might
right.
recognize that as the Bates Motel, and up there is the Psycho House. But as we take a closer look, you'll notice it's a lot smaller than it looks on television. This is because of something called forced perspective. The house is actually only 1/3 scale. That way it looked bigger on the hill. As we make our way around, you'll see the set from the newest movie here on the lot. War of the Worlds.
That's right behind.
Right behind, and as we look, this is the actual set that was used, the aircraft and
I've seen it.
the buildings that were destroyed in there. Yes, this is the most boring fucking tour. As we move down New York Street...
We drove down Wisteria Lane.
Oh, did you?
Yeah.
Oh, from Desperate Housewives,
Yep.
You might notice. But as we go around back, you'll notice that all these are just facades. Facade means false front. And if you notice, we go around back, there's no Desperate Housewives or any housewives living here. It's all just held up by 2x4s. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we make this turn around, and we find ourselves right here in Amity Harbor. Amity Harbor, of course, the home... Oh, wait a minute. I'm hearing the music. Ladies and gentlemen, if I could ask you to please just make sure you keep your hands and feet inside this stupid Universal bus that hasn't changed in 60 years the whole time, please. Because, oh my God, there it is. He's just taking someone down on a boat. Did you see that? Everybody get your cameras ready, I think. And, yes, here he is. It is Jaws himself coming up. And, oh my goodness, he's trying to take a bite of the boat. I hope everybody got a picture. And let me tell you, that is just a recreation of one of the sharks used in the movie Jaws.
Boy, that was a close call.
That was a close one. If you look back, you can see the shark actually rewinding itself, which kind of takes the whole oomph away from it, doesn't it?
As we leave Amity Harbor.
And as we go down, we'll stop right here on this nice Spanish street. Notice it's raining here. Isn't that wonderful? It's a big flood coming down. Look out, look out. You might get a little wet, but of course you don't because we don't want you to sue us. This tour sucks, monkey cunt.
That's all right. When they said facade... And they said facade and false front.
Yeah.
They should have had like Robert Reed standing there.
The facade of a man. As we drive around back, you'll see another man's cock in his ass, which shows he's just a facade of a man.
It's Steve Jones. Indy 103.
Ah.
He's the big star
Is that
at Indy 103, yes. From the Sex Pistols. Thank you to many, many people on Instant Feedback. All right, so that was your trip.
Universal.
Wow.
What
else?
The other good
spots. We went down Rodeo Drive.
Rodeo. Do any shopping? Pick up a couple of things?
Yeah.
A couple of
You
trinkets.
did? You got something from Rodeo? Something hot, like the hoodie or something?
Maybe I got a new hoodie.
A new hoodie. If you got a new hoodie on Rodeo, it must have run you about $800 or $900.
No, it wasn't on Rodeo. It was on Melrose.
Oh, Melrose.
Yeah, well.
That's a little different than Rodeo, my
Yeah,
friend.
it wasn't actually.
A bit of a drop off.
Little bit.
A snug Italian leather cock-hugging pants. And some buckled boots.
So why is he in here? I forgot.
Did you look in the stores on Rodeo at all?
That was for window shopping.
Window shop. And were you told to come in, my friend, to take a look around?
Yeah, I mean, we looked around.
Wrong color.
Yeah.
Prada.
Is that it?
Yeah.
Oh, you did?
Well, he fucked up when he goes, it's good to be here on Rodeo Drive.
Rodeo.
Rolling down Rodeo with the shotgun.
Little Beverly Hills, looked around, things like that. Did you see any celebrity houses, or did you get a map of the celebrity houses?
No, I didn't see any celebrity houses. But
Dude, the celebrity house gag is hilarious. They do it in New York, too, man.
Yeah, they don't live there.
There's
15, 20 years ago.
The Dakota?
Yeah.
I was up near the Dakota, and one of these bike guys, that's the new thing, the bike guy, and you sit in the back.
The stupid rickshaw, right.
Yeah, whatever, the rickshaw. They stop in front of the Dakota, and they say, John Lennon was shot there, which, yes, that's true.
No shit.
And then he lists all the people that live there, and none of the people live there.
Really?
The guy goes, Michael Douglas lives in this building, as well as Bono, and he's in New York, and Madonna.
How about that?
I'm thinking, what a great gig. You could just
you just lie.
Because these tours are stupid, so you just get them in a rickshaw and you just point out buildings and go, and
And they're snapping pictures, probably
like crazy. What are you gonna question the guy? He seems knowledgeable. So he just points at a building and just lists a bunch of celebrities.
Grauman's Chinese Theater.
Oh yeah, we
saw. Did you put your foot in the footprints?
Maybe.
Did you compare your hands with Mickey Rooney?
Whose feet did you match? Hedy Lamarr.
I didn't match any feet, but I took a lot of video of all the different signatures there. And the hand and footprints.
Some very old ones there.
Whoopi Goldberg. She had prints of her dreadlocks.
Yes, Whoopi actually put her dreads in there. How about that?
Well, I bet all he was doing was prep work for the Sam and Than show.
Yeah.
Whatever it's called.
Than. Some of the celebrities in there are immortal. And do you notice, some of the newer pieces of concrete, you look and go, does that person really deserve to be here?
Well, yeah, Kevin Costner was there next to,
Yeah, it's like Clark Gable or somebody like that.
Costner's a big enough name.
No, he's not.
Costner.
Waterworld, my friend.
Costner, I'll give a star on Hollywood Boulevard, but your footprints in cement at Grauman's Chinese, no.
Costner, I disagree.
I saw Ryan Seacrest star.
Ryan Seacrest has a star.
Donald Trump has one too.
Donald Trump.
We could have one. You just pay for it.
Doesn't one of those the stupid hobbits? Don't they have footprints?
I don't know.
I think they do.
I
was annoyed. I think I was annoyed.
Jason from Rye, Sam's thumb didn't fit in any of the handprints.
No, probably wouldn't have.
Look at that thing.
That's big.
Look at that.
And the Hollywood sign.
Yeah, we saw that.
Pictures of the Hollywood sign.
Yeah, we went up in the hills there, and there's one of those lookout points, and you can see it.
Yeah.
Have you been there before or no?
No.
What was your highlight? What was the highlight of your trip?
We saw some celebrities.
All right, now we're talking.
We saw David Foley from Kids in the Hall and News Radio.
Right, David Foley, and of course, Celebrity Poker Tour tournament. He hosts that.
We ate at the same brunch spot as he did.
The Brown Derby.
I don't think that's what it was.
I hope you did. By the way, I hope you didn't just lead off with the biggest celebrity.
Yeah. I hope you're saving the best for last.
No, I got better celebrities. Then we saw that girl from Mean Girls that has brown hair, who was also a Party of Five. I don't remember her name. Lacey something.
Well, if it wasn't Peterson, I'm not interested.
I think she was in Party of Five and Mean Girls.
Lacey
Yeah.
That girl.
Yeah.
That's terrific. Big drop off on the celebrity list from Foley to the chick. When you have to describe hair color on a celebrity,
it's that chick from Party of Five with the hair,
and then
now here it comes,
and then at Universal.
Who?
Jack Osborne. He's a celebrity.
Why did you see Jack? No.
He was just walking around. I don't know why
he was just walking around?
Yeah.
Did the tour guide say?
And if you look to the left, that's Jack Osborne, ladies and gentlemen. Jack Osborne.
It was at the Universal City Walk, not in the theme park.
Oh, it wasn't the theme park?
Yeah.
Because I'll tell you, when I was at the theme park, I remember this. Now I'll have to be very quiet as we go down this next street. We make this turn.
Yeah, I know.
Because a TV show, actually, McMillan and Wife, is being filmed on this very street. So let's be quiet, and we'll stop at the end and watch a scene. And we stop, and all I see is someone running across the street. Ladies and gentlemen, that was Rock Hudson. Rock Hudson just running across the street. You'll be seeing that in an upcoming McMillan and Wife as we continue on.
He was
running to get young ass.
McMillan and Wife, they should have heard cut, and she should have been screaming, "What is my television husband putting in his mouth? You have what?"
They fake out like that all the time, though, with those stupid celebrities on that tour. Be very quiet. As we turn this corner, we're going to have to ask you to be quiet. Yeah. Like they'd ask a tramp full of rubes to be quiet.
So it really wasn't Rock Hudson?
It wasn't Rock Hudson.
No, of course not. Unless he was running across the street backwards, like jump up against a doorknob.
McMillan and Wife, he's doing a very hard scene right here where he actually sits on a fire hydrant.
No. Does
anybody remember last time?
He's doing a hard scene where like he has to kiss her. But every time he does, he goes, cut! Just pretend you're enjoying it. Take 75. McMillan kisses wife. End of episode.
McMillan and beard.
All right. So why are you in here, Sam? I forgot.
He was going to describe the Hasselhoff.
Yes. All right. What's up with that?
Well, I've heard it was done. He had his daughter record him so that he would be reminded not to keep drinking.
Oh, so it's almost like it was his idea.
Yeah, that's what they say.
All right.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to have to ask you to be really quiet here because David Hasselhoff is going to ask his daughter to videotape him drunk. This is called bullshit.
No, he was caught drunk. The daughter's pissed and videotaped. Boy, are they a bunch of lying sacks of shit. Let's hear a little David Hasselhoff drunk. Daughter videotaping to show him later how drunk he is.
You're going to hear the daughter here.
So, Dad, are you going to do your show tomorrow? You promise me? You're going to get alcohol?
What?
Don't get alcohol.
What?
Don't get alcohol, because you see what it's doing to you? You're on the floor. What?
This is a mess.
Oh, my.
Why?
He's describing the sandwich that he's eating.
And what did he say? This
is a mess.
This is a mess.
It's falling
apart. The sandwich, not him?
It was falling apart. It was all over his mouth. And he's like, this is a mess. And the daughter's just trying to tell him.
16 years old, right?
Yeah.
Is she cute?
You don't see her in
I haven't seen the Hasselhoff daughter. Sam, see if we can find a picture of the Hasselhoff daughter.
Okay.
Because if she's fat, then I won't feel as bad. If she's a cute kid, I'm going to feel very bad. I wonder why I do that.
Because that's the way God and everybody else looks at fat people.
All right. Good point. Good enough reason, Jim.
If you get alcohol tonight, you're fired from your show tomorrow. And the doctor is coming over here in the morning to check your alcohol level. And if you have any alcohol in your system, you're going to be fired from the show. Tomorrow. You hear me?
Who said?
Jan. I just talked to her, and she just called the manager of the show, and they said that tomorrow, when the doctor's coming over, and if they test any alcohol in your blood, you're fired from the show. Okay?
Damn. Jesus Christ.
That's a lot of rolls. Oh my God.
It gets good, man.
He is gone.
Tell me right now. Tell me. You're not going to stop, are you?
I'll be fine.
Tell me you're going to stop.
I'll be fine.
Tell me you're going to stop. Tell me you're going to stop.
I'm going to stop.
Promise?
No.
Yes?
Huh?
Good. That's what I like to hear.
First of all, two things.
No,
I hate this
first
kid.
thing, you farted.
I hate this kid.
Why?
Hate her.
Why?
Because she's a fucking nudge.
But she sounds cute.
She sucks. And second of all, celebrities complain about paparazzi. Their own kids are the problem. They complain about paparazzi invading their lives, and their own children are posting this shit, whether it's Alec Baldwin, his dumb kid, that bad girl, or
bad
this, or
girl.
This one. They're
it's
awful.
about time the children stand up and show these parents for what they are. Don't have kids, you won't get fucking videotaped being an asshole.
Well, Hasselhoff starts cursing around here.
Why do you like doing this to yourself? Huh?
Because I'm lonely.
Wait,
Lonely.
is this gonna...
I'm trouble in my life.
So what? You have me. You have Haley. You have
Oh, shut. You don't want good in your life.
What?
I have you in my life.
Yes, you do.
I'm bull.
All right, we gotta get the unedited.
What?
Is that her right there?
She's cute.
She's someone's saying she's a plus-size model.
She's a little chubby.
Yeah.
But
she's got the nice eyes, though.
She's got a cute face.
She's got the nice eyes.
Fat kid in her video camera.
Yes. Yeah, you know, she's just going to plump up. She's going to keep eating. Every time she shoves something in her mouth, it's to forget about what an asshole daddy is.
When Kenny and I were going to Kansas City this week, we were in Newark Airport, and there was this fucking fat lady. She was obviously, she would have to probably buy 3 seats. She was morbidly obese. And we watched this fucking, this elephant seal walk into the food place that we were in, and I'm trying to eat a salad because I'm trying to look like a human, and she's eating mozzarella sticks, and I wanted to walk over and smack him out of her hand and then just go, no! All I think of is how they complain, they can't help it.
Yeah.
It's this, it's that, it's everything. I know we've covered this before.
She's shoving cheese in her face.
Fucking, I wanted to strangle this monster.
There you go.
Fat girl smell all over the airport.
And tomorrow morning you're going to regret everything that you've ever told me. And you're going to feel horrible.
I'll have you.
What do you mean you don't have me?
I don't have you.
Of course you have me.
No, I don't.
What do you mean? You live in Las Vegas. You expect me to be up here every day? Do you like people taking care of you? Because you're sitting on the floor eating a Wendy's. You should be running around.
I have you. I'll have talent. I'll have him.
Wow. Knight Rider.
Yeah.
Michael, put down the burger, Michael. Stop drinking.
Why don't you just go fuck yourself, this fucking car?
Michael, I'm detecting a high alcohol level in your bloodstream.
You fucking piece of shit, Pontiac cunt. You're not there for me. And what does the red whoosh in front do anyway?
Those are my sensors, Michael. That way I can drive the car for you.
Fuck you, I'm going to manual.
Dope. How did the video get out there?
I don't know.
Any backstory there, Sam?
I put it online.
Yeah, no, they
Stupid
just
kid.
they
The
just said it was
daughter.
leaked.
Put it on a MySpace.
Huh?
That's why you have these kids now. They videotape you being an asshole and put you on their fucking MySpace.
Yeah.
Bulletin. Ooh, Dad's a douchebag. Here, let me read.
All right, let's say hi to Steve. Steve, what's going on, buddy? All right, Steve.
Yo.
Hey, Steve.
What up?
Hey, sorry, guys. Hey, welcome back, first of all.
Thank you.
My favorite part of the video, that Hasselhoff video, when he's wrestling all the hamburgers, when that liquefied fucking drool comes out of his mouth, man. It kills me every time.
That is pretty nasty.
I'm sure Steve's got the video up on our website.
Oh, yeah, you could go anywhere.
I thought it was
and
a
see
hoax, though. He wouldn't put it up.
All right.
This isn't real.
I don't believe it.
I can't read this. Danny, you got something on this?
Danny?
Danny says X.
Well, I was reading the Daily News or the Post. Can't remember which one, but they said that the ex-wife, quote unquote, leaked it, by accident. 'Cause
so
obviously
those exes.
they're not together. So
yeah, that's
Apparently it was
kind of
her.
the new great thing to do with celebrities. It's good for the people. It's funny to watch.
Dude, we missed the
Other
Alec
people's misery.
Baldwin thing.
Yeah.
It hit what? Just as we were going on vacation?
We played it, right?
Played it?
Yeah,
Rob
I know
Butler
we
called
played
it.
it.
We played it the first day.
I know, but we should have done the whole Pat O'Brien remix thing with that bit. I don't know if it's too late, but that is some great audio to remix into other things. Maybe if we get that going, we'll see.
It's that sick, weird father-daughter thing going on. Like, how do you fucking just... Ugh.
I know.
Kind of creepy.
At least get your daughter to videotape you jacking or doing something fun.
Just jerk off. Fuck yourself, you.
All right.
Mother used to look like this.
Yeah, because that's kind of what it is. It's like, creepy.
Thank you, Sam. You're welcome. I'm glad you had a great vacation in L.A. Hanging with Rick Dees.
Sam almost ruined my vacation.
Why? What happened?
How? Because every time we would go anywhere where I wanted to take pictures, me and my girlfriend both were like, wait, don't forget the camera. Get the camera. And every 2 seconds it was all about the camera. Give me the camera. I want to take a picture with my camera.
I hear that every now and then when there's show events happening.
Oh, yeah? People will blurt out the word.
Sam, where is your camera?
Camera. My camera.
Say it, not here, every time.
All right, we got to get to the penis cream story next.
Oh, well. I was hoping Sam would be staying around for that one. Give us a little recreation.
Did you have the best vacation among the boys?
I bet I did.
Sam?
Yeah, I would say so.
You do anything?
I got sick.
You went to Florida and got sick.
What part of Florida?
Key Largo.
Key Largo.
Ah.
What kind of sickness?
One where you can't talk.
Feel laryngitis?
Yeah, he lost his voice.
Were you doing a lot of this? Woo! Were you yelling? Yeah, shots. Woo! No?
Why would my private life be any different than how I am at work? Who's that enthusiastic bastard over there? Oh, it's Stan.
It's Stan. Look at him go. Dancing, fucking yelling.
That positive, and I feel strong enough to make sure that I can perform the constitutional roles. Now, I'm not going to be hightailing it all over the state to the four corners for a while. The representational role of governor will be somewhat less, although we can have the public and individuals come to Drumthwacket. But on balance, my focus will be on policy and legislation.
Whatever.
And giving everyone refunds on seatbelt tickets, you fucking asshole.
Yeah, there you go.
What a dummy.
Well, no, I believe he got a ticket and he's going to pay it too. So I think that.
Oh, is he?
Well, yes.
Good.
Yeah.
Don't forget the 50-minute lecture.
Shut up. Shut up.
By the way, my girlfriend and I were talking. You want to talk about? We're watching old Mary Tyler Moore episodes. I'm getting her into some of the old sitcoms.
Mm-hmm.
I go, you got to see The Odd Couple. And she goes, "What's that?"
What's that?
Yeah.
What planet is some of these people from?
Under 30'sville.
Yeah, maybe that's
Maybe
it.
that would be a town and not a planet.
Well, that's okay. It could be a planet. Very odd name for a planet.
Certainly is.
Ville.
How about Unfunny Bomb, that planet that's circling Norton all day?
Let's get out of here for a few.
It's the Opie and Anthony Show. Greg Opie Hughes.
Holy crap, my brain just exploded.
Anthony Kuhlman.
Wrong, idiot.
Bullshit. James J. Norton.
Give me those ribs, you. Waka waka.
You stay away from me, Jim Norton.
Fuck you.
Martini Steve.
Cozy Lebanese fat fingers.
E-Rock.
E-Rock radio.
Shut up, Eric. Right, Robin? I invented everything. Tell him, Fred. I'm scared.
Hey, this is Jim Norton. I'm going to be performing at Caroline's here in New York this week.
That's right, from Thursday to Sunday, May 10th to May 13th.
I'll be doing shows at Caroline's this week. What's the phone number?
That's right, Jim. The phone number is 212-757-4100.
That's right, Caroline's this week. I'm Jim Norton. And where else can they get tickets, Mr. Anxious and Almost Stepped on Me?
That's right, Jim. You can get tickets online at carolines.com or ticketweb.com.
She's a little runaway. Give me fuel, give me fire, give me double time is out.
Yeah. All right. We did good today. I'm looking at everything we accomplished a lot today. Well, Bush's approval rating, it's at its all-time low, 28%.
Hasn't it been at an all-time low for quite a while?
But it keeps going lower.
Carter level now.
Keeps going lower.
Jimmy
and lower.
Carter was that low?
Oh, he was. Are you kidding me? After the Iran hostages were taken, he was horrible.
Yeah.
And I like Carter because he did try to get the rescue attempt, even though it didn't work and 8 soldiers were killed. At least he did try to go in there and do something. But yeah, and I think that's why they released him the day Reagan was elected, because they hated him so much because of the Shah of Iran debacle, because he gave sanction to the Shah.
Jimmy Carter has to be the wimpiest president ever.
Yeah.
Well, the OPEC thing happened when he was there.
Yeah, he really.
No, but just not
never flexed any muscle.
Wimpiest? No, I would
he
say
lost
Clinton.
a lot of. But Clinton was always willing to throw in a few cruise missiles here and there.
Oh, you're right.
He lobbed a few in, and then he had the
Clinton looked like he wasn't wimpy, like he could possibly do something. Like you look back at Carter's, like, oof.
But Jimmy
Carter
Carter
in charge.
He was fucking. You know, Clinton was fucking getting blowjobs and stuff.
That's true.
Who else was wimpy? Ford wasn't really wimpy.
Yeah, Ford didn't do much of anything.
Carter was definitely wimpy.
Fromm showed up.
Yeah, that's true. Old squeaky.
But it's down to 28% approval rating, and I'm sitting there like, wow, who is still approving?
He's doing a bad
president?
job. He's just not.
I mean, he lost Anthony like 2 years ago.
Oh, 2 years ago.
And all these dummies are going to call him, what are you guys bashing Bush? You used to support him. Well, the thing is, we don't like what he's doing now, so we're going to bash him. So
I can
fucking
change
deal with
my
it.
mind.
Absolutely.
Based on performance.
But it's down to 28%, all-time low.
Yeah, what's he got to do to get that fucking approval rating up? Ooh.
But who's sitting there going, good job, keep it up?
Yeah, who's the 28% going, my God, he's doing great.
My God, they don't pay you enough.
He's doing great.
Yeah.
You know, it's anybody who would repeat what he says verbatim and just like, it's, the war on terror and we got to do, really? Do we? Is that what we're doing over there?
I can't wait till he's gone for stem cell reasons.
Yeah, stem cell research, things like that ought to be done. But that whole thing with the fucking they wanted, he vetoed the bill to get the soldiers out by October. I think he should have vetoed that. The Democrats are a bunch of fucking idiots too. No one wants to compromise. No one wants to, Apparently, they had a bunch of shit in that bill that had nothing to do with the war, with money going to the war.
Probably in a way knowing he would veto it, and just a way to go, he's trying to keep the war going. Probably in a way they probably did it on purpose. They're not stupid.
Yeah, but they had a bunch of other projects, these Democratic left-leaning projects that cost a lot of money that were in that bill that he's not going to sign off on if the money is supposed to be for the soldiers. But then also they wanted they wanted a date for him to pull out the soldiers. You really can't do that because like Bush is an idiot, but like he said, then the guys just got to sit back. Everyone's just got to sit back, do nothing, wait till we leave, and then do whatever the fuck you want over there.
If we announced a pullout date, the fighting would continue, but a lot of the key players would just lay low.
Lay low, wait, once we're gone.
Stock up on arms and then
big
bury
civil
each other.
war and just,
We should do that, actually. Fucking why
I'm
not?
not against it.
Yeah, they're behaving naughtily. Go ahead, take care of each other.
Yeah. But as far as I don't see any solution over there. But both sides, Bush and the Democrats just can't fucking stay in the same room with each other and get some type of compromise going. So what are they going to do? Soldiers run out of money? The Democrats don't want to be sitting there going, we're the guys that kept the boys from getting the money they need. And the Republicans and Bush ain't going to sign off on anything that includes a pullout date. So sit here wondering, what the fuck are we going to do? Godspeed. There we go. That's your political talk for the day.
Very good.
My girlfriend was blowing me last night, and I had to fart, and fucking my dick wilted because I was clenching my ass cheeks. And she's like, "What's the matter?" I'm like, I had a fucking putrid gas.
You could not.
No, I couldn't.
No.
Of course.
There's no problem with you telling that on the air.
She's in bed right now.
How insulting would that be to a girl if she is giving you head and you just like a bad, stenchy...
Yeah.
Oh, is that insulting?
Yeah, it would be, so I had to clench the cheeks up, but that just doesn't make it conducive with being comfortable when you're on your side and your cheeks are clenched. You're talking dirty and shit.
So you lost it.
Yeah, I had to excuse myself and go in the other room. I'm like, I'm going to go check it. No, I can't say that. She get mad. But there was one thing, other time she did something very sexy, and I walk into the bedroom and she looks really good, and I had to shit. So I'm like, you look great. I'll come back shortly. And she's like, do you have to shit? I'm like, yes. I had to shit.
Oh, is that romantic?
But I couldn't wait, dude. It was really ready to happen. It was like both sides of my asshole was actually going. It sounded like a little tap on a shoe going. And she looked really sexy. It was like a surprise for me.
Yeah.
So I walk in and she's looking really good. Like, oh fuck,
you're so sexy. I gotta shit.
Yeah. Look, all of the unsexy feelings have to come out of me somehow. I'm going to push them out through my asshole in a liquidy fashion.
Hey Jim, let's get what's the penis cream thing about? Tricked into having sex. This is a great story.
Well, there's a Syrian-born airline pilot. He tricked a school teacher. From I think it's in England somewhere, into having sex with him because he was pretending he had to administer ointment on the end of his penis.
Well, of course.
This guy, Fatty, whatever his name is, he pretended to know a gynecologist who advised him on how often to have intercourse and whether to thrust slowly or quickly. And on the doctor's advice, he kept a clock on the bedside table to time the sessions. So he told this fucking idiot woman
Dummy.
that he had to put a cream in her cunt. And his cock was the perfect applicator.
And it can only work there on the tip of his dick?
And she bought it.
And he would fuck her with this cream on his dick, and that was going to cure her disease, which was a rash, I guess?
Well, yeah, she thought she had typhoid. And he claimed that he was talking to a gynecologist, and there was a certain type of cream he could apply. And he suggested, look, I'll apply the cream to my penis and then apply it inside of you. And she was looking at these like they were clinical things.
Yes, she said the woman.
No way.
The woman found the sessions clinical, not at all erotic.
My girlfriend has said the same about me. Nothing.
She consented only because she believed it was the proper treatment. So this guy came over, and it was going on for 9 months. For 9 months, he would come over, put the cream on, shove it in. Fuck her from anywhere between 1 minute and 10 minutes, and that was her treatment.
Who
would buy into that?
Would buy that? How much cream do you need in your pussy?
Yeah, right, for 9 months.
I know, and then he put Crest on his dick and said, well, before you go to bed, why not brush?
You gotta brush.
There it is. What a dumb woman. That can't be classified as rape. That guy should be elected
to
some type of an office.
Hey, before we get to line of the day, do we have lines of the day?
Lots of them.
Lots of. Oh, look at that!
Dan, cocky.
Coming back from vacation strong. Oh, really? Okay. We got half a Hulk face out there, and I guess he's not getting a surgery after all.
Oh no! What happened?
Last we left Half a Hulk Face, he was finally getting the surgery to remove that mess.
Now, you may not know him, Half a Hulk Face, but he's got tumors on the right side of his face.
Yes.
Not the left, just the right.
Only on the right side.
The right side, and it gives him a Jay Leno chin, real big, and it's kind of bumpy, and his ear on that side hangs down to almost his shoulder.
Yep. And the ear's a lot bigger.
The eye kind of hangs down a little. It's just big, a lot of tumors.
And the left side of his face is perfectly mediocre.
Right. He's just your average Joe on that side.
The right side looks like it's kind of just melting, collapsing on him.
It's kind of a falling big.
There's a lot of mass in there.
Like it's a lot bigger than the other side of his face, too.
It looks like he likes to chew a lot of tobacco.
Got some tobacco in there. But now, last we heard, he was going to get surgery and have these tumors removed. I don't know what the money was. Where was the money coming from? Do you remember?
It was all set, man. He was ready to go.
Ready to rock.
Right? Weren't you ready to go?
Yeah, ready to go.
I love how Than doesn't want to get too close to you with the mic.
He ran out of wire.
Oh. I thought he
How about
was
Hulk
worried
Face
about...
moves up a little bit?
thought he was worried about catching the tumor.
There we go.
There it is.
Everything was ready to go. I was supposed to go to the doctor's last Thursday to see a neurologist, so that way they can tell me where the tumors are growing, in the face, neck, whatever. I get there. It took like 3 months to schedule this one appointment.
Don't tell me. He then put some cream on his dick. No?
Yeah, you can spit out the cream.
I get there like almost an hour early, and they tell me, we're denying your insurance. The doctor that is supposed to see you is not going to see you because he does not take your type of insurance.
Are you kidding?
The medical profession in this country is a fucking disgrace.
Isn't it? No, I see a lot of assholes who are on the streets who are, everything they want. They're getting housing, whatever they need, they're getting, and I don't qualify for none of that crap.
Now, I thought everything was cool, though, with the insurance. Last minute they said no?
Yeah.
What insurance is it? Is it like a major?
Yeah, what was their reason?
They said that the doctor I was supposed to see, he would not accept
What
it.
is the insurance?
Huh?
Probably Ted's insurance.
Is it a major insurance company?
No. See, what Medicaid's doing, they wanted me to have my own health care provider, and the health care provider denied me.
Really?
Yep.
Why are you crying?
Nah, my eye water's a lot because of the tumor.
You should pull that in the doctor's office, stupid. My eye water's a lot.
Holy!
Every time a mirror shows up.
I thought we were showing the studio audience a chick flick today. Why are you crying, man?
You want to fucking use that when you talk to the news.
It just pours out like that?
Yeah.
Oh, what the fuck?
Now,
we gotta help this dude.
Now, how much is the surgery?
Well, last major surgery I had back in '93 cost well over $100,000.
Can't help you.
And what was that?
Well, if you get this story in the paper, Ant's going to contribute. He feels sorry for people
That's
like
all
that.
it takes.
But it has to be in a newspaper.
I read in the actually it's kids, things like that. Little, poor little kids that can't do anything and haven't had enough time for to make God mad, so that he put these poor diseases on them. So that's who I take care of. Not you probably were an asshole at some point in your life, and that's why God struck you down with Half a Hulk Face.
Someone's saying he sounds like the caveman. Was that you, Danny?
What, the Geico caveman?
Yeah, what's the line from that?
Why can't someone like Trump help him out?
Huh?
No, you just got to get one of those dumb TV shows, man. They film the whole thing.
We should get you a reality show.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Follow you around with a camera.
Yeah. What can we call his show?
Well, that was the plan for a while there, was for them to do a documentary and all that.
What's a documentary?
But,
a documentary?
A documentary. They should let him host an event. You should host something in a suit. They should put a tuxedo on him and let him host something and make him gel his hair.
Like an award show?
No, he has to gel his hair and part it the way De Niro did in Awakenings. And more about my broad. We were watching Awakenings. I thought it would fucking like move her. When she saw De Niro walk in when he started shaking, she laughed out loud. And I'm like, oh yeah, that's why I like you.
Yeah, there you go.
You're a vicious twat.
So no surgery for you.
I got to go through a whole other process. I'm seeing about another 5-6 doctors before anything actually happens. But as of now, nothing.
What a fucking scumbag. The doctor doesn't take the insurance. They're all such fucking pigs. The insurance companies and the medical profession. Hey, by the way, is AFTRA helping JV and Elvis? I meant to ask that on
Who? What?
Another irrelevant fucking organization.
That fucking thing I send money to every time they your dues are due, and you pay to this stupid fucking union, and those bunch of douchebags do nothing for me, my career, my job, or nothing.
Are they helping JV and Elvis?
Yeah,
No,
where are they? Where's AFTRA?
Where the fuck is the
to
union?
Say, hello,
this
get
is
these
wrong.
guys to work.
I don't know.
They're useless.
They are useless.
All right, half a Hulk. I guess, whatever.
Yeah, half a Hulk, man. That's, boy, tough breaks right there, huh?
Yeah.
Sucks to be you. Okay.
It's life.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That was a bunch of sincere condolences.
Yeah, well, sorry, I'm yawning.
Sucks to be you. Yeah, that's life.
Yeah, that's life. That's what people say.
Oh, well. What can we do? Do you need any help from us?
Well, you guys have been, some of my biggest supporters, through this whole thing. And I feel,
There was a man diagnosed with cancer, giving a year to live. He spends all his money having fun, then finds out he doesn't have cancer at all, and is now bankrupt.
Jimmy's just laughing.
What happened?
He's got his head buried in his hand.
I don't know, maybe because after someone with a debilitating facial tumor says you've been my biggest supporter, and you click off, it's uncomfortable.
And just, without any segue at all, go into another
We
story.
gave him the privilege to look at us today.
That was a good point. You did get to mingle with the famous. Enough with Queen Elizabeth, this fucking stoic old cunt. Oh, almighty.
What? Look at this.
Look at that hat.
Gooser. Could you see if Bush just fucking grabbed a cunt right there? Just grabbed it and went,
Does she actually do anything?
No.
Look at that awful. It's a black hat with a giant toilet seat cover on it.
Why is it someone making fun of her clothes?
And that fucking awful.
Dick Cheney.
Ew.
Well, she puts her hand out. You don't ever reach for the Queen. She puts her hand out.
Oh, is that it?
Yes, watch.
And then you can reach?
If you reach.
Do they tell her that?
Yeah,
look, she puts her hand out. Oh, that guy was a little premature. He got a salute from the she got a salute from the soldier.
Okay, now I have to...
It's a great day.
Yeah,
we had
really.
the 21 gun salute.
Great
we had
day.
both national anthems.
Really? Missed with every shot.
Beautiful. You're looking at some of these numbers, too, here, just out of curiosity.
Ladies and gentlemen, the national anthem of the United Kingdom, followed by the national anthem of the United States of America.
Why? We won.
Exactly.
Let me hear the United Kingdom one.
Yeah.
Because it's a rip-off of one of our songs.
Is it?
Well, we ripped it off. Let's hear it. Da, 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 da. Oh, England, you... Oh, 21 gun salute now?
Yeah. Watch the two of them fall.
Oh, what a pompous...
That's it? It's a short anthem.
That stinks, that anthem. Sweet land of liberty, of thee I sing. See, we ripped off their national anthem, made it our little. Thy fathers, thy land of our children's pride.
We didn't let slaves vote, yet we said all men are created equal.
Let freedom ring. See, we totally ripped their national anthem off for that little ditty. Let freedom. There she is,
That
the old
fucking
bag.
hat, her hat, should be either removed with a bat or a sniper's bullet. That fucking hat it looks like something you wear at the office party on New Year's Eve.
It is an
That hat is, who told her that looks good?
I want to see a giant bumblebee land in that flower on it and sting her in the skull.
And pollinate that and then fuck her in the mouth. Oh, she struggles to pull it off. And all the Royal Guard just laugh at her. A giant mutant bumblebee fucks her in the queen throat. Fucking cryptic old cunt. Oh, enough with this fucking dead thing. Enough with the queen. Don't push your hand out to the queen. How about if I flash my cock at her? Maybe she can drop her hat on it. Fucking rotten old bitch. Pay your taxes and shut your fucking face.
She reaches out with her hand, you reach out with a machete and chop it off.
Chop that fucking hand right off, and then slap that rosacea-cheeked, spoiled cunt of a grandson of hers right in his mouth.
I think it'd be a great gag to have one of those wind-up little hand shockers. Gotcha, Queenie.
That's right. I bet you that's what that fucking flower in her hat is. It's a magician's squirt hat.
Yeah. She presses a bulb and squirts Bush in the face.
Yeah, with Robert Reed's blood. Fucking fires AIDS blood at Bush, and they both laugh about it. Yeah, you got me. Fucking that stiff wave she has. Who waves like that? It's not even a wave.
No one.
Oh, look, here's the...
She's so full of herself.
She's asleep.
Yeah, look at her. She's just standing there. You know how many of these she's been to?
Oh,
she could give a flying
everywhere.
fuck about the United States or Bush or
Why
anyone.
is she important? I don't even know.
She's just a figure. She's an old thing. They've rehearsed this 100 times.
She's got it. Here she goes down the stairs. Fall.
Oh,
please fall.
Please, God, let her fall.
Fall. Look at all the fucking Secret Service.
Yeah. How funny would it be if she fell and just scraped her cunt on the steps?
Just one lip.
Yeah.
The right lip.
Somebody had to pick her lip up and bring it to the doctor and it's sewn back on.
More pomp.
They're walking across the lawn.
Wow, this is just exciting.
Look at all those soldiers. Yeah, a trip would be great.
She's carrying her own purse.
Yeah, she's got to carry her purse.
She probably has a tampon.
Is that like a guard?
Snot rag.
What would she need a tampon
and a copy of Black Inches.
She probably has a lozenge. And some tissues.
I would say some tissues.
A lozenge.
And a nitroglycerin.
And one of those little pads that old lady put in their panties because after they wee-wee, it leaks a little bit.
Yeah, she has June Allison's home number. How much security is there?
She probably has like...
Got to be 2-3 guys.
Perhaps more than that, Ope.
She probably has diarrhea medicine in that purse.
Because she has a sour stomach.
What she has is she has a funnel and then tubes down to each one of her shoes in case she diarrheas into her pants. It'll fucking pool up in her shoes and no one will notice.
In her hollow heel.
That awful wave she does, that's a signal to the royal police that she's shitting. They have to go drain her shoes to a horse stable.
What else could be? Rana, we must drain the queen's shoes again.
What else could be in that stupid purse of hers?
What's in your purse, ma'am?
How funny would it be if one of our sailors just tackled her and started dry humping her as the whole country bowed its head in shame? Like they dry humped her face like that bumblebee joke I did earlier. What is she doing? There's an old lady looking at our troops.
She's reviewing our troops and she knows nothing.
She has no idea.
God, I wish one of those guys had a raging heart on the front of his face.
Big boner for the queen.
And there's a black one and she grabbed it. Ooh, the African is superior in our country as well. I'll take him.
Now he's got a point everywhere they turn. Every time they stop, Bush has got to go this way.
I want to know what's in the purse.
What's in the purse? In a circle.
She's wearing white gloves.
And there's so much press. Yeah, that purse has nothing in it. What could she possibly need?
I don't know.
Her ass is fat.
It's probably those little wipes that soothe your asshole after an old lady queen shit. Hot tea and crumpets. It comes out exactly like the same way it went in. Her fucking body doesn't even process it anymore. After she swallows, there's just like her asshole opens up like the hatch of the Enola Gay.
She drops out the crumpet, followed by hot tea.
It just comes out the exact same temperature 5 minutes later.
Oh, do we get to hear her talk?
Oh, I hope so.
Come on, I want to hear. What?
They're just standing there. They're in the same place they were a half hour ago.
They walked around in a circle
examined
so
the
she
troops.
could look at the fucking troops.
And what you didn't see is Laura Bush was actually bent over with her skirt hiked up, and the Queen peeked into her asshole, and they kept walking. I'll bet you the two spouses, her husband and his wife, are jerking each other off at the Oval Office. But they're not making eye contact. They're looking out the window to make sure they don't get caught. He's frigging Laura's ex-teacher box. That's right.
What is it? What song still has a fife?
Oh, this is awful.
If you're playing a song that needs a fife,
that's right.
Enough.
That's right. Those two feel good, and every black guy there is sweating.
There's her husband.
Yes, and her fucking awful, her awful husband, who really should be fucking bringing Jack Nicholson into a bathroom in a hotel in Colorado. Fucking creep. You married the Queen and then fucked her hat.
Do you think he has to lick the royal twat still?
He has to.
Oh, look at this faggy army they have. It's the British Army in their old red coat uniforms that we kicked the shit out of them in.
For all times, we should just take them out. Take out the fight players.
One line with a fucking machine guns and show what it would have been like.
Right.
Look at those motherfuckers. She just reviewed our troops wearing like traditional. We're wearing
uniform.
badass shit like from nowadays.
Yeah.
They are wearing shit with the white wigs from 1700.
This is all they're playing their faggoty little fife. And they have those dumb fucking commander hats on. They're just awful.
And their white wigs with the ponytail.
Yeah.
And Bush has to look like he gives a shit.
This is awful. He doesn't even know what it is. He doesn't even know that they changed uniforms. That's dope.
That ain't what you're sending Iraq for to help us, is it? 'Cause that ain't going to help much, I'll tell you that much. There's no clue.
Bush looks like he's smelling one of her farts right now.
Yeah, right? Maybe she did.
Because he's turning and he's got like a sour
If she cut
look
a
on his
big
face.
gasser and he just heard it.
You think she has fart spray in that purse?
She has no expression on her face.
She's devoid of emotion, that woman. Oh. Now?
Yeah, later.
Now we're going to get our army?
Yeah.
Fire. Show the fucking guns. Come on.
Oh, please grab your chest and fall. That's the first one. They show our army. It's a fucking boat with fucking Martin Sheen and Chef. Fucking Larry Fishburne is water skiing behind them. Going to shoot up a village in Vietnam.
Ready?
Breaking an arrow to make it look like it's to his head. What? Let's go. Hey.
Stand at.
It's just more pomp and nonsense.
Nonsense for this.
But they're not showing us the ceremony. They're showing us these two idiots.
Uh-oh. Wait. Now we just... Oh boy. Ladies and gentlemen.
Good morning.
Good morning. Old bitch here next
Laura
to
and
me.
I are honored to welcome back to the White House
this old bag,
Her Majesty Queen Elizabeth II and His Royal Highness Prince Philip, the Duke of Edinburgh.
Right, the useless fucking castrated nothing.
Father from Clockwork Orange. Where do you think it is? He goes as he goes of evening.
The United Kingdom has written
rather.
many of the greatest chapters in the history of human freedom.
Oh, really?
Yeah, that's right. Falklands.
Like
Nearly 800
fucking
years ago, the
colonizing
Magna Carta
every
placed the authority of the
fucking bit of
government
real estate on
under
the
the
planet.
rule of law.
Jesus Christ.
80 years later, the first representative assembly of the English people met to debate public policies.
Then there was a couple of years where we kicked the
Over the
shit out of
centuries,
you.
Parliaments in Britain established principles that guide all modern democracies.
Yeah?
And thinkers from Britain like Locke and Smith and Burke showed the world that freedom was the natural right of every man, woman, and child on earth.
As they locked people up.
Well, then why did
As
we
liberty
leave?
expanded into the British Isles.
If it was so great.
British explorers helped spread liberty to many lands.
What's up with liberty?
Including our own.
It was imperialism.
It was so great. We had to get out of there because they were repressing us.
A group of pioneers arrived on the shores of the James River.
Pioneers?
What's up with his voice?
And founded the first permanent English settlement in North America.
Yep, and we didn't like
the settlers
where
of
they were running
Jamestown
things.
planted the seeds of freedom and democracy on American soil.
Way to put, yes, by fucking
From
murdering
those
the Indians.
seeds,
Shut up, George.
Will always be proud
Hysterical.
to trace its roots back to our friends across the Atlantic.
Our friends, where was a little point.
Two nations hold fundamental values in common.
That's right. Try to get Manhattan for
We
$25
honor our traditions
nowadays.
and our shared history. We recognize that the strongest societies respect the rights and dignity of the individual.
Oh, shut up, you blathering idiot.
We understand and accept the burdens of global leadership. And we have built our special relationship on the surest foundations.
Does she speak?
Our deep,
I don't even know what she does. Does she talk in public?
Yeah.
I'm hoping.
She sounds like gangsta fag.
Today, our two nations are defending liberty against tyranny and terror.
And terror.
We're resisting those who murder the innocent to advance a hateful ideology.
Yeah. Laura Bush is starting to look like
in New
a
York
pear.
or London.
What happened there?
Or Kabul or Baghdad.
Kabul.
American and British forces are staying on the offense against the extremists and terrorists.
250,000 Americans
supporting
and 5 British.
Our work has been hard.
Has it?
The fruits of our work have been difficult for many to see.
Why are you talking to the old lady?
Yet our work remains the surest path to peace. And it reflects the values cherished by Americans and by Britons and by the vast majority of people.
She got to hold that bag up. She can't even put her arm down and hold it like that.
Your Majesty, I appreciate your leadership.
Bent 90 degrees at the elbow.
I hope there's a brick in it and it's really heavy.
You've spoken out against extremism and terror.
She gives Bush a whack on the head like Ruth Buzzy and laughing.
And reconciliation. You have honored those returning from battle and comforted the families of the fallen.
Her eyes are shut.
The American people are proud to welcome Your Majesty back to the United States.
Even with the stupid hat.
A nation you've come to know very well.
Hat sucks.
After all, you dined with 10 U.S. presidents.
Jesus. Wow.
You helped our nation celebrate its bicentennial in 1976.
Boring. No, not in 1776. That's when... Don't laugh at me.
She gave me a look that only a mother could give a child.
Oh, wow, what a dope. She's not thrilled.
Both the 350th and 400th anniversaries of the James Old
that's great, you old bag.
Your Majesty, the United States receives with honor.
She ain't a bad old crone at that.
Kingdom. We welcome back to the White House a good person, strong leader.
Yeah.
For a great ally.
All right. Let me hear her talk.
Oh, she is.
Is she going to speak? Get up to that mic.
It's going to sound like Julia Child.
Blah, blah, blah.
What charisma she has.
Yeah. Thank you.
Mr. President, thank you for your warm words. This is my 5th visit to the United States. And I believe it is important to remind ourselves of the purpose of these occasions.
To eat.
Which gives meaning to the ceremonial, the symbolism, and the circumstance. A state visit provides us with a brief opportunity
to wear stupid hats.
Step back from our current preoccupations, to reflect on the very essence of our relationship.
She's saying nothing.
No!
It gives us a chance to look back at how the stories of our two countries have been inextricably woven together.
Yeah. We beat you up.
It is the moment to take stock of our present friendship, rightly taking pleasure from its strengths, while never taking these for granted.
She's saying nothing.
And it is the time to look forward, jointly renewing our commitment to a more prosperous, safer, and freer world. Last week, I had the pleasure of sharing with you an extraordinary anniversary in our common history.
What?
First ass sex.
It was a privilege to join the commemoration of the Jamestown landing by that small group of British citizens all those years ago.
They were Americans when they landed, lady.
My 2 days in Virginia
was over.
Gave me a new insight into those events, which helped to shape this country's development and to lay the foundations of this great nation based on shared principles of equality, democracy, and the rule of law.
Wouldn't it be funny off camera you
we have a
just
further
saw a fist
opportunity
fly in
to
and punch
acknowledge
her
the
hat off
present strength of our relationship.
A big black hand
lunges in
that hat off
and whacks her in the head.
Yeah,
where's that mugger when you need
and
him?
making new ones.
From Uptown.
Yeah. Also recognizing the breadth and depth of the friendship we have shared for so long.
I'd have got it beats up the old ladies.
I want to see her hat taken off the way the fucking orderly took Nurse Ratchet's hat off of Scanlon.
The United Kingdom at every level, be it government or corporate, institutional.
Oh God, Jimmy, that one
personal.
smelled really bad.
Sorry, the Queen deserved it.
This visit also gives us a window on the future. Both the future of the United States
her hat was here. I'm sure
and the
that's
future
good.
cooperation between our countries.
That old queen head in there.
I particularly
Sweating.
look forward in the next 2 days to seeing at first hand something of how the cutting
Hill or
edge of
something. Let's see
science
if
and
that helps.
technology
Benny
can
Hill.
take us to the next phases of discovery and exploration in human endeavor.
Right, you get it.
Mr. President, thank you for inviting Prince Philip and me to visit your country, to share in the commemoration of the Jamestown anniversary, and to have this opportunity underline the extent of our friendship, past, present, and future. It is indeed a pleasure for us to be here in Washington again, and to be welcomed back to the White House.
What drivel.
All right. That was a lot more entertaining with that.
10 presidents, Jesus Christ.
All right, that's it.
Yeah. More fucking...
What's a white tie state dinner?
I don't know.
What does that mean? It's a casual, like Puffy, he has a white party?
All right, let's do line of the day and get out of here. There's your
oh, fucking her hat.
queen at the White House.
You know how I'd like her hat to be removed? I wish someone was shoeing a horse and like it had a half a shoe on with a nail and it kicked its fucking Clydesdale leg back and removed her fucking hat. But it hit her in the glasses and the hat just flew back. A fucking Clydesdale hoof.
There they go.
From the back, she looks like Slash. She just fucking slashes out on.
Did you see that?
I did.
You did see it?
He made some reference to her last visit in 1976. We're trying to figure out exactly what it was, and then he turned to her and winked.
Yeah.
And she looked down, and people laughed.
Right.
And then he continued.
I heard.
No, you missed the whole fucking thing, you dumb cunt.
CNN. He slipped and said 1776.
1776. Oh, were you
And welcome back,
stupid?
everyone, to the CNN
You're
newsroom. I'm Tony Harris.
Heidi
stupid.
Collins. Hi, everybody.
And to
Hi,
our top
Heidi
story
Collins.
this morning, destruction as far as the eye can see.
Heidi Collins, how long she
A
had the
heartbreaking
fucking
sight for
Dutch
the people
paint
of
hairdo? That's
Greensburg,
fucking
Kansas.
horrid.
This hour, they are getting a first-hand look at the damage.
Maybe
from
the
a
president should be in
monster tornado,
Kansas
but
today
there
instead
is
of
not
doing
much
a
what?
little state
You're
dinner.
right. You're right. That's
Maybe
what
in
he should be doing.
Greensburg.
Maybe you blow off the queen.
Maybe the queen should be there, fucking walking around and falling in rubble.
Maybe you should be in
Tears
Kansas
her
today.
stockings.
mess.
Has to get a tetanus shot.
All right, line of the day. Do we have a sponsor?
Not at this moment.
What happened to Bodog?
They're taking, I don't know,
What? They want? Taking what? Time off?
some sort of hiatus.
Oh boy.
Why? The company folded? They not like us?
Oh boy.
I have no idea.
All right. Well, we don't know nothing about Bodog. You know what I'd like to fucking see? I'd like to see Gonzaga fucking remove her hat the same way he knocked out Mirko Krokop. That's how her hat should come off. Fucking Gabriel Gonzaga should remove it with his foot. And she should collapse like Krokop did.
Hey.
Worst knockout I've ever seen, by the way.
Oh, really?
Wait, what happened?
I'll have to watch
Krokop
that
got
one.
knocked out.
Wow.
What happened to your boy Crow?
He got knocked out.
Knocked out.
He was against a Brazilian, a 200-something pound Brazilian, a massive guy who Krokop threw a left kick, and this is the first round, and the guy grabbed it, and took the kick, and then grabbed his leg. And once a guy like that gets Krokop on the ground, Krokop's in trouble. And
oh boy.
the guy was beating on him pretty good, and then they got up again, and the guy fucking threw a left. I think a left or a right kick. I don't know. Krokop was unconscious before he hit the floor, and his leg twisted under him, and the fucking referee actually just moved Krokop's leg a little bit as he was on the ground, so it wouldn't, it looked like his ankle, his foot spun out.
Holy shit. Punch that up there.
You have to see it.
Oh my God. That sounds good. Your fucking boy there.
What's the matter with it, Sam?
It's slow.
Your fucking, he's gonna kick everyone's ass guy. Got his fucking ass handed
another
to
pride
him.
guy beat him, I think.
Wow.
But yeah, I'd still take Krokop over almost anybody.
Yeah.
Although of course I love Liddell. And his manager sent me a bunch of swag, so thank you, Reed.
Very cool.
It's nice.
Hey, Anthony, there was a spectator
Yes.
watching the ceremonies at the White House.
Was there?
And he had something to say, didn't he?
Yeah, I did. On back 9.
Oh, he did.
There was an observer, and he was mic'd during that whole Bush Queenie thing.
Oh, my God.
And I think we have audio as this guy was watching from the lawn.
Yeah, that's just coming in now.
Goddamn rich cunt! I kill rich cunt!
That's not very nice.
Goddamn rich cunt!
Goddamn rich cunt!
And then this is during her speech.
Oh, by the way, when you're telling these little stories, here's a good idea. Have a point. It makes it so much more interesting for the listener.
By the way, I was confused. I wasn't sure if I was listening to Jeff Goldblum or John Manelli.
Manelli.
I kill rich cunt!
We have a new respect.
Goddamn rich cunt!
We have
Drop a C-bomb faster?
Man, we have a new respect for John Manelli, too. That guy loves the C word.
Oh, what a potty mouth he is.
Oh, my God.
Here's a guy that was removed just after her speech.
Shut up!
Love to shut up.
I actually got uncomfortable. I was talking to John Manelli over the weekend, and man, he uses that C word to the point you get just uncomfortable listening to him.
I think that's great.
Yeah, I like
it's good for him.
He is an animal.
All right, hey, line of the day brought to you by nobody. Here's a runner-up line of the day.
I want to get kicked off by like a hair lip organization.
They're probably them.
At least the protest will look pretty funny.
Oh my God.
Hey, I got a little something today.
Yeah.
Recharged a bit from the vacation. Is that the knockout?
I think so. Yes, I'll tell you in a minute.
I think so.
No, that's not even Gonzaga.
No, I know.
Oh, my God.
It's
It's not
for
even
you, Jimmy.
Gonzaga.
Is that it?
Oh, my God.
Could be.
Oh, my God.
Could be.
No, that's Crow Cop knocking somebody out.
No.
Oh, my God.
How do we not have this immediately?
That's Crow Cop is the brute knocking everybody out right now.
Yeah, oh, my God.
It might be 2 more minutes.
Much like bad Leroy Brown.
All right. Do we have another runner-up line of the day?
He gets his ass handed to
Here's
him.
another runner-up line of the day, sponsored by nobody.
And then I'm thinking, I'm the young person on the cruise.
Who's the couple, Norman and Ethel Fair?
She was talking about her other cruise she was on when it hit an iceberg.
Oh, very good. Are we up to the line of the day?
Yep.
Yeah, some dude got killed at the Luxor out there in Vegas.
Oh, yeah?
Some kind of blast in a backpack, they're saying.
Really?
Yeah.
His car exploded?
No backpack.
Was it De Niro flying through the air afterwards?
Is this the one?
No, this is an old Crow Cop fight. How he knocks people out.
Yeah, I want the new kick.
No, I'm just. You guys
This usually works well on the radio.
But I want
Wow, look at that.
But
line of the day?
Here.
Line of the day.
Line of the day.
Line of the day.
Here comes line of the day. Line of the day. I fucked that person.
Ah, yes.
Oh, yeah.
That it?
Pictures of the White House and a life-size cutout of the president are in his room, along with a letter.
What?
I really couldn't count how many times a day.
17-year-old Brigham Larkin comes home from high school and begins his daily routine.
He walks right in his room, puts on his shirt and tie, goes downstairs to the bathroom in front of the big mirror, just stands there and sings and sings and sings.
Ready to break into song anywhere and for anyone.
I think because of his disability is why people are so attracted to watching him accomplish this song.
Brigham has Down syndrome. Although technically a disability, it doesn't slow him down one bit.
There are people with a genius-level IQ. They're not as outgoing as Brigham.
It certainly helped with his budding singing career and he's very interested in politics.
I love President Bush a lot, and I want to be our president.
All right. What do you think? Woman, black guy, or Down syndrome president? Which one first? Because we had the Hillary Obama thing, or
let's just go home.
A guy with Down syndrome.
I say we go home so we can broadcast tomorrow.
All righty.
We can discuss that tomorrow.
I want to be president. Do you?
I hate when they say stuff like his budding singing career. Where the hell is that going?
That's all nice and everything, but yeah.
God bless the kid for being happy and singing, but there's nothing budding about that.
Why do you think the news put him on? It's a freak show.
Yeah, a little bit.
A freak show.
You found it?
Did you find it?
Watch his leg. Look at his leg.
Ew.
All right. Good. I got to see that.
Watch this.
I can't see it, damn it. I'll have to wait. Fuck.
Watch his
Shit.
foot.
Oh, I hate this.
Ew.
Hey, look at his foot.
Oh, I can't.
Yeah.
It's really good, though.
I have to wait. All right.
Oh, my God. Let's go home.
The fact that men hit each other that hard.
All right, we're going to go home now.
All right.
God, it looks like he almost broke his neck with that.
Let's see.
Wait, watch.
Pull it back.
Pull it back, Danny, so we get
Look at that animal.
Not all that far. Right there.
All right, watch this.
Good overhead
Sam.
angle. That's good.
Of his leg.
All right, watch this. Watch this.
Oh.
Really?
You see the leg?
Ow.
Yeah, watch
Look at
this.
this kick.
His ankle is backwards.
You think you can take that kick?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, my
Well,
God.
That was probably the best kick. Oh, yeah, his foot's all fucked up.
Watch out.
Did he break his foot?
Oh.
Oh, my God.
That could be one of the best kicks to the head ever.
Yeah.
It was perfectly placed.
Good night.
And he falls down and then look, he pounds him two
Dude.
more times in the face with his fists. Ah, yeah, I kill him.
Dude, that's my line, by the way. I can't watch that shit.
I love it.
Really, I love
I know it's not the most macho thing to say, but I cannot watch that shit. I can't.
That's badass.
Because you just think about just how just brutal that is.
Dude, these are guys who honestly, when fighting a guy like a Tyson or whatever, I mean, these guys would murder heavyweight boxers because they had the fucking wrestling and shit. I want to see Liddell fight, but I got to fight the week before. I'm doing, I think my shoot, man. I can't not go to Nashville. I want to see fucking Liddell fight live.
That was insane.
All right, let's get out of here. Jimmy's going to be at Caroline's this weekend, Thursday through Sunday.
Thursday through Sunday.
That's awesome.
Yes, there are tickets available because I wasn't plugging. I forgot to plug it before.
It's going to just sell like crazy now. And then don't forget the tickets for the O&A Traveling Virus Comedy Tour. It's selling pretty well, but we got to step up the promotion, I guess, for that. Make sure everyone gets their tickets for the show.
Indeed.
We're going to be touring all summer. All the info is on opieandanthony.com.
I got to pee.
But tickets are available through Ticketmaster.com. You can see the lineups and all that. And we're going home.
Bye.
All right. Back.
You're listening to the soothing sounds of Opie and Anthony. So sit back, relax, have yourself some herbal tea, close your eyes, and drift away with O&A.
Big ass cock. Hi. This is great. You dick.
Bye.
Shut up. Fuck all y'all.
Horrific and tasteless.
It's called sarcasm.
I've never heard anything as offensive and gross as you are. And that's why I'm signing up.
The Opie and Anthony Show.